Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Haha has such power, I want this poisonous fruit. Delax smirked and picked up the poisonous fruit directly. Crack. Crack. After a few mouthfuls, the whole fruit was directly swallowed by him. Huh. Don't you think this fruit is unpalatable? Qin Xiao watched the other party eat the devil fruit in 2 or 3 bites. It didn't show any unpalatable appearance. He was really surprised. Except that the stone man has degraded sense of taste because of his petrified body. This Delax is also the first one who doesn't feel the fruit is unpalatable. Unpalatable. Delax smacked his mouth. Ouch tilde, it's really hard to eat. Qin Xiao, you don't say until you're done eating. Did I forget without reminding you? This brain is really unbelievable. But at this moment, an unpleasant smell began to emanate from Delax. A blue liquid even began to appear on the surface of his body. Everyone who smelled this smell seemed to feel a little uncomfortable. Gamora, Collector, and others subconsciously stayed away from Delax. What's going on? I feel dizzy. Me too, I feel sick. Poison fruit, is it because we smelled the poisonous smell of 20? Is this thing effective for all life? We are all different races. Who knows, but Delax really became poisonous after eating this fruit. Don't you think it's amazing? Well, isn't the person who gave Delax's fruit afraid of these venoms? Just kidding, if others can give such a thing, there will naturally be a solution. Makes sense. A group of people are far away from Delax and they feel slightly better. In fact, this is also because the other party has just eaten the poisonous fruit. No strong toxicity has been developed. At the moment, the venom emitted from his body is the simplest egg, but Qin Xiao didn't care about all of this. The moment Delax eats a devil fruit, he will also gain the power of the poisonous fruit. The gas had no effect on him. Moreover, his control is much better than Delax. He will not exhale poisonous gas and have diarrhea. The system can cancel other people's fruit ability, and naturally it can also suppress its own fruit ability. Delax looked at the blue liquid on the surface of his body. He wiped it subconsciously. A handful of liquid landed on his hand. Is this venom? He even took the venom up his nose and sniffed it. Well, this is venom. I'm curious. Why did you choose this fruit? Qin Xiao was really curious. He never imagined that Delax would choose this fruit. Hahaha, you think I'm stupid? That diamond fruit is to increase a little bit of defense. Don't you look at how powerful Ronin is? Would a little defense help him? Besides, if you increase your defense, you will be beaten. Do you think I am going to be beaten? All I want is to kill Ronin. Only a fool would choose this fruit. As for the Allosaurus, I have never heard of it. However, as long as it transforms into an animal, I would not choose it. Animals are the ones we hunt. Even if the animal is really powerful, so what? It is not yet possible to face the possibility of being hunted. And you said that your animal Allosaurus is very powerful. But who can prove that Allosaurus is really powerful? Maybe it's because of the so-called ancient animals that are powerful on your planet. Just an ordinary animal on our planet. It's not like I haven't seen such a thing. You think I'm stupid? I will choose to become an animal. But this poisonous fruit is very dangerous just by its name. Poisonous things are dangerous no matter what planet you live on. Me Delax, dangerous man, toxic fruit is the best for me. Delax spoke excitedly about the reason for his choice. When these reasons are told, everyone around them will be shocked. The point is that what he said is very reasonable, and there is no way to refute it. Qin Xiao never thought that the other party would have such an idea, be able to say such a thing and do such a thing. Okay, I know, but now that you have the poisonous fruit, maybe you can try it now. Ronin's trouble. Qin Xiao at the moment encouraged Delax to find trouble with Ronin. With venom, Ronin has to pay attention to Delax, but because aliens have different physiques, the effects of these venoms are actually different. For example, although the Collector retreated just now, but in fact the venom had little effect on him. As a person who has lived for endless years, he has a strong resistance to many things. Otherwise, how could he survive? Likewise, Delax's venom didn't do much for Groot either. As a treant, normal venom doesn't work very well on him. Definitely, except if there is a venom specifically for him. Even many aliens have an introduction that is immune to general toxins. Ordinary toxins really have no effect on the opponent. Delax didn't think so much. With the poisonous fruit, his target was directly on Ronin. Except that at the moment Ronin had left to greet his troops. Now Hela beckons her army of the dead too. As for Hulk and those who hate them, they are not afraid of big things. At the moment, seeing that the two sides have ceased fighting, they have no reason to fight again. just when this group of people felt a little bored. Delax charged at Ronan again. Ronan, let's fight again, I'm going to kill you. Delax still habitually rushed towards Ronan with two knives in hand. Ronan looked at the red-skinned guy with a little blue in front of him. He was slightly surprised. This kind of change in the skin on the body surface is obvious, like some people have dilated. In this universe, there are always some special races. In addition to their regular power, they will also have some explosive power. Is this man named Delax using some kind of explosive power now? But Ronan didn't remember that the opponent's race had such an ability. Ronan was a little surprised, so he prepared himself. When Delax slashed at Ronan, Ronan easily blocked the slash. Immediately afterwards, a palm hit Delax's chest, knocking him into the air again. Based on your current strength, you want to fight me and you are beyond your control. At least he had to wait until the other party was indeed poisoned before saying such a thing. Ronan was startled when he heard that. Use poison. Do you think it works? Fortunately, he was prepared for this in his heart. I did it for nothing. Ha 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 ha, you are poisoned. And there seemed to be a special force penetrating into his body. Roland looked at Delax more and more puzzled. There is a feeling like sickness that gradually spreads all over the body. Sure enough, at the moment has turned blue on the palm. But Delax is different. He thinks that since the other party touched the venom on his body surface, then the other party must be poisoned. But it didn't affect him much. I thought you had some kind of power erupting now, but it turned out that there was no change at all. He originally had the power to be immune to some toxins. Instead, she looked at Ronan excitedly, waiting for his poisoned reaction. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. Delax at the moment was not worried at all and did not have any mentality changes because of the other party's ridicule. For other people, it is impossible to be like this. Use poison. Do you think it works? Ronan wasn't worried at all. Seeing this, Delax's expression darkened instantly. Sure enough, the voice said that the toxin should be developed by itself, which is indeed correct. He didn't continue to fight Ronan. Instead, he chose to retreat directly. Ronan at the moment was a little confused. What's the situation? If you beat yourself up, leave. Is there such a thing as good? Forget it, it's interesting he shouldn't have this kind of ability in the first place. Now it suddenly has. Is this made by the demon messenger of Midgard? Ronan, come with me to find out what happened. Hela directly prevented Ronan from preparing for revenge. Not only that, but she asked Ronan to follow her to see what happened. Thor and Frigg are fruit ability users. She missed the time when the other party changed. Now the time has come to see this strange change. Delax went to trouble Ronan. Qin Xiao is not idle here. Collector rushed to Qin Xiao's side excitedly. Mysterious Midgard people, what you just took out is called a devil fruit. Can he turn people into special abilities? I don't know, can I collect a few of these mysterious fruits? Collector directly asks for collection. Tiwan, wait a minute, I want to ask this mysterious person about his weight first. At this moment, Gamora pulled the collector away. She walked to Qin Xiao's side. Oh, what do you want to ask? Qin Xiao looked at Gamora, curious about what she wanted to ask. After the black dwarf next to Thanos went to attack the Earth last time, he also possessed a transformation ability. And this ability is almost the same as the ability bestowed by the devil fruit you mentioned. He was on Earth, did he just meet you? Gamora asked the question she'd always been curious about. You must know that Black Dwarf is not the strongest among the 4 generals of Obsidian, but his race and size make him far above average too. Even her Gamora may not be able to beat the opponent. But after Black Dwarf attacked the Earth last time, he came to the Titan star when he reappeared. It took them some time to get Black Dwarf back from the Titan. Black Dwarf told them that the other party used magic to send him to Titan. Since then, another famous official has been added to their list, a person who can give people a special ability. All of them had one of the missions they received. If possible, bring the place to Thanos' presence. This kind of person who can give others a special ability, Thanos wants to control in his own hands. Definitely, the premise is to control the other party. Gamora, you have already left Thanos. Why are you still concerned about this issue? Do you still want to go back to Thanos? When Nebula heard Gamora's words, she looked angry. This is the woman who has been winning herself since she was a child. The transformation of my own body was caused by the other party. Finally heard that Gamora betrayed Thanos and was caught. As a result, looking back, they escaped directly from prison. Even the other party sold something Thanos had always wanted to someone else. Her current allegiance is to Hela, the goddess of death. Now the other party actually went to ask about Thanos. This is simply inexcusable. Gamora glanced at Nebula, she shook her head helplessly. No, I'm not trying to go back to Thanos. You also know that Black Dwarf got the ability to change. Transforming on his original strength, his size and power became stronger. Such power made his strength even more terrifying. You have also betrayed Thanos now and will meet him one day. At that time, if you didn't have strong strength, why should you face him? What I want to do is gain the power to defeat Thanos. But under normal circumstances, it is no longer possible. Now it is possible to meet someone who empowers others. I wonder if I can have that kind of power too. Gamora looked at Nebula seriously. The improvement of strength is what she wants most. After that, she shifted her gaze to Qin Xiao. You can all match devil fruits. What? You all want to be fruit ability users. Qin Xiao's expression was calm. Fruit ability user. Is this what this kind of person is called? However, I want to know, what will it cost to become a fruit ability user? Gamora isn't as single-minded as Delax. With Delax's mind, she knew that Qin Xiao could easily fool the other party into doing anything. Even if Qin Xiao doesn't mention the deal, he can earn one back. But she, Gamora, doesn't want to work for someone else. Finally escaped from Thanos' grasp. Wouldn't it be a loss if you sacrificed your life for someone else? Is there a price? What can you pay? You are still fugitives yourself. But to say you can really help me do something. This time when we Earthlings come to space, we will bring back some more advanced spacecraft. You can be our spaceship trainer. In addition, maybe you don't need to contact my Lei at that time. Qin Xiao really gave 2 conditions. Tony asked everyone to drive the spaceship back, but none of them knew how to do it. It just so happens that someone has been wandering in space for a long time and they are reliable. Moreover, Gamora is Thanos' daughter. Maybe she can find Thanos. Contact Thanos, don't you know his terror? I won't take the initiative to contact him. Gamora gets emotional when she hears about contacting Thanos. Ask for flowers. Scary don't want to contact him. Oh, it seems that you are not needed. Maybe Hela, the goddess of death, will let Nebula contact each other in a while. Your role is to train and train other people's spaceship pilots. Qin Xiao thought of something in a blink of an eye. With Hela's character, it is estimated that he will find trouble with Thanos later. Just follow along and pick up the leaks. Just this. Gamora just couldn't believe it. Can this condition be changed at will? It's also too random. Otherwise, what else do you think? I asked Black Dwarf to bring me a letter and I could give him a devil fruit. I have the final say on what the fruit's ability is worth. Qin Xiao is very confident. All of this is up to you. Okay, I agree to your request. I don't know what kind of devil fruit I am suitable for. Gamora made her choice. Qin Xiao's body rippled again. In a blink of an eye, 2 fruits appeared in his hand. The devil fruits you can match are called sickle fruits and corrupt fruits. Their functions are respectively. He briefly talked about the role of sickle fruit and rotten fruit. Sickle fruit, corrosion fruit. Gamora was lost in thought. These 2 fruits seem a bit difficult to choose. With the sickle fruit, it's nearly impossible to injure Thanos, but corroding the fruit may not necessarily hurt the opponent. Moreover, it is obvious that corruption fruit is for melee combat. Melee with Thanos, isn't this courting death? Gamora, I suggest you choose the sickle fruit. According to the introduction of the mysterious person, the power to corrode the fruit should actually be very strong. If you develop it to the end, you might be able to develop a calendar area like the destruction of the sky. For example, the windblade tornado that the mysterious man just mentioned. Maybe you can develop a more powerful windblade tornado. That way, if it doesn't hurt Thanos, it can cause him some trouble. At this time, Nebula actually took the initiative to help Gamora make a choice. Moreover, it makes sense. Although I have always had animosity with Gamora, it was also for having a sister. Now that the other party can improve their strength, she also wants to help the other party come up with ideas. Scythe fruit. Then I will choose the sickle fruit. Gamora made her choice decisively. She took the devil fruit from Qin Xiao's hand and bit it down. Crack. Gulu tilde. Is there something wrong with Delax? He didn't show much when he ate, and I thought it wasn't as difficult as I imagined. But this taste is beyond my imagination. Gamora couldn't help complaining. Gamora, get out of the way, it's my turn. Gamora, get out of the way, it's my turn. Nebula at the moment drove Gamora away. She stood in front of Qin Xiao and looked at him expectantly. Oh, by the way, what kind of conditions do you need? Since Ronan and I have accepted Goddess Hela, maybe I can't agree to such a troublesome condition. Nebula did not forget Gamora to put forward the same conditions. Come back and contact Thanos, I happen to have some questions for him. Qin Xiao casually stated a condition. Originally, I wanted to wait until Hela came to ask, but I was worried that Hela would forget about it. So let this matter be done by yourself. Yes, he doesn't know our situation yet. I can report the results to him and you can see him. Nebula immediately agreed to Qin Xiao's request. There are mainly 3 fruits that you can match: Dowdo fruit, Rubik's Cube fruit, and magnetic fruit. The main effects of these 3 fruits are 283 Qin Xiao introduced the three fruits that Nebula matched, and briefly explained the reasons why the other party might match these three fruits. Dowdo fruit. Rubik's Cube fruit, magnetic fruit. Nebula is now also in deep thought. For the time being, she hadn't thought about what kind of fruit she could choose, but the abilities of these fruits are even more terrifying than Gamora's. Peanut fruit will give her a strong defense, or to put it another way, it is to allow her to have a stronger survivability. As a transformed machine, Nebula actually has a very powerful ability to survive. And even if something goes wrong with her, it can be restored directly by replacing parts. In a sense, her strength comes from the modification of her body. If it wasn't for maintaining her human form, she would even be able to add more powerful weapons to her body. So if Nebula is purely for firepower suppression, she can be quite scary. The current Dowdo fruit can turn her into a Dowdo. In this case, her strength may also become very amazing. And the Rubik's Cube fruit sounds like an unreasonable fruit. Ability to forcibly turn things into cubes. Such power is also almost outside the rules. I just don't know if this power will turn Thanos into a cube. But one thing, use this fruit to dismantle Thanos' Holy Place spaceship. It will definitely be very simple. If the cube is disassembled along the way, the entire Holy Place spaceship will definitely suffer. Moreover, with this fruit, he no longer has to worry about being besieged. Building a maze at will can make others untraceable. Even if it is blocked, she can use her fruit ability to easily open countless cubes on the wall. In a sense, this ability has both offense and defense. As for the magnetic fruit, theoretically speaking, this fruit will be very powerful, because there are so many things that can be controlled and influenced by magnetism. Magnetic force can also be transformed into other forces. Theoretically speaking, with this power you have a lot of power, but Xingyun thought about it and gave up this fruit first. Her body originally had a lot of circuitry and metal. She wasn't sure if eating the magnetic fruit would affect her original powers. This is her own idea. In fact, it is very rare for the fruit holder to affect herself. If she really chooses the magnetic fruit, maybe she can make a lot of changes. For example, his power may be replaced by converting magnetic force into electric power and so on. Even, she can use electricity etc. to convert to magnetic force to increase her strength. Anyway, she is a transformed person, and more energy sources can be installed in her body. But Xingyun didn't know, so she gave up the magnetic fruit directly. Next, you can only choose one of Dowdo fruit and Rubik's Cube fruit. Nebula thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. I want this fruit. She reached out and picked up one of the fruits, Rubik's Cube fruit. Why did you choose this fruit? Gamora saw Nebula make a choice. She asked in confusion. I don't care about the increased survivability of P's fruit. Because of you, my whole body has been transformed now. I have a mechanical body, so I won't be much weaker than P's. But this Rubik's Cube fruit is already a fruit that changes the physical state. Such power can provide me with more fighting power. Moreover, when I have the strength, I will fight with you. I don't believe it, I can't beat you. After Xingyun finished speaking, he bit the devil fruit. Crack. 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 Xingyun took one bite after another, not caring at all whether the devil fruit was unpalatable or not. Don't you feel it? Gamora has already felt the taste of devil fruit, but with Xingyun's appearance, it doesn't seem to be unpalatable at all. HMPH, thanks to Tony, I have been transformed. I can selectively cut off certain feelings. At this moment, I have lost my sense of taste. I can no longer feel the things that you find unpalatable. Xingyun gloated. She saw the other party eating the devil fruit. Knowing that this food is unpalatable, she doesn't have to feel that disgusting situation. For this alone, she has the qualifications to gloat. Xingyun swallowed the devil fruit in a few mouthfuls, and the strange feeling of ecstasy actually spread in her mechanical body. This kind of power is really astonishing. In a moment, she stretched her hand to the ground. Cube. Suddenly, the entire ground was turned into cubes one after another, piece after piece. Everyone near Xingyun looked at their feet in astonishment. Glowing lines spread continuously from Nebula's palm towards the surroundings. Wherever the light spreads, all the ground directly becomes a cube. Chinese letter tilde. Immediately afterwards, these cubes were suspended in the air under Nebula's control. Here, the power of the Rubik's Cube fruit seems to be stronger than what was introduced, right? Have all objects been dismembered into cubes? Is this a physical change? The point is, these cubes are actually able to levitate flight. You said this fruit can be effective on these objects. Will it be effective on living organisms? One person asks a question that terrifies the crowd. If the cubic fruit is also effective for living organisms, then wouldn't it be miserable for other people to encounter Nebula? This sister is too messy. Gamora looked at the attacking cube. She was also very angry. Nebula at the moment directly focused on Gamora at 5.8. Air cube. The suspended cube suddenly rushed towards Gamora. Whether it works or not, you will know if you try it. After Gamora finished speaking, she held the air with both hands. Call out. Because it is compressed, the air is as visible to the naked eye as Roger's blob fruit. Nebula, what are you doing? She said that she got the power of the fruit and wanted to fight the opponent. A mass of cubes compressed into air rushed straight towards Gamora. Xingyun, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Few tilde. Cube booster. This is no joke. All the cubes rushed towards Gamora with haste. What are you doing? I said that if I want to beat you, I must beat you. Xingyun, if you want to fight, I will fight with you. Gamora is not easy to provoke either. Since Xingyun wanted to fight, she would accompany him to a good fight. From childhood to adulthood, the two of them no longer know how many battles they have fought. Playing a game is now as normal as eating and drinking. Besides, after obtaining the fruit ability, the opponent can fight a battle to see how powerful it is. Seeing countless cubes rushing towards him, Gamora waved her hands constantly. The countless invisible air in front of her was compressed into a sickle like a sharp blade. With the sound of piercing through the air, these air blade sickles tear towards countless cubes. Catch tilde. Ding tilde. Crack tilde. The continuous air sickle and the cube controlled by the nebula collided violently. But then Gamora retreated abruptly and kept dodging. She saw a scene that shocked her. The air sickle just now cut through part of the nebula's cube. In particular, the nebula is a cube made of compressed air. The sudden collision of two streams of compressed air brought about a violent explosion. But Gamora soon discovered that her air scythe didn't destroy all the cubes. Many cube surfaces have been attacked. But they still kept their speed and rushed towards her. As a last resort, she can only choose to retreat and dodge. Gamora, now I feel more and more that I chose the right Rubik's Cube fruit. This fruit has the unreasonable physical division ability. Your air scythe can end up being pretty powerful. But for these substances, it is obvious that their destructive power is not enough to be effective. Among the cubes I control, there are some bone tissues of ancient gods. These things are very strong and have a strong defense. It's impossible for your air scythe to break them. As long as you can't break them, then you can't beat me. Nebula at the moment is extremely excited. She finally sees a chance to beat Gamora. In some respects, his own cubic fruit has reached a certain level of rule. It will cut other things into cubes without reason, just like now. There are many things in it that are the substances in the skulls of ancient gods. The ancient gods, even the dead, have endless ages. Their heads can also exist in the universe. This has fully proved the power of these substances. Not only that, due to the development of these bones and tissues, the Tiwin group again builds a wide range of metal floors. That is to say, these cubic substances manipulated by Nebula have celestial tissues and metals. This also makes them have a strong defense. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to damage them. The fruit of Gamora is just an air sickle after compressing the air. Although such power is also very powerful, it is obvious that the power of at the moment is not enough to destroy these cubes. At least for now, Gamora is likely to lose to Nebula. It's not that the opponent's strength is insufficient, but that the opponent's fruit ability is limited. Nebula's fruit rule makes her battle have a lot to do with the surrounding environment materials. The harder and more terrifying the material, the better the effect. The fruit of Gamora is different. Its basic ability is not as powerful as Nebula's fruit, because her ability didn't break certain rules like Rubik's Cube fruit. She can only do it if she constantly trains her strength. The first encounter between Gamora and Nebula ended with Gamora backing away and dodging. Gamora from at the moment looked at Nebula with a serious face. Perhaps I chose the wrong one. Corrosion fruit is more suitable for him. At least, as long as you use the corrosion fruit to get close to the opponent, you can directly turn the opponent into a pile of scrap iron. In terms of restraint, the fruit is the most restrained. Even the corruption fruit can play a big role in the face of Thanos. It was developed and corroded Thanos' battleship in minutes. What would Thanos do without his battleship? But in a blink of an eye, she threw this idea out of her mind. Now I have chosen the sickle fruit, so I have to develop the almanac of this fruit. She kept dodging and finally escaped Nebula's first attack. Shua tilde. Shua tilde. Shua tilde. This time, Carla took the initiative to attack. His hands are constantly flapping like the wings of a bee. The entire hands even seem to have an afterimage. Endless tearing air sounds emanated from in front of her. It was even so strong that everyone looked at that place and already had shapeshifting. That is the phenomenon of refraction of light after air is compressed. The scope of this shapeshifting becomes more and more terrifying with the opponent's waving hands. Even the others at the moment who had been away from the two had to stay away again. Tilde. 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 The violent air sickle not only cut through the air, it also crossed the ground here. On the ground, a layer had just been scratched by Nebula's Rubik's Cube fruit. At this moment, scratches began to appear one after another. These scratches are light, but it means that Gamora's attack range has been extended to these places. Nebula saw the air ahead become distorted. She reached for the ground again. Cubeka. Where she touched, countless horizontal and vertical lights flashed. Quang tilde. This time, it was more terrifying than last time. A cube of one is constantly superimposed in front of Nebula. These cubes directly resist Gamora's Windblade sickle. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. Ding tilde. As if hitting metal, countless crisp sounds resounded in this space. Cube booster. Nebula let out a soft drink. The countless magic cubes in front of her rushed towards each other again. Unable to stop the cube's attack, Gamora had to flee again. Xingyun, you win. Gamora's voice came as he stepped back. She admit defeat. No way, Nebula at the moment is indeed stronger than her. All of this comes from the power of fruit. Nebula's fruit, in a sense, restrained her too much. You admit defeat. Nebula heard that Gamora had conceded, and she suddenly found that she seemed to be very empty. It seems that there is nothing exciting about winning Gamora. I really don't know why I have persisted all these years. Did you hear that just now? That woman's name is Gamora. Notorious Gamora. I heard it, but she actually lost. It turns out that the generals under Thanos are nothing more than that. HMPH, I want to seek revenge from her. Back then my planet had her masterpiece. Gamora's name has a powerful reputation in the universe. All this because of Thanos. After Gamora finished speaking, her hands fluttered again and again. At the moment seeing her lose, many people who had suffered before began to move around. Do you think that I lost to Xingyun to give you a chance? Tilde. Gamora looked at the surrounding crowd and sounded a reminder. In a blink of an eye, this group of people fell to the ground directly. Tilde. Blood was pouring from all those surrounding Gamora. In the place of nothingness, Gamora's name is also very famous. A group of people gradually surrounded Gamora. Countless wind blade sickles cut through the void directly. It's as if Gamora was targeted by everyone when she went to prison. Revenge, if you have the ability, come find me. He destroyed too many races and brought disaster to too many races. Among them, the 2 daughters of Thanos and the 4 generals of Obsidian are well known. I advise you not to do stupid things. Stupid thing, we're just taking revenge. Do you think that I lost to Xingyun to give you a chance? Gamora's disdainful voice sounded. Although she lost to Xingyun, it doesn't mean that her strength has been affected in any way. In fact, not only was her strength not affected, now her strength is even more astonishing than before. The previous Gamora, if only a melee, so now Gamora is a master with long-range attack ability. If it is said that it may be a little difficult to fight against so many people. Dealing with these people is simply not too easy now, and she originally didn't want to fight with each other. This time the attack can be regarded as restraining a large part of its power, or rely on the air sickle that can cause damage to the head of the god. These people might be cut in half by her. This is the terrifying power that her fruit can cause. It's just that he was restrained by Nebula. Because of Gamora's sudden attack, everyone knew that she was still that horrible murderer. If it is because she seems to have lost to Xingyun now, I think she is easy to bully, that is simply courting death. All this made the collector who was watching on the side feel more jealous. He was more and more curious about Qin Xiao's fruit that could instantly transform a person into a superpower. The next thing to do is to get a devil fruit from Qin Xiao no matter what and collect it. Again, everything here makes everyone else feel horrified and jealous. Countless people also want to change from an ordinary person to an ability. Maybe there was no chance before, but now it seems that all that needs to be done is to promise Qin Xiao one thing. As long as you agree to the other party, you can provide a mysterious fruit, allowing others to have great power. Whoa, I'm amazed at what's going on. What fruit ability have you all become? But have you forgotten one thing? Tiwin, are you going to pay us now? But don't forget, we are here to sell things. 4 billion. The cosmic spirit ball they sold was worth 4 billion. At the moment, he didn't even dare to say this number, because that's sure to get the attention of those outlaws here. If one fails, they will be in trouble. Rocket Raccoon waited so long watching what happened before his eyes. Watching these people easily possess various abilities. As for himself, he became like this after being subjected to countless experiments. This naturally reminded him of the bad past. Therefore, watching the people's constant communication and transaction, he really couldn't help it. He can't wait to get out of here now. He and Groot are just bounty hunters in the universe. All they have to do is make money. The reason why they came to the Void with Xingqiu Gamera this time is to sell the Universe Spirit Ball. Now the Cosmic Spirit Ball has been taken away by Hela. All he wanted to do, of course, was to get his due money back. Rocket Raccoon, don't you think it's amazing right now? Both Gamora and Delax that we came with have special abilities. Don't you want to have it? At this moment, Xingqiu interrupted. Looking at Delax and Gamora, who suddenly became powerful, and even Nebula now, he looked expectant and envious. What Xingqiu wants is to become a person with a special ability like them. Because as a person with a special ability, he will be much stronger than ordinary people. And in this dangerous universe, strength is everything. Plus this time, he quietly evaded his adoptive father and sold the Cosmic Spirit Orb. This was originally very dangerous for him. Even if he got the money at that time, he would still face the constant pursuit of predators. In the face of hunting, if he can have the power of any one of Delax, Gamora, and Star-Lord just now, he will be much safer. You know, the sentry arrows of the adoptive father Yondu are not easy to deal with. But if you have the fruit ability, at least Star-Lord will be much faster at cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers. The power of Gamora's sickle fruit to clear up miscellaneous soldiers is not too simple. And Nebula's Rubik's Cube fruit is very powerful in all aspects. Attack, defense, maze, delay time. As for Delax's power, it's too abnormal. If he was covered in poison, none of Yondu's subordinates would think about getting close to him. And he's not a dead brainer like Delax. With the power of the poisonous fruit, he will have too many opportunities to put these venoms on others. He was looking forward to it, but Rocket Raccoon interrupted. This made him very unhappy. When Rocket Raccoon heard what Xingqiu said, he was also unhappy. Whoa, Quill, do you think you can offer something to trade with the other party? Moreover, why do you think that you can also become a special fruit ability person? Rocket Raccoon looked unhappy. All he wanted was to leave. Everything in front of him reminded him of unhappy things. Why is it so difficult? Actually, you can really become fruit ability holders. Qin Xiao at the moment took the initiative to speak. The few people in the Guardians of Galaxy are all the opposite of his fooling. Tilde. Rocket Foreign Aid feels he is going crazy. He just wanted to leave here. Why does it feel like everyone is against him? I wanted to say a few words of Xingqiu's words, but was rounded up by this mysterious man. Really, we can also match the mysterious fruit you mentioned, so what fruit can I not match? Xingqiu asked Qin Xiao excitedly and anxiously. The devil fruit you can match is called the musical instrument fruit, and it can turn your body into any musical instrument. Eat this kind of fruit. In fact, you can play music freely without the Walkman on your waist. And this fruit also has a strong offensive power. Qin Xiao briefly introduced the ability of musical instrument fruit. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the ability of this fruit. Eating the fruit can actually transform into a musical instrument, and it is a variety of musical instruments. Playing music with the fruit instrument that you have transformed, is it still offensive? The music played by instruments can be aggressive, which is easy for everyone to understand. It's like a sonic attack, because the music of musical instruments Zhao Wangao is also a kind of sound wave. But the fruit's attack method is really a little unacceptable. Are you sure this fruit is not for that kind of musical instrument master? With an ability like Xingqiu, can someone who sings out of tune and dances all the time use this fruit? Many people couldn't help but smile when they heard this name. In fact, some people can't help it. Ha 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 ha, I laugh so hard. Musical instrument fruit. Quill, you take your Walkman to listen to music every day and now let you play it yourself, will you? Rocket Raccoon at the moment looked at Star-Lord with great excitement. It doesn't seem to have left, which is actually not bad. At least it is possible to see such a happy fruit change. In particular, this fruit is given to people like Quill who can never leave his body with music. Don't you like listening to music? Now let yourself play and see what you do. Qi at the moment also looked confused. I only have this one fruit, can I eat it? Is this the only fruit I can eat? Xingqiu asked this unwilling question. That's right, you only have this one fruit that you can eat now, and do you have any prejudice against this fruit? The ability of this fruit is very powerful. Whether it is a slash or an explosive attack, it can be realized. After all, Apu is really proficient in playing with this fruit. Even a general like Huang Yuan suffered a loss in his hands and was cut off by him. You must know that there are very few people who can hurt the yellow ape. As a supernova, Apu's power and the power of this fruit are actually very strong. And in fact, the attack concealment of this fruit is also very astonishing. If it is in a crowded place, once this fruit is powerful, it is simply an AoE attack. This is very similar to Gamora's sickle fruit. The Gamora's is air-cut, and the fruit of the instrument is sonic. Moreover, Gamora only has the effect of slashing, and the fruit of the musical instrument will also have an explosion effect in addition to slashing. If this fruit is used for assassination, it is also very powerful. When you are eating in a restaurant with melodious music playing, maybe there will be a sound wave directly attacking you. After all, who wants to guard against music? Listening to Qin Xiao's narration, Xingju's eyes gradually brightened. It seems like it really makes sense. I don't know what I need to pay if I want to eat this fruit. I have my own spaceship, and I can also be a spaceship trainer for you. 787. And do you know you are from the Earth, and my hometown is also the Earth? So in a way, we are really one-place people. Under such circumstances, I don't know if there are any favorable conditions. Xingju raised this question very shamelessly. No discount, I have new conditions for you. Qin Xiao had already thought about what kind of transaction conditions he would propose to Xingju. When Xingju heard this, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. What kind of conditions? Xingju asked anxiously. When your father finds you, I need you to tell me immediately. Qin Xiao put forward his opinion. My father Yandu, he is a predator, what do you want him for? And after today, I will keep avoiding him, and I won't think about seeing him again. Xingju was very curious why Qin Xiao would ask this question. No, I'm not talking about Yandu, but your biological father. Qin Xiao directly told Xingju an unbelievable news. Own biological father, but I don't even know who my real father is. Could it be that the mysterious man across the street knew? Do you know who my real father is? Star-Lord finally asked the question. This matter is not important now. What is important is that if you want this fruit, then you must agree to my conditions. When your biological father finds you, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Qin Xiao has no room to change this request. Star-Lord's father Yi is too perverted. If we talk about the original plot, Star-Lord and the others might still be able to stop Ego's plan. So now that the plot has been changed, Egg may be invincible. What if one day Star-Lord was found by Ego while wandering in the universe? And at that time, no one else knew, then in the end thousands of survivable planets would be assimilated by Yi. Such an approach could be more terrifying than Thanos killing half of life. No matter how Thanos destroys life, at least half of life will survive. But if he met Egg, it would be over. Even Qin Xiao now wonders if those planets that Heimdall can't see were swallowed up by Ego. Because of this ability to make the planet die, Yi is indeed one of them. He spent hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years constantly leaving his seeds among the planets. Although he wants to find another person who has the power of a god like him, to accompany him to share the divine power needed for assimilation, but if he doesn't want to assimilate all the planets at once, instead, it was changed to assimilate planets one by one. So can he do it alone? It's as if there are planets that are constantly dying out in the entire universe right now. Could this be Egg carrying out his plan? Not even Heimdall knew about it. He couldn't see all that, and now he couldn't even know where Egg was. It's as if Egg originally existed in a universe with only EDB, his living planet. To get there, I don't know how many space jumps I have to go through. This still requires a goal to find. So when he saw Xingju, he already had this idea. It doesn't matter if Yi doesn't come out to look for Xingju, as long as he comes out, then Qin Xiao wants to see what the other party is doing. But now there is a biggest trouble. Star-Lord's reputation cannot be spread in the universe at all. It's not like Star-Lord's terrifying reputation for killing Ronan with a power gem in his hand. Now in the void, once today's events pass, everyone will know Hela's existence. Because even someone as powerful as Ronan has surrendered to Hela. In the future, there will be countless information about Hela constantly circulating in the universe. Those empires or organizations with long civilizations are fine. Surely they could find out all about Hela, the goddess of death. But those organizations that have existed for only 1,000 years or even hundreds of years or decades will fall into endless surprises and fearful speculations. Because they will not know what Hela, the goddess of death, represents. The fame of Hela, the goddess of death, will completely overwhelm Star-Lord. Then in the end, Egg might not necessarily be able to find Star-Lord. But without Star-Lord, no one knows what Egg will do in the end. It can even be said that the Earth is also good, and the other thousands of living planets in the Milky Way are also good. The biggest crisis they encountered was actually not Thanos but Ego. At least half of Thanos' men would survive, but Egg's men left only assimilated planets. No life, and if Thanos' offense is anything to go by. At least that was the war-induced extermination plan, then Egg was an unprepared sneak attack. No one knows exactly where Egg buried his seeds, and no one knows when these seeds will germinate. The day it sprouts is when the planet is assimilated by Yi. When Xingju heard Qin Xiao's request for a deal, he fell into deep thought. All of this didn't seem to have much impact on him. Anyway, when I really meet my biological father, maybe I don't know what to do. At that time, there will be an outsider there, maybe the scene will not be so embarrassing. Okay, I agree with your condition, can I eat the fruit? Star-Lord has made his choice. A devil fruit also appeared in Qin Xiao's hand, musical instrument fruit. Xingju grabbed it and ate the fruit in 2 bites. Unpalatable, this is his first feeling, but immediately after he felt a force changing his body. It's as if, as long as he wants, his body can become the musical instrument he wants. Then, he thought of a question. By the way, is this Walkman a musical instrument? By the way, is this Walkman a musical instrument? Xingju's mind became a little unconscious after getting the fruit of the musical instrument. He actually had the illusion that the Walkman was a musical instrument. Not only that, he also really tried to turn his body into a Walkman. Unfortunately, this thing, it's a musical instrument. This time, Xingju seemed a little unhappy. He ran aside alone to study the fruit ability he got. Only Collector, Rocket Raccoon, and Groot remained beside Qin Xiao. Everyone else stayed away from Qin Xiao's group. Because many people here belong to the Tuan group, that is to say, they are all under the Collector. Seeing that their boss is here, it is naturally impossible for them to join in the middle. I'm Groot, Rocket Raccoon, I also want to see if that thing is delicious. At this moment, Groot actually took the initiative to speak. As a treat, he really wanted to know if any of Qin Xiao's devil fruits could be suitable for his treat to use. Groot, are you crazy? You don't know if those things have side effects, but you just want to eat one. And let's not forget what the main goal of our visit is to do. We're here to sell cosmic spirit balls. Now that the universe spirit ball is sold, we can take the money and leave. Don't get involved in this nonsense. And look, here's a mess. Ronin's reputation is not unknown to you. Now there is nothing scarier than Ronin. If we don't leave now, when will we wait? The Rockets couldn't help changing the ball and they slapped Groot a few more words. He is afraid. They are the most aware of the dangers in the universe. It's okay to participate blindly, and it's easy to kill yourself. I'm Groot, everyone else can eat it, why can't we? And I'm just trying, maybe he hasn't been able to give me something to eat. Clearly, Groot is not one to give up easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trouble getting through Xandar and Kishui. Groot, don't want those things, and you can clearly see that he wants to trade. What are you trading for him? Rocket Raccoon wants to convince Groot in another way. This is for trading, what do you have for trading? I'm Groot, I can give him some of my money, I don't know what to do with it anyway. Groot found the deal in an instant, I can give money myself. He really didn't know what to do with money. Is it possible to buy fertilizer for yourself? It's just that as a bounty hunter, he habitually wants to collect money. Otherwise, it will appear that you are not formal. Give money. If you don't want money, then don't share that share. The 3 of us share more than the 4 of us. Now that you have divided the money, do you still want to just give it away? Rocket Raccoon thinks he's going crazy. Groot, why are you so unreliable? Rocket Raccoon, why don't you want to hear what kind of fruit Groot can match before making a decision? At this moment, Collector took the initiative to speak. Collector is actually very interested in whether Groot can match the devil fruit. As a collector, he will be happier with more cases before his eyes, because it would allow him to evaluate how valuable this devil fruit is. That's why he took the initiative to persuade Rocket Raccoon to let Groot see what fruit he matched. When Rocket Raccoon heard what Collector said, he felt like he was going crazy. Why did you fall in love with this devil fruit? He doesn't always feel good about this. I'm Groot, you just ask around, maybe I can't match. Drew said seriously for a year. Rocket Raccoon had no choice but to look at Qin Xiao. I don't know if there is a devil fruit that can match Groot, it is this treat. Rocket doesn't say he wants to trade first, he just asks if there is a matching devil fruit. This is also his little selfishness. There are matching fruits and then we will talk about the conditions slowly. If not, that's for the best. Groot really has a matching devil and the fruit is called the lush fruit, but the power of this fruit overlaps somewhat with his own ability. In other words, this was originally his own strength strengthening. The lush fruit can control all plants within a certain range around it. It also allows them to grow quickly, or let these plants do things according to their own consciousness. With such an ability, Groot should be able to do it originally. So I don't know if Groot has the intention to eat this fruit. Qin Xiao truthfully told the devil fruit that Groot matched. The lush fruit is no better than several other similar devil fruits, such as Thor's thunder fruit or Thunderbolt's burning fruit. 0. Asking for flowers. Anyway, Thor's thunder fruit but Thunderbolt's burning fruit also has elemental power. In a sense, this is a strengthening for them. However, Qin Xiao didn't even think about the strengthening of Groot's flourishing fruit. Groot's own power seems to be stronger than the lush fruit. The only difference is that Groot's control and influence on the plants around him is not shown in the movie. If you want to say that it has improved Groot, then maybe this is the only thing you can say. I'm Groot, could this fruit be fake? Otherwise, why would it be so similar to my ability? Groot asked his question. He is not stupid himself. Even to some extent, he is very smart. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, he immediately suspected that the other party's fruit was fake. The reason why the other party said that was precisely because he wanted to use the same power to fool himself. If I eat this fruit, the power I use afterwards will still be my own. At that time, there is no place to find the other party to reason. How can I prove that my strength is not possessed by eating the fruit? Rocket Raccoon hears Groot's questioning. He looked excited at the moment. That's right, it's fake. It's not fake and it's fake. Even Qin Xiao encountered such a thing for the first time. What you say makes sense, but it doesn't matter. Collector at the moment is also somewhat helpless. It just so happens that the Rocket Raccoon next to you is the #1 target. Qin Xiao changed the subject in the blink of an eye. Rocket Raccoon directly asked Collector to continue to complete the transaction. People in the past questioned their identity at most, and questioned whether they could provide such fruits. Even he has never encountered such a situation where the result of questioning is false. Questioning this thing is definitely going to be dismissed. Timon, hurry up, we're done trading and leaving. In fact, besides you, Rocket Raccoon can also have a matching devil fruit. What are you talking about? And this doubt seems to be justified. After the verification on him is successful, you should consider whether to eat it. If you really don't believe it, you can let Rocket Raccoon eat one first. Groot, I think you are right about this. It's not like we don't want to trade this kind of fake stuff. It's not bad to use as a test object. After all, this is someone else's question. What did you say? Rocket Raccoon thinks he's really going crazy. When did you say you wanted to eat a devil fruit? From the beginning to the end, I expressed my dislike of devil fruit, okay. Why did you feed Groot and try it yourself? Such a thing is unacceptable. I'm Groot. It seems that what the other party said makes sense. You can try to see if you can become a fruit ability user. If you can identify the fruit ability person, maybe what he said is actually true. At that time, I will eat the devil fruit, he said. Groot said to Rocket Raccoon very seriously. KR. Rocket Raccoon is nearly driven mad by Groot. This breath was directly held in his chest, and he couldn't let it out. Rocket Raccoon, don't you think you can first see what devil fruit you are suitable for? In fact, I think your devil fruit may have unexpected effects. Maybe 173, you will fall in love with this devil fruit yourself. Qin Xiao strikes while the iron is hot. My devil fruit. Then tell me, what kind of devil fruit am I suitable for? Rocket Raccoon spoke helplessly. In fact, the devil fruit you match is called the animal-type human fruit. The power of this fruit is similar to what you were tested on. Your experiments gave you your current wisdom and ability. And the fruit of everyone you match also allows you to have the wisdom and ability of human beings. Even to some extent, your wisdom surpasses that of human beings. The power of this fruit is much better than your experiment, except that it is unpalatable. At least not subjecting your body to that endless torment. Definitely, it is superfluous to say these things now. After all, you have been transformed. But this fruit can allow you to have more forms. All this requires your own development and research. Qin Xiao simply explained to everyone the function of the animal-human fruit. Rocket Raccoon became even more angry when he heard these words. This is literally rubbing salt in his wounds. It's not that he wants to become what he is now, but after countless experiments by others, he has become what he is now. He suffered pain and torment that no one else could comprehend, even if they knew. After all, for others, it's just an experiment on an animal. Is there such a thing in the entire human society? As a result, Qin Xiao told him that a devil fruit can do such a thing. It was just heartbreaking for him. How do you prove that what you say is true? Your fruit says to let animals have wisdom, but I already have wisdom now. What you are saying now is the same as the lush fruit that matched Groot. There is nothing special about it at all. I can also assume that what you say is false because you are tricking me with an ability that I already have. Rocket Raccoon retorted. As I said, you're in much better shape than Groot. Your fruit can make you have more and more powerful power. These powers will be ones you have not experienced before. Specifically, you will know when you eat it yourself. At that time, you will know whether I have deceived you or not. Besides, if what I said is false, at most the transaction will not be established, so what are you worried about? Qin Xiao still has a lot of confidence in this point. After all, Chopper has developed the fruit of everyone into many states. Although he used some blue wave ball to stimulate his body. This thing was given to Rocket Raccoon, and he can naturally find things that can stimulate him in this cosmic world. Chopper has been able to master some transformations normally without using the blue wave ball to stimulate him. Even in a monster state, it only needs a blue wave ball to stimulate it. It can also keep its value and keep calm and not run away. This is originally the fruit, the effect after development. The only thing I don't know is what kind of power Rocket Raccoon can develop after eating the human fruit. But at least one thing is, with Chopper's development prospects, you have the confidence to let Rocket Raccoon develop more abilities. Rocket Raccoon was a little unsure when he heard such an affirmative answer from you. Does calling a devil fruit really make him stronger? But this thing doesn't seem to be useful after all, I don't need it. I was originally forced by Groot. From the beginning to the end, I never thought about eating a devil fruit. How did it turn out that I had to eat this devil fruit to prove it? I'm totally wrong about this. I'm Groot, Rocket Raccoon, why don't you eat one? Drew spoke again at this critical moment. Groot has a smart brain, but sometimes he seems a little stubborn. So when learned that Rocket Raccoon can match a devil fruit, he was constantly egging and urging the Rockets to give it a try. Okay, I'll try. Rocket Raccoon is really forced to do nothing. You want me to eat a devil fruit, what do you want to trade? Rocket now wonders what Qin Xiao wants to trade next. What? I heard that you are the best pilot in the universe, at least better than Star-Lord Quill and the others. So I wonder if the spaceship pilots you train are the best in the universe. Qin Xiao dug a hole at this moment. Member Rocket took a look at Xingju. Then definitely I was built to fly a spaceship. You still have vision and know that I am the best. Just based on your words, I can train you a team of skilled spaceship pilots. Rocket Raccoon was directly aroused by the two sentences. Although he is just a modified raccoon, but he felt he would be stronger than everyone else. This is his pride and self-confidence. That's good, our deal is concluded. You help me train the best pilot in the universe. I will give you this devil fruit. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a ripple appeared on the surface of his body. A devil fruit appeared on his body. Zoology. Human fruit. Rocket Raccoon took the devil fruit and bit it down. Rocket Raccoon closed his eyes slightly, feeling the energy of the devil fruit flowing in his body. The speed of the whole raccoon is amazing. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly rushed around. But today he finally knew that the simple taste of 5.2 would leave more psychological shadows than those things. Then his body changed slightly. Originally, the potion was unpalatable, and coupled with his fear, it left a deep shadow in his heart. Awatilda, this stuff is worse than the medicine I was given by the lab. Rocket Raccoon makes a quick comparison. I'm Groot, your speed is much faster than before, is this from the power of the fruit? He really didn't expect the unpalatable level of the devil fruit to reach this level. Rocket Raccoon stopped in front of everyone again. Groot is very familiar with Rocket Raccoon, so he knows the normal speed of Rocket Raccoon. To know those medicines in the laboratory is the deepest fear in his heart. What Groot cares about is not the taste, but whether the fruit has any effect. This thing seems to have a little effect. I'm Groot, did you feel the change after eating this fruit? It's clear that at the moment's Rocket Raccoon is way above and beyond. His at the moment in Rocket Raccoon's state seems to be a little bigger. This thing seems to have some effect. Rocket Raccoon at the moment also has to admit that this human fruit has an effect. In fact, the strengthening that he tested just now was just one of the strengths he felt. Speed strengthening and physical strengthening. However, the power that the fruit of everyone can display is not limited to these two strengthenings. There is still a lot of power that cannot be displayed. Like his brain is now clearer. Although he was originally turned into a human form and possessed a strong intelligence, he even learned a lot of human technology. But he doesn't have a deep sense of the emotions that humans have. He even has many situations where he doesn't understand why humans do that. For example, why does a child need to be held by an adult? For animals, don't they need to gradually start to stand on their own after they are born? He can't even tell the difference between being serious or joking when he speaks. But now he felt he could feel human beings with human emotions. This is the other biggest change for him. I'm Groot, can I eat fruit now? Groot spoke again. This time he was asking Rocket Raccoon if he could eat the lush fruit that Qin Xiao said. Eat, just remember your own transaction. Rocket Raccoon doesn't stop now either, so be it, what the hell. I'm Groot, I want to eat the lush fruit you said, and use the bounty I got. Groot speaks again and Rocket translates what he said. Another ripple flashed across Qin Xiao's body, a devil fruit appeared in his hand, lush fruit. Groot stretched out his twig-like fingers and took the lush fruit in his hand. Then he put the devil fruit in his mouth. It was the first time Qin Xiao saw the tree man eating. Groot put the devil fruit into his mouth, and the tight neck seemed to suddenly grow bigger. Gulu tilde. The whole devil fruit was directly swallowed by him. There is no chewing process at all. Have you tasted the fruit? Xingju happened to see this scene, and he asked with a look of astonishment. I'm Groot, I've seen your food taste so bad, why should I taste it? Why chew when I can just swallow it? Groot's words were translated by Rocket Raccoon to everyone. When everyone heard this, they all had unbelievable expressions for a year. You are right, we are speechless. The point is, you still have such an ability. Sure enough, different races have different abilities. Did the devil fruit you ate affect you? Rocket Raccoon at the moment asked Groot instead. He himself didn't really believe in these devil fruits, but when he ate the devil fruit, he found that it did affect him. What he wants to know now is whether this devil fruit of Groot also affects Groot. I'm Groot, just try it. After finishing speaking, Groot glanced at the tuft of grass in the distance. In the eyes of everyone, the tuft of grass grew a lot taller again in a blink of an eye. And this tuft of grass is constantly twisting and circling. It is obvious that it is affected by external forces. But whether this is Groot's original ability or the ability of him eating a devil fruit, no one knows for the time being. I'm Groot, this fruit is really useful. You can get my share from the collector directly. Groot made his judgment. Well, since it works, let's complete the transaction and end this matter. Rocket Raccoon agrees directly with Groot. At this time, Collector also wanted to come together to find Qin Xiao. Everyone else gets a special ability. He observed the few fruits Qin Xiao handed over. He himself thinks that the strongest ability is the Rubik's Cube fruit. Ability to make physical changes to any object. This change has even reached the level of a rule. Even the head tissue of the gods can be cut into cubes at will, and all of these cutting changes are completed in an instant. This kind of power, ordinary non-support can do it. That's why he felt that this was a power that reached the rules. After that, the more amazing thing is the musical instrument fruit of Xingju. Being able to change the body at will is also a kind of magical power. But because Xingju didn't show too much, he couldn't make more judgments. The remaining sickle fruit and poisonous fruit are also very powerful though, but such power technology can do it. Instead, he felt nothing strange. As for the fruit of everyone and the fruit of prosperity after that, he couldn't see anything special about it. However, this did not affect his strong interest in the devil fruit that Qin Sheng could produce. He figured it out, the devil fruit that Qin Xiao took out seemed to be related to people. He is curious now whether he can also match the devil fruit. Mysterious man, I don't know, can I also match a devil fruit? Collector looked at Qin Xiao excitedly. Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to Collector. Definitely, you definitely can match devil fruits. Then what kind of devil fruit can I match? Collector hears that he can match, he was very excited. All he wants is to collect this fruit. He has no interest in eating it. He lived countless years, quiet to too many things. There are countless things more magical than devil fruit. It is impossible for him to eat this fruit for a certain ability. But it's a good choice to put it in your own collection room for collection. The one you can match is called the fortress fruit. This fruit can turn your body into a space like a castle. Inside this castle, anything can be stored. Even life forms can be stored. These things can be made bigger or smaller according to your wishes, so as to decide whether to take things in or let them out. Moreover, you can also carry out armed transformation on the castle. As for what it can be transformed into, all 220 depends on your development. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the ability of this strong city fruit, and the collector heard the power of this fruit. His eyes brightened. Excited, he at the moment, extremely excited. For the fruit of the strong city, he doesn't value the transformation of any weapons. What he values is the internal space of this fruit. You can put anything in it. This is what he fancy. If he eats this fruit, does it mean that he can put countless collections into this castle? Once these collections entered this castle, they would become extremely safe, because these collections are equivalent to entering his body. He had been worried that many collections were damaged or lost by others. If there is the ability of this fruit, how could it be damaged and lost? And in case one day you need to transfer your collection all at once. He also doesn't need a spaceship for the transfer. He needs, just leave by yourself. I agreed not to eat it, but Collector at the moment was moved. He clenched his fists tightly, very entangled in whether to complete the deal with Qin Xiao. Because he was worried that if he really completed the transaction, he would not be able to resist eating it one day. Once I eat it, will I lose my eternal life? Moreover, after eating it, wouldn't I lose this collection? Extremely tangled. Do devil fruits affect lifespan? Does devil fruit affect lifespan? Collector asked with some hesitation. For him, this is the most important thing. If it would affect his lifespan, he would definitely not choose to collect this devil fruit. That would be too dangerous. For him, the impact on lifespan definitely exceeded his psychological expectations. There are fruits that affect lifespan in the devil fruit, but at least this fruit does not appear to affect lifespan. Qin Xiao simply explained that this strong city fruit will not affect lifespan. Collector finally felt relieved after hearing the words. He could tell that Qin Xiao wasn't lying. Then I don't know, what will I have to pay if I want to trade this devil fruit? Collector asks her questions. He has already made a decision to trade this fruit. What do you think this fruit is worth to you? Qin Xiao pushed the question back. He also wants to see what else is good in Collector. I heard just now that you plan to take some spaceships back, and I have a lot of these things here. When the time comes, how about I sponsor some spaceships of various forms for you? Collector has a powerful intelligence network, and he knows what these Earthlings are doing during this time. He also knows the strength of these Earthlings and what they will do if they are in a hurry. At that time, for these things, maybe they will come here to snatch some spaceship users. Instead of waiting for them to snatch it, it is better to take the initiative to send him. It can be used as a trading item. Hearing this news, Qin Xiao had to admire Collector. These things are nothing to Collector. But using this to make a deal is indeed what Qin Xiao and the others are most anxious about now. Having these spaceships can save a few things when the time comes. It can also save the possibility of conflicts with the Collector at that time. Okay, this transaction is also established. Qin Xiao agreed to the transaction request. Please take the devil fruit to my collection hall, I want to collect it. Collector wants Qin Xiao to take the devil fruit to his collection hall because he wants to collect it. Qin Xiao frowned when he heard this. Collect this thing. If you only use it to collect yourself, you will not get any benefits. But he thought about it later anyway. There are so many devil fruit abilities now, this one is not bad. Besides, maybe the Collector will still eat it later. No problem, you can go to your collection hall, but there is something to tell you in advance. This devil fruit is matched according to your situation, so only you can use this devil fruit and no one else can use it. It doesn't matter if you use it for collection, but if you want to use it for trading, it has no effect. Qin Xiao mentally prepared Collector in advance. Can't trade. That's why. Collector also at the moment also understands why each person's matching fruit is different. This is truly bespoke. Collector took Qin Xiao to his collection hall. The people who were watching the excitement at one side dispersed as they should, while the other group followed the favorites into his hall, such as Hela and Ronan and Nebula Gamera et al. Even Tony and others who were fighting Ronan's army outside, at the moment, also followed back to the Collector's hall. Because they also know that since the fighting cannot continue, the next step is to negotiate. They need to understand such things, because only in this way can they know the future development direction of the Earth and the direction of defense. Coming to the Collector Hall, Qin Xiao and Collector completed the deal. Tony was also a little surprised to learn that the Collector would provide them with the spaceship they needed. After reading the original plan to grab it hard, you can give up. After all the transactions were completed, Hela walked to Qin Xiao's side with enchanting steps. I heard you made a deal with Nebula to meet Thanos. Hela naturally knew about the deal between Xing Yun and Qin Xiao. Yes, and you also know that Thanos is collecting infinite gems. His goals conflict with what you are doing now. There might be a fight between the two of you, I don't care about these things. However, he has been constantly slaughtering the creatures of one planet after another in the universe, constantly crisscrossing the universe. I wonder if he understands what's going on in the universe right now. So meeting Thanos is very necessary. Qin Xiao briefly explained the reason why he wanted to meet Thanos. It makes sense, I just want to see him too, maybe it will be troublesome to find him this time. As a more formidable opponent than Ronan the Accuser, I want him to submit to my subordinates. Hela's ambition is beyond everyone's imagination. She didn't think it was enough just to subdue Ronan, she also wanted to subdue Thanos. But how could Thanos subdue her? There is bound to be a big fight between the two, but Qin Xiao didn't care at all. It doesn't matter if you two fight if you want. All he wants to know is the reason for the death of the universe. If you don't understand this point, if something goes wrong with the Earth, where will Qin Xiao live? And not only the Earth but also many living planets. If these planets are all extinct, wouldn't it be useless for Qin Xiao to travel over with great difficulty and possess the current strength? How powerful he is now, he himself is actually not very clear, because he hasn't shot for a long time. However, he probably has a guess in his heart about the level of combat effectiveness. Power alone can crush the Abomination, Hulk, Thor, and others. Then he has the self-healing ability of both Wolverine and Sabretooth. In other words, it is very difficult for him to die. He also has the elemental ability and speed of the Thunder Fruit. It means that he is almost the leader in the field of speed. The most important thing is that he still has the Momo fruit, which means that according to the current situation, he can even reach dozens of times the speed of light. This is the result of the joint development of Thunder fruit and Momo fruit. Xingyun, do you have anything to report? A projection appeared in front of everyone. The whole person looks dignified. The whole face was purple and the jaw was wrinkled. There are still a few scars on the face. The projection was shaking constantly, and after a while a face appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps the only question is how long the energy in his body or the physical strength can last. Qin Xiao, in terms of staying power, this is indeed a relatively big problem. Hela calls the shots. Nebula contact Thanos. Just this point, not many people in the entire universe can achieve it. Tiger. Nebula glanced at Ronan and Gamora. This communicator is the personal communicator that contacts Thanos. Then she decisively took out a communicator. In Captain Marvel's double star status, she is indeed the top person in the universe. At least not with near-endless energy like Captain Marvel. For the time being, Qin Xiao hasn't obtained the ability to feed back energy and physical strength. This is also the reason why he is already very powerful, but still appears relatively low-key. Xingyun, do you have anything to report? Thanos' voice came through the communicator. The voice was full of aloofness and aloofness. When Nebula saw Thanos, he was subconsciously scared. She hasn't figured out how to talk to Thanos yet. At this moment, Hela walked up to Xingyun and pushed her away. Are you Thanos? Surrender to me. When Hela opened her mouth, the hearts of many people here jumped. Tony, Captain Rogers, they don't know very well. But Nebula, Ronan, and Gamora are very clear about Thanos' power. Even people like Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon have a deep fear of Thanos. This woman who claims to be Hela, the goddess of death, actually asks Thanos to surrender. This made their minds a little bit overwhelmed. Perhaps the only ones here who know Hela's character are Qin Xiao and Collector. The two of them shook their heads helplessly almost at the same moment. Hela's character is so tough. But Hela has a tough character, and Thanos on the other side is not an easy person. As a person who can move freely in the universe and kill the entire universe with a frightening style. Someone actually made him surrender in front of him. Who are you? Haven't you heard my name? Thanos didn't look angry at all. He asked Hela on the opposite side in a steady tone. I, Asgard, goddess of death, Hela. Daughter of Odin's. The dead girl Hela proudly announced her name. Hearing this name, Thanos' eyes on the opposite side of the communicator changed. Daughter of Odin, goddess of death, Hela. Your name has not been heard in the universe for more than 1,000 years. I really didn't expect to hear the name of the goddess of death appear again now. Why did Odin let you out? Thanos actually asked Hela this question with a calm face. No one else knows, but Thanos knows certain rumors about Hela. They are all rare, long-lived races in the universe, and Thanos has naturally heard about Hela's crisscrossing in the universe. At that time, Thanos was just an ordinary eternal clansman with a slight personality. Even the sustainable development strategy he put forward in the clan was called a lunatic by the clan. He even fantasized about the Asgard goddess of death attacking Titan like this at that time. He felt that maybe killing some Titan Star clan members would allow the eternal clan on Titan Star to last longer. After that, it is not known why Hela, the goddess of death, suddenly disappeared into the universe. The reputation of the goddess of death is never heard east in the whole universe, and even Asgard didn't attack outside after that. As Thanos of the Eternals, it took a lot of time to roughly know what happened in Asgard. The news about Infinity Gauntlet and Infinite Gems also came from Asgard. Thanos, do you know of my existence? Seeing that Thanos knew of his existence, Hela was a little surprised. This at least proves that Thanos was even a contemporary of his. The name of Hela, the goddess of death, once resounded throughout the universe. As the vanguard of Odin, there are endless legends left in the entire universe. In fact, the reason why I embarked on the road of war today was inspired by you. Definitely, I'm not as crazy as you are. All I want is balance, and you, what you want is to conquer. Thanos very generously admitted that he knew Hela, and even he was inspired by Hela when he took this path. Use war to end overpopulation. What Hela needs is conquest, because she is in charge of the underworld and all souls will be controlled by her. For Hela, war represents not decline but prosperity. But what Thanos needs is the balanced development of the universe. That's why he selectively wiped out half of the population in the war, thus bringing respite to those heavily loaded planets and races. What this brings is definitely endless killing, and countless lives will die in the war. It was the same killing, but Thanos got the understanding of some unrelated people. Definitely this kind of understanding is the kind of mentality that has nothing to do with oneself. Really, when things happen to me, it's probably all a different face. Very well, since you know my name, do you agree to the surrender I just proposed? Hela once again made a request to make Thanos surrender. Thanos smiled contemptuously across the way. Hela, goddess of death, perhaps your strength and reputation were indeed very strong 1,000 years ago, but this is not the time you used to exist. In this universe today, I have my power. You want to make me surrender, do you think it's possible? It seems that since you will make such a request, it means that Ronan and Xingyan have already been defeated by you. Now I choose not to surrender to you, what will I do next? Come and attack me directly. The contempt on Thanos' face turned to curiosity in an instant. Aren't you willing to surrender? Interesting, then I will take 3 infinite gems and infinity gauntlet to your place for a walk. The dead girl Hela is also full of disdain. For her, making you surrender is actually giving you a chance at survival. If you are unwilling to submit, you will turn all your enemies into an army of undead. This may be difficult for others, but for the goddess of death, it is not too simple. Asgard has the eternal fire, which can provide the undead with energy for their activities. She herself summoned those dead souls back from the underworld, forming a huge army. And an army that would not disobey his orders. Thanos' face suddenly changed color when he heard Hela's words. Infinity Gauntlet, 3 infinite gems, you are also collecting these things, haven't you? Asgard already given up? Unbeknownst to Thanos, Asgard has started collecting infinite gems again. Most importantly, they managed to collect 3. This casts serious doubt on Thanos' plans. Asgard has done it, does he still have a chance to collect infinite gems? Asgard had already given up on infinite gems, why is it suddenly starting to collect them now? In the middle, what happened? Only an oldie like Odin would choose to give up. For me, these are my strengths. And since you've been investigating infinite gems for so long, just in time to ask you about the whereabouts of the other gems. So whether you surrender or not, it doesn't make much difference to me. If it doesn't work, I'll kill you and interrogate your soul afterwards. You have heard, then you should believe that I can do such a thing. Hela has her confidence in this matter. Released from his divine cage by Thanos, Hela even returned to Asgard to replenish her divine powers. The longer she stays in Asgard, the stronger her divine power will be. This time she didn't stay in Asgard for too long, and it stands to reason that her strength would not be too strong. But this one won't be too strong, and it's aimed at top powerhouses like Odin. For others, her strength is still top-notch. What's more, she still has the gift Odin prepared for her. Destroyer, Infinity Gauntlet, Infinite Gems. At the moment, her strength will only get stronger and stronger. A Thanos, she really didn't pay attention to it. Hela really didn't take Thanos seriously. Her gaze focused on the task Odin gave her, the truth of the silence in the universe, in order to ensure that going there will not be too dangerous. All she has to do is collect as many infinite gems as possible. Now she also knows exactly what she can get is the soul gem. But who would sacrifice a loved one for that gem? She, Hela, has no lover herself. It is almost impossible to ask other people to sacrifice their lovers in exchange for soul gem for themselves. So this gem is actually the hardest tilde. But these things Hela still had thoughts on her mind. If you make her anxious, you will directly threaten others to exchange this gem. There are always people who are willing to sacrifice individual lovers for the so-called family. That way, it might be possible to switch back to infinite gems. There are also a few gems that she wants to find out about from Thanos. She didn't know that the other 2 gemstones were actually on the Earth, and Qin Xiao knew about them. There's even one gem that's harder to get than all the others, because it's on Earth's Sorcerer Supreme. Hela doesn't know these things, so she sets her sights on Thanos. Odin obviously didn't tell her these things because the last time Ancient One went to Asgard himself. And Ancient One also promised Odin a condition. Spare Odin's children for once. That's assuming Odin's kids aren't particularly vicious. It doesn't matter whether the child is Thor or Loki. Even now Hela might be the one to let go. Even if Hela has these infinite gems to fight Ancient One, it may not be able to take advantage of it. So rather than Hela going to meet Ancient One early, it's better not to tell her. Let Hela find those infinite gems in the universe by herself. It just so happens that Hela has not acted in the universe for more than 1,000 years. There are many things that she has not understood. This time she travels through the universe with the Legion of Death and some Asgard soldiers, as well as the Infinity Gauntlet and Space Gem. It can not only complete the task assigned by Odin, but also make the reputation of the Goddess of Death resound in the universe again. This is equivalent to solving some of Odin's troubles and making Hela feel very comfortable. The other infinite gems, I can tell you, but what do you do with all the infinite gems you've collected? Others may not know what you did more than 1,000 years ago, but I know a little. At that time, relying on Asgard's army, you have already occupied the border and the nearby star field. Now with the Infinity Gauntlet and infinite gems, how do I know what you'll do with it? If you turn the entire universe into your underworld, then the entire universe will be under your control. All creatures will no longer have room to live. Such a thing, do you think I will let him happen? Thanos doesn't know what exactly Hela wants the Infinity Gauntlet and infinite gems to do. So it is impossible for him to tell Hela about infinite gems. When he learned that Hela already had 3 infinite gems and even an infinity gauntlet, a bold plan took shape in his mind. How about using Hela to help him collect infinite gems? The thought flashed through his mind. He knew that the current Hela was already difficult to deal with. If the other party is allowed to collect more infinite gems, then no one will be able to resist. Even Hela, which now has 3 infinite gems, has become quite terrifying. It is already very difficult to get these 3 infinite gems from her hands. 3 gems are already so terrifying, if Hela continues to collect them, no one can stop them. Because the things that can be done after collecting the 6 infinite gems will be horrific. If Hela then snaps his fingers and turns the entire universe into the underworld of his goddess of death, then the entire universe may be under the control of the other party. Thanos can't let this happen, so he immediately asks Hela what the hell to collect infinite gems for. Hela sneered at Thanos' question. Hey Tilda, even I have heard about your deeds. A person who caused a bloodbath in the universe and killed countless creatures would actually worry about the problems of other lives. People like you make me feel very hypocritical. Why worry about the existence of other beings when you're already doing something like this? Even if the whole universe becomes dead silent, isn't that just in line with your idea? It also saves you a lot of things and saves you from doing it yourself. Almost everyone can't understand Thanos' thoughts, not even Hela. That's why she laughed at Thanos like that. But Thanos doesn't look violated in the slightest. He stood up from his floating throne on his own. All I want to do is to make this universe more balanced. Ask for flowers. Uncontrolled reproduction in the universe will make a planet decline rapidly. But destroying half of the creatures like me can allow the creatures in the universe to survive for a longer period of time. Because the resources of our universe are limited, but the reproduction of all creatures is unlimited. What I have done on various planets seems to be quite atrocious, but it allows those planets to exist for a longer time. Let those races reproduce longer. That's what I want to do, not just kill as you think. The real killing is what you, the goddess of death, want, because what you want are the souls of countless people. Thanos' purpose has always been straightforward. When everyone here heard Thanos' goal, everyone was taken aback. He doesn't even hide the reason for his killing. Whenever he slaughtered a planet, he even wanted someone to understand him, but unfortunately no one understood. The others were shocked when they heard Thanos' words. Thanos set off such a killing in the universe, but the other party actually had such an idea. He is actually killing for the long-term development of this universe. No one would believe this kind of thing. Killing is killing. Why give yourself such a high-sounding reason for killing? Only infinite gems regiment against Hela's infinite gems. Sure enough, very few people can believe this. Without telling your purpose, I won't tell you the location of the other infinite gems. Hela offered a direct counterargument. Even this extinction is constantly spreading and expanding. I wonder if this expansion affects the entire universe. Thanos turned the question back again. If so, perhaps I can give you some information. Hela heard what Thanos said and she didn't hide it. What he has to do is to know the purpose of the goddess of death. Do you know the truth about the death of the universe? Then judge whether to tell the other party the remaining infinite gems. But that's not important. What's important is that you haven't told me what you collect infinite gems for. Even if the opponent's purpose is very evil, Thanos said that he has to get the remaining infinite gems first. What I want to do is to follow Odin's request to view the unknown universe that Asgard cannot monitor. In those areas, there are many stars that are constantly dying. Investigate the demise of the planet, so that's your purpose. Do you know the truth about the death of the universe? Hela's tone was a little surprised when he heard Thanos' words. Yes, I know. Thanos graciously admits this. So, can you tell me why those dying stars are like this? Hela is getting official in a rare way. Thanos thought for a moment, then spoke. Before I tell you, I want to know one thing. I don't know if you have heard of a name, Planet Devourer. Planet Eaters. Planet Eaters. Hearing what Thanos said, Collector Tiwin and Death Goddess Hela suddenly exclaimed. Even Qin Xiao's heart trembled when he heard the name. Planet Devourer, do you know who this is? For this name, everyone else was at a loss. Even Ronan looked dazed. As the accuser of the Kree Empire, at the moment he has no idea what the name stands for 143. As for the Planet Eater, there is such a name in the records of Asgard. But this name already belongs to ancient times, so it is only a passing mention. If it weren't for the things recorded in it about the planet Devourer, it would be a bit appalling. It's also impossible for me to remember the name. Hela at the moment frowned, recalling the information on Planet Devourer. What's so scary about Planet Eater? This time everyone is interested. Even Thanos, at the moment, on the opposite side of the communicator, looked at Hela with a serious face. Asgard records that the Planet Eaters feed on planets. That alone is enough for me to remember. As for more news about the Planet Devourer, Asgard has no records. Because of all this, it seems that it is too long ago. In fact, Hela doesn't have a deep memory of the Planet Devourer. The only thing he knows is that the Planet Eater feeds on the planet, but that alone was scary enough. That's right, Hela, the goddess of death, is right. The Devourers sent to the planet do feed on the planet. At this moment, Collector took the initiative to intervene. The appearance of the Planet Devourer will bring huge amounts of crisis to the entire universe. Originally, he thought that the extinction of the universe that Hela spoke of would be something else. But he never thought that this matter would eventually involve the Planet Devourer. You know about the Planet Eater, then please tell us all the news about him. At this time, Thanos on the opposite side of the communicator also spoke. He remembered it at the moment, as if he could ask the Collector about these questions. Because the collection world also belongs to people who have survived endless years. Before I answer this question, I want to know how you can be sure that the opponent is the Planet Devourer. The Collector asks Thanos one such question first. All eyes turn to Thanos once again. Indeed, as Collector said, how do you know that the opposite is the Planet Devourer? Because I have seen his emissary, a Silver Surfer. He has a skin that is almost indestructible, and can also manipulate the energy in the universe. Even his speed can reach the speed of light. My legion had a great battle with him, but only repulsed him temporarily, but failed to eliminate him. Before he left, he gave me some news. His master will eventually enter this place and devour all the planets. And he just came in advance to find a devourable planet for his master. In other words, he is just the opponent's vanguard. I then asked who his master was. He told me his master's name is Planet Devourer. Then I sent my best scouting supergiant into that dead space. But in the end, he just sent me a message back. Supergiant told me that the opponent's strength is extremely strong and it is still growing. Either stop the opponent as early as possible or face the destruction of the opponent. After that, I didn't get any super latest news. Perhaps Supergiant has died in that silent universe. Thanos briefly recounted the reason why he learned about the devourer of the planet. And Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes after hearing this. No wonder there are only 4 Hai Yao generals attacking the Earth. The supergiant, which originally belonged to the 5th strongest, has been sent to investigate the planet Devourer. This finally solved a curious question of Qin Xiao. Others reacted differently to Thanos' words. Gamora and Xingyun looked at each other. The shock on their faces could not be expressed in words. They know exactly how strong Supergiant is. They also knew before Thanos sent each other to quietly disappear. This kind of thing has often happened before, because Supergiant's ability can easily steal the mind of the target, can easily detect information that others do not know. Therefore, Supergiant is also Thanos' leading detective general. But I didn't expect that he would lose the news when he was exploring the space of silence. This kind of loss of news probably means that the other party is dead. What made them even more horrified was that Thanos' legion fought a Silver Surfer on the other side, but failed to take the other side down. The level of terror of the Silver Surfer also exceeded their expectations. But they don't know these things. That means Thanos hid these things from them. What happened behind this made the two of them unbearably shiver. When Collector heard Thanos' words, his expression became more serious. It seems that the Planet Devourer is really resurrected. Tiwon, now that you know about the Planet Eater, tell us about him now. Remember, keep nothing from hiding. Hela stared fixedly at Collector. Conceal, now I wish you could know all his information. Only if you stop him can this universe be at peace again. Did you know that the Devourer of Planets is one of the 5 creation gods of this universe? The entire universe formed 6 infinite gems in that Big Bang. The most important thing is that there are 5 creation gods appearing at the same time. They are Death, Eternity, Infinity, Annihilation, and Planet Eater. Death is the creation god that symbolizes death. It is the mammoth of death and the master of the soul. He is the source creator and controller of all life souls in the universe. The Collector glanced at Hela, the goddess of death. Although you are also known as the goddess of death and can control souls, you are nothing compared to the creator god Death. Even strictly speaking about 4.4, maybe he can be said to be your boss. and eternity represents the comprehensive embodiment of the entire universe time. Space represents the embodiment of the entire universe. This is annihilation, which represents the mammothization of nothingness and the unknowable. These four creation gods are all abstract gods, and they can be visualized. At the same time, they respectively represent the acme of a certain item in the entire universe. The last one is the planet Devourer, but he is not the incarnation of a certain cosmic extreme, because he is a physical god. The first god at the creation of the universe. The collector told everyone what he knew. Four abstract gods: death, infinity, eternity, annihilation, plus a physical god, the planet eater. They are the five creation gods in the universe. Just hearing this name, everyone's heart sank. It seems that I still underestimated the identity of the planet Devourer. Thanos at the moment had a serious face. He also thought that the Devourer of Planets was just an ancient god. In the end, they heard a piece of news from Collector that shocked them even more. One of the five gods of creation, not to mention anything else, just this identity is enough to make everyone frightened. Four abstract gods and one physical god. In any case, this represents the oldest existence in the universe. Even death god Hela at the moment has a dignified expression. The five gods of creation. Among them, death god is the embodiment of death. He is stronger than himself, a professional soul master. She wouldn't doubt the words of the collector. This matter will be known after a little investigation later. The question now is very simple: how to defeat this planet Devourer. Such a serious matter, why can't you spread it throughout the universe? At least other civilizations are aware of this and can take the initiative to take precautions. Especially those cosmic planets that are very close to each other, they always have the opportunity to escape. Now it has been concealed like this, and what awaits those is death and destruction. You even sent Loki to attack Earth with the Zeta Swiss soldiers. Such tyrannical killings do not consider the growth of the universe. People like you four, are you ashamed to say that it is for the longer survival of the creatures in the universe? People like you, like Hydra, use whatever means for their own ends. No matter how high-sounding your reasons are, they are all for your own comfort. At this moment, Captain Rogers took the initiative to speak. With Thanos' approach, it's clear he doesn't approve. If you can tell others, at least others will have a chance to escape. Like that warning they got: help, run away. This is the last slam of a certain cosmic civilization. These are the last things others do for the entire universe. But obviously didn't take it and didn't do it. In recent years, he even let Loki lead the attack on Earth. This kind of person says that he is working hard for the long-term development of the universe. Captain Rogers was the first to disagree. Hearing what Captain Rogers said, the others subconsciously nodded, because Captain Rogers was right. And Thanos didn't look angry at all when he heard that. The planet Eater is devouring planets in that Fang universe. I don't tell anyone about this because I'm looking for a way to deal with him. And in fact, I have found a way to deal with him. The reason for attacking your Earth is to achieve my plan. Thanos said to himself, "You found a way, what are you going to do?" Collector at the moment interrupted suddenly. For the planet Devourer, he is the most feared during these long years of survival. He has seen too many things that are close to extinction. Even a powerful race like the ancient gods has disappeared in the long river of time. After the ancient gods, another group of gods was born. However, the five creation gods who are older than the ancient gods are almost immortal. In other words, the four gods of death, infinity, eternity, and annihilation are immortal. As a physical god, the planet Devourer is the only one who can be eliminated. The Devourer of Planets has not been heard in ages. He thought that the other party was either already high above and no longer born, or something unexpected happened. As a result, the opponent reappeared in this era. Collector couldn't even imagine defeating the opponent, but Thanos said he found a way to defeat the planet Devourer. This simply exceeded Collector's imagination. Thanos set his sights on Hela. What I have to do, death is doing, although I don't know that planet Devourer is one of the five creation gods. But I know that infinite gems are gems condensed after the Big Bang. They have powerful energy and special effects. Using the power of infinite gems, it should be possible to eliminate the planet Eater. But the wireless gem has been missing for so long, so I had to use some schemes and methods to try to stimulate all the infinite gems. For the time being, the effect is still obvious. Thanos reveals his plan. Harnessing the power of infinite gems against the planet Eater. It is also something that was produced during the Big Bang of the universe, and perhaps it can really succeed. The Collector instantly understood Thanos' plan. And theoretically speaking, this plan can indeed be successful. Hela heard Thanos' words and she turned to glance at the destroyer behind her. The infinity gauntlet on the destroyer's right hand is currently being framed with 3 infinite gems. The 3 infinite gems at the moment are not shiny because there is no host, but Hela is well aware of the power of these gems. Afterwards, she turned to look at Thanos. How many infinite gems are needed to eliminate the planet Devourer? Hela asked the question. When 6 infinite gems gather, there will be an unexpected effect. Just every single infinite gems, although their power is very powerful. But it may not be able to deal with the planet Devourer, one of the 5 creation gods. So the best effect is to collect all 6 infinite gems by hand. Thanos was quite frank about it. 6. Well, now you can tell where the remaining infinite gems went. Just leave it to me to deal with the matter of the place of silence in the universe. Hela demanded Thanos forcefully again. Thanos turned and sat on his floating throne again. There are 2 infinite gems on Earth, the Mind Gem and the Time Gem. There is also a Soul Gem I don't know where. I have my men constantly looking for the Soul Gem hideout, if you really want to collect other infinite gems. Then you go to Earth first. Thanos directly told Hela what he knew, Earth. Hela heard this, turned her head again, and looked at Qin Xiao. These 650 people are from our own Earth. Not only him but also a large group of people around him, all of whom are from the Earth. On their Earth there will be Mind Gem and Time Gem. Qin, do you know the 2 infinite gems that Thanos mentioned? Hela directly asked Qin Xiao this question. This time it wasn't just Hela who was curious, he even regretted why he didn't know the news earlier. Loki's scepter. I do know the infinite gems of Earth, and in fact there is one that all of you know. As for Gamora and Nebula, they also looked puzzled. Hill agents, as members of SHIELD, especially want to know the fate of gems. What they need is to protect the Earth. Yes, in fact, that gem was sent to Earth by Thanos on purpose. Because this may cause another big war. Agent Hill looked puzzled. Qin Xiao reminded again, especially a group of people on Earth. If he had known earlier, he might have personally gone to Earth to get these gems. Everyone else was wondering if Qin Xiao knew. Is there one we all know? Qin Xiao glanced at everyone and he shook his head slightly. The collector simply wants to know where the gems go. If these gems are on Earth, then maybe they have to go back in advance to prepare. The last time Thanos sent people to attack the Earth, was it for the infinite gems of the Earth? Loki's scepter. Loki's scepter. At this moment, Tony and Hawkeye suddenly spoke. The two of them suddenly thought of the power of the Loki scepter. Can control people's mind, isn't this the power of Mind Gem? Hawkeye is a tough guy who has tried this power. Others also felt Hawkeye's difficulty at that time. And Tony, his Stark building became the power source for the space gem to open the channel in the first place. Stark's new energy has not had time to benefit the Earth. As a result, Loki took advantage of it first. At the same time, Qin Xiao said just now that the gem was given to the Earth. Then only the scepter brought back by Loki is so interesting, so the two naturally thought of Loki's scepter. Yes, it is the Loki scepter, this thing that Thanos deliberately brought to Earth. Qin Xiao gave an affirmative answer. Oops. Loki's scepter was taken away by Hydra, and we still haven't found it. Hill at the moment thought of a horrible thing. When the Battle of New York was settled, Loki was captured. Also taken down were Tesseract and Loki's scepter. Tesseract was brought back to Asgard by Thor, and Loki's scepter was taken away by the SHIELD agent led by Pierce. Little did they know at the time that Pierce would be the head of Hydra. Now Loki's scepter has disappeared into SHIELD. Hydra hid them somewhere. Looking at it now, the significance of this Loki scepter is beyond imagination. There is actually an infinite gems inside. Then the next thing to do may be troublesome. Hydra said that he will definitely use the scepter to make something amazing. At that time, the Earth will be in trouble again. It seems that killing all the remnants of Hydra must be put on the agenda. And find the Loki scepter from Hydra. This matter seems to have to be handed over to director Nick Fury. The things that his staring fruit can do are beyond imagination. It is most convenient to interrogate those Hydra. Hill Agent knew what to do next in a blink of an eye. Unlike Hill Agent's thoughts, Captain Rogers looked at Thanos and Hela warily at the moment. The infinite gems are in there, and they also know the horrors of the infinite gems. Then next, if these 6 infinite gems really come together, no one knows what kind of disaster it will bring to the universe. Why on earth did Thanos send the Loki scepter to Earth? Since he is also collecting infinite gems, then this gem has already been obtained and he should hide it himself. That's when Natasha Romanoff asked her questions. As she said, since Thanos is also collecting infinite gems, why did he give away the gems he got? It's because of the inexplicable reactions between gemstones. 2 gemstones placed too close together can cause something special to happen. For example, to inspire some other gemstones that are not yet known. The reason why Thanos gave Loki the mind gem he got in disguise as a scepter. I just want to use the power of the two gems, mind gem and space gem, to inspire the power of other gems. Qin Xiao simply explained. No wonder Asgard hasn't come to retrieve Tesseract after decades of Tesseract appearing on Earth. Instead, after the Loki scepter appeared, they came to retrieve the Tesseract. Did they just know this and took it back on purpose? Tony at the moment also reacted. Tesseract has appeared on Earth for decades, but Asgard has not come forward to take it back. On the contrary, Tesseract has brought a lot of changes to the study of the Earth. Those cryptic studies even made a man as powerful as Carol. This one waits until after Loki brings another gem to Earth. Instead, Odin simply sent Thor down to bring the cosmic magic back to Asgard. In this way, the two infinite gems, which were already very close, separated again. Originally, there was still a time gem on the Earth, but unfortunately this gem has been in the hands of Sorcerer Supreme. The mind gem is already on Earth, and we already know where he is. And where is the other gems? What Hela at the moment cares about is where the hell is the other gem. Now that we know that Loki has brought a gem and it is on Earth, then we just need to go directly to Earth to find it. After all, this gem already has specific characteristics, and apparently almost everyone knows about this gem. The other gem is called Time Gem, but the place where he is located is a little stronger. The other party calls itself Sorcerer Supreme, leading a group of magicians to guard the Earth. It is not a little difficult to snatch the Time Gem from her hand. Thanos continued to talk about the Time Gem on the other side of the communicator. He at the moment is clearly trying to use Hela against Sorcerer Supreme. Although he constantly said that the other party was difficult to deal with, it was obviously provoking Hela. As the goddess of death, Hela galloped through the universe more than 1,000 years ago. This just came out and everyone she met was her object of conquest. Either surrender like Ronan or prepare for Hela's wrath. Now tell Hela the news that the Sorcerer Supreme appeared in the Earth that was originally under the control of Asgard in the 9 realms. And the strength of this magician seems to be very strong. As the goddess of death, how could she endure such a thing? Tilde, isn't the difficulty a little bit big? I like it only if it is difficult. If there is no difficulty, then it would be too boring for me to come out. Moreover, only the stronger the strength, the more able to be my subordinate. The strength is too weak, I can't see the opponent. Sorcerer Supreme. I'll have a good chat with them later. Hela really looked disdainful when he heard Thanos' words. She has never heard of Sorcerer Supreme or anything like that. Hela, I don't recommend you go to Sorcerer Supreme now because you may not be able to beat her. Moreover, she has an agreement with your father Odin. Maybe you have to be stopped by Odin. Qin Xiao took the initiative to remind Hela at this time. Already owning 3 infinite gems, you should be able to survive the opponent. The other party knows Odin. As long as she knows how dangerous the planet Devourer is, she will naturally be able to check the future to confirm whether to hand over the time gem. Your strength should not be expended in such civil wars. In that way, you will have no way of knowing the news of the next few infinite gems. Immediately afterwards, the question was shifted to why Qin Xiao, the one who got the money, reminded her of this matter. Why didn't Odin tell me? Compared to the impact of a forced attack, it is better to investigate the situation on the side of the planet Devourer first. The planet Devourer is your most important enemy right now. So fighting Sorcerer Supreme is not in your original plan. That said, then you might only have the Space Gem and the Reality Gem, but you still have to complete this quest that Odin gave you. Because the current Sorcerer Supreme is really not easy to mess with. Moreover, if I hadn't reminded you this time, maybe you would have left. But why did you remind me of this aloud? It seems that Odin is getting less and less courageous. Hela once again commented on Odin with disdain. If you really want to get the time gem from Sorcerer Supreme, you don't really need to force it at all. Qin Xiao simply talked to Hela a few words. In fact, this is to persuade Hela not to go to the Earth to cause trouble. Earth now has the Sorcerer Supreme, and Odin has his eyes on that as well. Forget about letting Hela complete the task assigned by Odin honestly. When Hela heard Qin Xiao's words, her complexion instantly became ugly. Are you teaching me how to do things? At the moment she exudes a dangerous smell. A faint flow of divine power made everyone feel uncomfortable. Rao is Captain Rogers, Tony and the others have seen Thor's pressure in battle. At the moment I still feel uncomfortable. Not only that, Bite also felt that there seemed to be a strange, soul-oppressing force appearing here. Stimulated by this force, Natasha Romanoff was the first to react. Her soul fruit at the moment felt the fluctuation of the soul. Even being stimulated, she couldn't help but want to absorb these soul powers. When she just activated the power of the soul fruit, Hela suddenly glanced at the other party. This glance is full of murderous intent. Hela was stunned. At this moment just now, this woman almost snatched her soul power. This is shaking her godhead authority, it's just digging her roots. How could she endure such a thing? Originally, she didn't care much about this group of people. After all, they are just a group of earthlings. Although they have obtained some special abilities, they are not important to Hela. Because 740 is no matter how powerful these people are. They are also mortal. Among the 9 realms, she has the right to harvest dead men's soul. That's right, harvesting other people's souls. Her divine power is linked to Asgard. In a sense, if Asgard is not destroyed, she will not be destroyed. And the lifespan of these earthlings is really too short. It was nothing to her. She thought that when these people were all dead, she collected the souls of everyone and played slowly. Unexpectedly, someone can control the soul. This is simply shaking her at the root. Although it seems that the other party's control over the soul is very rough. But who knows if the other party can develop a more powerful force. At that time, will the other party come to snatch his name of Death God? The murderous eyes directly stimulated Natasha Romanoff. She subconsciously took precautions. Natasha Romanoff's change also stimulated other SHIELD people. Hawkeye Barton immediately took out his bow and arrow and mounted the long arrow. Captain Rogers then stood in front of Natasha Romanoff with a shield in hand. Hulk stood behind Hela, waving all 4 arms. Hill Agent stretched out his hands directly towards Hela. Tony put on the visor directly, the palms of both hands shining brightly. Others also surrounded Hela intentionally or unintentionally. Among all the people on the scene, Collector felt the confrontation between the 2 sides, and he directly chose to keep retreating. For him, survival is always the most important thing. As for battles like this, let them solve it themselves. What you up to? Captain Rogers spoke immediately. She can control the soul, is this robbing me of my authority? Today I must give me an explanation, otherwise I don't mind killing you all. At that time your souls will all be under my control. Hela looked murderous, control the soul. Are you going to kill someone because of this? Captain Rogers really had a hard time accepting Hela's actions. HMPH, as the goddess of death, I am the one who controls the soul. You mortals dare to get involved in these things, you are looking for death. The tone of Hela at the moment is beyond doubt. Anyone who can threaten her divine authority will die. Really? You are so powerful, why don't you go to Mert Faith? His ghost rider is wreaking havoc on the earth. If you really want to take back your authority, then go to him first. Qin Xiao at the moment took the initiative to speak. Hela's mood changes showed no signs at all. Just because I persuaded her a few words, she was unhappy. Later, because of her killing intent, Black Widow's soul fruit ability was activated. She just wants to kill and break this. No wonder Odin wanted to seal her. Hela's face froze when she heard Qin Xiao's words. Modo Faith, the Lord of Hell in charge of Hell, is indeed harvesting souls. Her Heir underworld is the kingdom of the undead, one of the 9 realms. But if it comes to taking care of Hell, she still can't take care of it. At the moment when she heard Qin Xiao's words, she was literally slapping her in the face. It seems that you have a big opinion on my work. Well, let me see why you say such things. After Hela said Ebe, she waved her hand. The undead army in the distance rushed towards this side. It seemed that she was going to persuade everyone by force. As for whether the process of persuasion by force will hurt lives, she doesn't care about that. You deal with the undead armies, let go of the fight, and Hela will be handed over to me. Qin Xiao at the moment also shook his neck. He hadn't done anything for a long time and just took Hela to see how strong he was. Give him to me without your guilt. Hate this battle mad at the moment, he took the initiative to intervene. Facing Hela, he wanted to fight with the opponent even more. As for the others, Hela will be handed over to me. Qin Xiao emphasized it again. Hateful and helpless, he had no choice but to turn his gaze to other people. Ha ha ha, the person who just beat Ronan didn't expect to be able to beat this army of undead. Cool. The loathing roared and rushed towards the undead army around. Boom tilde. The vicinity of the powerful shock fruit trembled continuously. The myriad spirit warriors in front of him turned into countless pieces directly. Hulk, Cursed Warrior, Wolverine, and all these belligerents rushed out. Now that Qin Xiao has said to let go of his hands and feet, the ending of these undead warriors can be imagined. Captain Rogers, Hill Agent, and the others are actually protecting the safety of Natasha Romanoff. After all, Hela meant to kill Natasha Romanoff. Hela brushed her hair with both hands and the whole hair stood up like a crown. In her hand, 2 sharp blades popped out instantly. Shua tilde. Shua tilde. 2 sharp blades stabbed at Qin Xiao like lightning. Qin Xiao's whole body was covered with white light. The power of the thunderous fruit gave him terrifying speed. Zwish. White light fell directly to Hela's side. Boom tilde. Qin Xiao turned into a human and punched Hela directly. Qin Xiao's punch brought together the power of the Green Titan, the Abomination, and the Stone Man. Under this punch, Hela was shot by Qin Xiao like a cannonball. All the way down, the heads of the ancient gods could not withstand the destruction of Hela. The equipment and spaceships on the line of her flying out were directly smashed and exploded. In a moment, a large piece of sharp blades flew towards Qin Xiao. This time, Hela felt extremely insulted. She never imagined that Qin Xiao's body carried such a terrifying power zone. With one punch, she could hardly stabilize her body. If it weren't for the strong resilience of her own body, just one punch could seriously injure her. Hela, who got up from the ruins, directly started to shoot the sharp blade in the direction of Qin Xiao frantically. Since melee combat seems to be out of the question, then it's long-distance combat. Seeing the flying, sharp blade, Qin Xiao's eyes changed. Hela covered everyone here. HMPH, I thought you had listened to Odin, but you're still so arrogant. Just relying on you alone, do you still want to kill everyone now? A disdainful sound came from Qin Xiao's mouth. Originally, I thought it would be good to teach Hela a little lesson. Now it seems that the opponent is really murderous. Chinese letter tilde tilde tilde. Chinese letter tilde tilde tilde. A pink light came out from Qin Xiao's hand. Slow wave, the power of slow fruit. The sharp blades irradiated by these slow fruits all seem to be frozen. Get out of the way, don't be hurt by these dramatic knives. Qin Xiao told everyone. When the others heard the words, they disappeared in the direction the sharp blade was pointing in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiao saw everyone get out of the way, and his whole body turned into lightning again. A white light once again entered the place where Hela, the goddess of death, was. Qin Xiao is going to test the abilities of some of the fruits he got on Hela this time. A white light flashed, and Qin Xiao's hand directly touched Hela's body. The force of the lightning had no effect on Hela, but Qin Xiao didn't care at all. What he wants to try is not the power of the thunderbolt fruit at all. A mysterious force directly acts on Hela. Regression fruit. At the moment Qin Xiao used the power of the backward fruit, part of the divine power battle suit on Hela's body was cracked. Seeing this, Hela waved the long sword at Qin Xiao. This sword has divine power on it. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes and instantly moved away. Regression fruit doesn't work very well against Hela, just set Hela back a few years. And Hela was set back several years, right back in time in Odin's seal. At that time, Hela had not been supplemented by Asgard's divine power. That's why her divine power battle suit can't cover her body. However, if you want to continue to go backwards, there is almost no wish. At the same time, Qin Xiao felt a dangerous force. Hela's sword carried divine power, and he felt that elementalization could not evade the attack of divine power. It's like Thor summons lightning with divine power, and it's impossible to use elementalization to avoid it. Because lightning is an attack of natural energy. Divine power, logically speaking, is a higher level than natural energy. It also seems normal that elemental cannot be dodged. Qin Xiao's dodge was a last resort. It seems that an attack with divine power can hurt you. Hela looked at Qin Xiao, who was far away, and said. Immediately afterwards, she glanced at Shen Wanzhencheng on her body. The shattered chasm on the top represents the change of her divine power. I didn't expect that you could even seal your divine power. It seems that I underestimated you. Hela at the moment didn't know that Qin Xiao was using the backward force. She thought that her divine power was sealed by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't speak. He turned into lightning once again and rushed towards Hela. This time the power of the fruit of age gathered in his hands. Brush. When Qin Xiao's hand touched Hela's body, Hela's whole person gradually began to change. It's as if time is constantly flowing on her body. Qin Xiao wanted to turn Hela into a baby, because most of the Asgard Protoss will have a buff that grows older and stronger. So it is impossible for Qin Xiao to turn the other party into an old man. And turning Hela into a baby can solve a lot of things. The fruit of age obviously belongs to the category of time, and it seems to have the same effect as the fruit of regression. The only difference is that the age fruit can act for a longer time, but it can only affect living things. The effect time of the retrograde fruit is a little bit shorter. But he is not only effective on creatures but also on any other creatures. As time passed on Hela's body, Qin Xiao frowned. He moved away from Hela again. For people like Wolverine, Sabretooth, Qin Xiao can make them old in a blink of an eye. That's because their lives are actually only 200 or 300 years old. But Hela has survived for maybe 2,000 plus years. Qin Xiao's age effect works on her body. It is impossible to instantly turn the other party into a baby. It was as if at the moment just now, Qin Xiao had at least reduced Hela's age by 300 or 400 years. 300 or 400 years old for an ordinary person, that is a few lifetimes. But these 300 or 400 years are not as good as the time she spent in Odin's cage for Hela. This little time does not affect the flow of Hela's divine power at all. Hela swiped the divine blade in her hand towards Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had to avoid the opponent's attack again, otherwise he would have to taste the power of the gods. Hela was also full of horror this time. If it is said that she regards the power of the first regression fruit as the power of the seal, then the second obvious physical change of oneself definitely involves time. This person whose own father Odin has been talking with a relatively equal identity really has his powerful power. Qin Xiao ignored the thoughts in Hela's heart, pointed his hands at Hela, and two strands of pink light shone on Hela in an instant. Slow fruit. Slow light wave. Affected by this light wave, Hela's figure suddenly became suspended. Qin Xiao's figure turned into lightning once again and came to Hela's side. His hands touched Hela again. Under the effect of the slow light wave, Hela at the moment seems to have no change. Ask for flowers. But Qin Xiao has been using the power of the age fruit to modify Hela's age. After only a few seconds, Qin Xiao moved away from Hela again. He felt that Hela was about to break through Li Ling, who was slowing down. I have to admire the strength of Asgard. For others, the tentative time of 30 seconds is almost a given. But Hela, who possesses divine power, was able to break free from the power of slow light wave. Hela returned to normal, but then something horrifying happened in front of everyone's eyes. Shua tilde. Shua tilde. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Hela's figure suddenly became smaller. Hai, who was originally a high and dead girl, turned into a little girl who was only 1 or 2 years old and the file size of a child. At the moment Hai Na looked up at the tall figure not far in front of her, and she suddenly felt powerless. A child of 1 or 2 years old, even if she is a Protos of Asgard, she cannot have a strong power zone. At the moment, she finally understood why Odin was more polite to Qin Xiao. At the same time, she also understood why Odin would become stronger and no longer age. Perhaps this is how Qin Xiao used his power to turn Odin into that. Hela didn't expect that Odin's change actually came from Frigga's backward fruit, although Qin Xiao transformed Hela into a little girl. But his at the moment was also full of shock. The death goddess of Asgard, as expected of the Protos of Asgard, the eldest daughter of Odin. At the moment, although Qin Xiao transformed Hela into a little girl, the energy he consumed was astonishing. Even Qin Xiao could feel that he could maintain Hela's appearance like this little girl for less than a minute. In a minute, the opponent's divine power could break through Qin Xiao's restraint again. Same the reason he was only seconds away from Hela. It is also because the slow light wave takes at least 30 seconds for others. But for Hela, within a few seconds he was about to break free. This is the powerful strength of the other party as the goddess of death. But if he really wanted to kill, let alone this minute, even the few seconds delayed by the slow light wave would be enough for Qin Xiao to take Hela down. Even if he couldn't kill her, he could seriously injure her. Qin knows that adamantium metal is no joke. He can use adamantium to tear Hela apart if he wants. As for whether Hela can come back to life, that is another matter. Hela, why do you want to continue fighting? Hela, do you want to continue fighting? Qin Xiao released the control on Hela. In a blink of an eye, Hela became that lofty goddess of death again. But at the moment, her eyes began to be full of vigilance. Be wary of Qin Xiao. No wonder Odin said there might be an abstract Mephisto standing behind you. Your power also comes from the abstract Mephisto. Even the power you give is abstract Mephisto. Now it seems that the abstract Mephisto behind you is really powerful. Being able to change time turns me into a kid. Behind you, there is no eternal god standing right. Hela looked at Qin Xiao, talking about her analysis to herself. Control time, this is the eternity of the 5 creation gods. One of the 5 great gods of creation, the eternal god. Collector blurted out in shock when he heard Hela's words. He looked at Qin Xiao in horror at the moment. He wanted to hear an accurate answer from Qin Xiao's 177. Tony, Captain Rogers also looked horrified when they heard what Hela and Collector said. You know, they all gained power after eating the devil fruit given by Qin Xiao. At that time, Qin Sheng called himself a devil messenger. Although they suspected Qin Xiao, they didn't pursue too much. After all, strength is real. Definitely, because of Thor's relationship, some of them also know about the abstract Mephisto behind Qin Xiao. And they also said that the abstract Mephisto behind Qin Xiao is not as evil as the devil. Abstract Mephisto and demons, for Rogers, they don't actually feel much difference. But the abstract Mephisto is much better than the devil's wind comment, so their trust in Qin Xiao gradually increased. When Qin Xiao said to take them to the universe to see, they will agree to come together. Otherwise, the bunch of fruit ability players here partially represent the peak combat power of Shield if they don't trust. How can they rest assured that so many people come together? Now they have learned the names of the 5 great gods of creation, knowing their horror even more. At this critical moment, Hela and Collector said that behind Qin Xiao is the eternal god, one of the 5 creation gods. This horrifying news made everyone feel extremely horrified. However, they seemed to subconsciously believe in this inference in their hearts. If the eternal god is behind Qin Xiao, then their abilities can be justified. As the 5 great gods of creation give everyone a little bit of special ability. Isn't it easy? Everything can be explained. But Qin Xiao naturally couldn't tell the truth. He watched Hela speak to herself. You don't have to guess the Mephisto behind me. These things are not something you can guess. Hela took a deep look at Qin Xiao upon hearing this. You admit it. Qin Xiao. When did I admit it? Don't blame me. I'm going to die so you don't want to speculate. Why did you just say I confirmed it? Goddess Hela, can you confirm that behind him is the eternal god? Collector at the moment looked at Hela in astonishment. Yes, I can confirm that although I have been sealed for more than 1,000 years, it seems that I can see some things clearly now. The planet Devourer, one of the 5 creation gods, appeared in the universe. He is devouring the entire endless universe. What will happen in the end no one knows. Perhaps the entire universe will be destroyed in his devouring, and the other gods who are also the 5 gods of creation will naturally not let the devourer of the planet succeed. They will certainly make their defenses. Hela said this and she glanced at Qin Xiao again. At this critical moment, let her messenger appear in this Fang universe, and use your own ability to endow the messenger with mysterious power. Such power can also be given to others. This is where those of you who call the fruit ability come from. In fact, you are all believers in the eternal God. Think about it. When did the planet Eater appear? When did Qin Xiao appear? Why did the planet Devourer appear and there happened to be a person like Qin Xiao? Moreover, he is constantly improving the combat effectiveness of the entire universe. You believers don't have much use. What can be done is only the role of cannon fodder. However, Odin regained his youth at a critical moment. Odin of at the moment possesses powerful divine power and a healthy body. What is such a powerful force guarding against? Isn't it the planet Devourer? Not only that, the reality gem that has disappeared for thousands of years was originally buried deep in the ground. But it also appeared in this world some time ago. If there is no manipulation of the eternal great God behind this, how can someone find reality gems? All of this is also to guard against the planet Devourer. Eternity is the abstraction of Mephisto, who may not be good at getting his hands dirty. But let your own messengers and believers do these things, then it will be fine. Also, I don't know how you convinced Odin to let me go, because I am also a powerful force. This shows that you also have no confidence in facing the planet Devourer. Not only that, in order to increase my strength, so you waited for me again and gave me the power gem. This is all for the next thing, going to the unknown to face the planet Devourer. But when I showed that I wouldn't go there immediately, you took the initiative to stop my actions and correct my actions. The ultimate goal is to let me go to unknown places. All of this is also to deal with the planet Devourer. In other words, I can only have one purpose now, to investigate the situation of the planet Devourer. Do anything else and you'll be blocked. You also have this ability to stop me. This is all planned by the eternal God behind you. You have lived outside for so long that you have no idea about such timing and coincidences. But I was imprisoned for these hours and I was able to discover the meaning behind these situations. Devil messenger, haha, whether you admit it or not, I have already seen through you. After Hela finished speaking, she turned around arrogantly. She thought that she had seen through Qin Xiao and even more so the Mephisto behind him. Not only that, she easily connected everything now. This connection makes sense. Hearing Hela's words, Qin Xiao was expressionless. He was stunned by Hela's analysis. Even what I did during this time, such a solid hammer, I can't even say a word of rebuttal. They all seem to be verifying one thing and increasing the strength of the entire universe. This is so, 3.5 makes sense, and his own identity has also been real hammered, own appearance. And just at this time the planet Devourer appeared. Therefore, all the strength I increased had a reason. I am speechless. Even Qin Xiao thinks about it now. Is his time travel really done by the eternal God? Batilda. Qin Xiao quickly threw this terrifying thought out of his mind. Own special powers, even if you tell them that you have a system. So that's it, I know what to do. So scary, almost brainwashed by Hela, the goddess of death. It is estimated that they all think that the system is also bestowed by the eternal God. Take on the planet Eater. That's right, I know what to do. Collector heard Hela's words and he ate the acacia fruit he got. This fruit was originally intended to be collected by him, but when at the moment learned that behind Qin Xiao was Eternal, one of the 5 creation gods, he made his choice. Just eat this devil fruit. If it was other powers, he might not know what to do. But behind it is an abstract Mephisto like eternity, so he doesn't worry at all. Because of these abstractions, Mephisto generally does not participate in the affairs of the universe, unless it is something that affects the entire universe like now. Similarly, the 4 abstract gods of the 5 creation gods are with the universe. If they are destroyed, the entire universe will be destroyed. In that case, it is naturally impossible for him, Collector, to live. And this devil fruit of the eternal god might contain the law of time. Since I can match the devil fruit, it means that I am also in the attention of the eternal god. He himself originally had a special identity. Now he can bear the mark of the eternal great god again. This has endless benefits for his survival in the universe, as well as the future. Watching Collector's actions, everyone became more and more convinced that Qin Xiao was the emissary of the eternal god. Otherwise, such a person who has survived endless years would not have made such a choice. For Collector's actions completely stupefied Qin Xiao. What is all this for? What the hell, I'm really not the eternal god. You have misunderstood this way, but he couldn't explain it and he didn't want to explain it. Regardless of what you may think, the universe is under attack by the planet eaters. Next, it's time for us to deal with each other and ensure the balance of the universe. All Hela needs to do is to go to the unknown star field to investigate information. Remember to pay attention to safety and pass the information back as much as possible. As for other people, just do what you have to do. Especially the fruit power given to you, you must develop it well. In the end, whether it is the cannon fodder or the main force is all in your own hands. Qin Xiao at the moment uses the misunderstanding between Hela and Collector. Directly Dei Lingren opened his mouth and said, and also made a reminder to other fruit ability users. Cannon fodder or main force. Originally, Qin Xiao had been telling them to develop the fruit ability. But they didn't know why at the time. Some people even think that their ability is enough. At least they are much stronger than their original ordinary person, so they even have a sense of complacency. But after today, they finally understood why Qin Xiao kept emphasizing that they should develop it. Because, if they don't work hard to develop, they will be treated as cannon fodder. Ha, I understand. Next, I will develop my Zhenjin fruit well. This universe is indeed much more interesting than staying on the earth. Let me go with the goddess of death. Fighting is the most suitable for me. Coincidentally, I can also help you connect with goddess Hela. Hatred was the first to speak. As a fighter, all he wants is to fight, but on earth it is impossible for him to fight well. But with Hela, the goddess of death, he has countless battles to fight. Moreover, he also proposed a condition that Qin Xiao originally wanted but could not. Contact Hela. In fact, it may even mean supervision. But this point, not only Qin Xiao, no one dared to bring it up, because it would make Hela feel insulted. But the hatred at the moment was brought up. Because he used to be a soldier in the army, at the moment he also looked at it according to the characteristics of the army. Since Qin Xiao is backed by the eternal god, it represents the face of eternity. Logically speaking, he is more noble than everyone here. In addition, his strength is astonishing, better than everyone here. The next thing to deal with is the big crisis of the planet Devourer. So theoretically, Qin Xiao can be the leader here. However, because Qin Xiao has been concealing his identity, he can't take the initiative. Even if he wants to let Hela go to the unknown universe, it can only be persuasion. So the hatred was obvious at a glance. Even if Qin Xiao wanted to supervise Hela, he couldn't bring it up. At this time, it's time for his stupid to show off. The active representative, Qin Xiao, entered the unknown universe with Hela. It's called a battle, and it is said with great fanfare that it is to contact Hela. In fact, behind this is the possibility of supervising Hela. Anyone who understands this point understands it, but this cannot be said. Hearing the hateful words, Hela took a serious look at the other party. After that, they turned their attention to Qin Xiao. It seems that there are simple people around you, but it is not simple at all. He asked to come with me and I agreed. However, I don't care about his life or death. If you die because of insufficient strength, then you can't blame me. Hela graciously agreed to Hate's request, but there is a lot of tension in these words. Haha, if I die it's because I lack ability, no one is to blame. Hate spoke directly. So do any of you want to join me? I am not worried about too many people, but not enough people. Hela at the moment even started pulling people here. For her, she has seen the power of others here. Only a few people might cause her some trouble. Most of the others are not worth mentioning to him. Therefore, she had the idea of subduing the people here to follow her. But apart from the abomination, Hulk moved slightly. But Hulk was quickly overwhelmed by Dr. Banner. There was no one else willing to go with them. Hela didn't force it either. She glanced at Qin Xiao. Since everyone else can have a little relationship with the eternal god. So is there anyone around me and me who can get your devil fruit? Now is the time to increase strength. Hearing Hela's words, Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Hela really doesn't have any fruit suitable for her 97 yet, because the system gave another answer. Ding, it is detected that the strength of the matching object is increasing rapidly, and it is temporarily unable to match. This is the information Qin Xiao got about Hela. Hela is now free from Odin's captivity, the giant wolf Fenrir. In other words, her upper limit of strength even exceeds that of all Asgard people. But there are really things around Hela that can match the devil fruit. Until it is filled with water, Hela's strength will not stop improving. But because of Odin's captivity, she only has half a bottle of water, divine power in her bottle. You left the captivity of Odin, your strength is growing rapidly, and there is no fruit suitable for you for the time being. Her current divine power is facing a period of rapid increase. Until her divine power reaches the divine power she should have at her age. Because as long as she returns to Asgard, she will become stronger and stronger. But Hela won't stop rising in power even then. Only when the water fills the large basin is Hela's full strength. It's like when Odin is too old to match a devil fruit. It's as if she returns to Asgard, and what was originally a small bottle becomes a large basin. Hela, whose strength is growing rapidly, cannot match the devil fruit for the time being. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he pointed to a huge figure behind Hela. Under normal circumstances, at that time, the people of Asgard are the most powerful people at this stage. However, there are indeed people around you who are suitable for matching devil fruits. It's like her age is a bottle. Fenrir doesn't match a devil fruit. Hela looked back and saw the giant wolf Fenrir behind him. To her, Fenrir the great wolf was even closer than Odin. Originally, the giant wolf was killed and buried under Asgard, and she was very angry. But now there is nothing to do with Odin and others, so after resurrecting Fenrir with the eternal fire, he left Asgard with this army. Fenrir, who died once, is still recovering. In fact, when Hela heard about the death of the 5 creation gods, she actually had a clearer answer in her heart. She and her undead army are really subordinates of death. In other words, even if she wants to rely on a god. The most likely thing can only be the death of the power of the 5 creation gods. Goddess of death matches death, this is standard. At the moment, I actually heard Qin Xiao say that Fenrir can match a devil fruit. This really surprised her. Could it be that death doesn't care about Griffin but eternity does? Not only her, but everyone else also looked shocked at the moment. But their astonishment is not the same as Hela, the goddess of death. They were amazed at the moment that even animals can match devil fruit. Immediately afterwards, their eyes turned to Rocket Raccoon. Although Rocket Raccoon is also an animal, he is an intelligent animal. This giant wolf Fenrir has also been spotted by the eternal god. Could it be that this giant wolf is also an animal that can only excel? When the giant wolf Fenrir heard Qin Xiao's words, it really showed a shocked expression. As Hela's mount, it doesn't think otherwise. All in all, for Hela, Hela does what he tells him to do. It is also always believed that it will always follow Hela. Unexpectedly, I could still have the situation of eating a devil fruit. Hela glanced at the stunned Fenrir in a blink of an eye, then he turned his head to look at Qin Xiao again. Now that Fenrir can match a devil fruit, let me see what kind of power this fruit will provide him. Hela is not like an outsider at all, she wants to see the fruit power of the giant wolf Fenrir on her own. Qin Xiao didn't have too much emotion either, a devil fruit appeared directly in his hand. The only thing Fenrir can match is this swallowing fruit. The power of Tun fruit is just like its name. It can turn anything it swallows into a part of its own body. Or these things gradually synthesize new things, you can even eat it yourself. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the power of Tun fruit. The effect startled Fenrir, the wolf behind Hela. It itself has a powerful devouring power. If there is this Tun fruit, maybe it will become even stronger. Almost everyone in the movie universe has been weakened. The giant wolf Fenrir no longer has the power to devour everything. Maybe its strength, its bite, its size. But it is impossible to have the ability to devour the sun and the moon. It doesn't even have the ability to devour other substances such as metal. But now this swallowing fruit seems to have the ability to swallow other substances. That's why it looks so surprised. When Hela heard Qin Xiao's words, she reached out and took the fruit in Qin Xiao's hand. Very well, this fruit is suitable for Fenrir. Fenrir, open your mouth and eat it. Hela directly threw the Tun fruit to the giant wolf Fenrir. Swallowing the fruit, Fenrir didn't even taste the fruit. the fruit is really too small for it. In a moment, the power of the devil fruit gradually took effect in its body. Immediately afterwards, Fenrir bit the bone of an ancient god on the ground. Click. Crack tilde. Catch tilde. Originally, it took a few teeth to bite the skull of an ancient god of heaven. At the moment was as crisp as a biscuit in its mouth. All who have seen Fenrir the wolf and the skulls of the ancient gods, at the moment subconsciously moved away from Fenrir. This ancient day Shendu could not stand the destruction of the giant wolf Fenrir. Whoever has a mortal body is still its opponent. Even Hulk, who is not afraid of anything, subconsciously stayed away from the other party. I may be able to fight the opponent, but I can't keep myself from being bitten by the opponent. This thing looks too scary. Even Hela was astonished watching the giant wolf Fenrir's movements. This ton fruit is really amazing. She originally thought that everything Qin Xiao said could be exaggerated. Now it seems that this is simply a small thing to say. Moreover, the power of this fruit is like the Rubik's Cube fruit. Seems to have the power to break certain rules. The Rubik's Cube fruit can cut the Rubik's Cube no matter where it is, and the swallowing fruit seems to be able to swallow anything. Hela has a feeling. At the moment's giant wolf Fenrir seems to be the real giant wolf. The kind of giant wolf that swallows everything. Even the kind of super giant wolf that will leave its name in myths and legends. The great wolf Fenrir swallowed a chunk of the head of the ancient god. Immediately afterwards it stood still. It was as if the heads were beginning to digest in its body. A moment later, under the gaze of all, the great wolf Fenrir stretched out his wolf. On the wolf's paw, a layer of strange things appeared covering the paw in a blink of an eye. Tilde this is a claw made from the skull of an ancient god. Hela saw the difference at a glance. Tilde. The giant wolf Fenrir nodded constantly. Everything swallowed can become a part of the body, so that's what it means. Here what is being eaten now is the skull of the ancient god, and his skull is not the hardest. Yes, many metals are harder than the skulls of ancient gods, so this skull can be developed. Now that you can eat the head of an ancient god, can you also eat those metals? His tilde if it can eat the hardest metals, won't its body become extremely terrifying? Impossible, maybe there will be restrictions. A group of people watched the actions of the ancient giant wolf Fenrir, and they were extremely astonished at the moment. Fenrir, can you eat metals? Hela at the moment is also full of curiosity. The whole thing would be interesting if Fenrir could eat metal. Awa tilde. Fenrir howled, then it ran to the side of a flight vehicle. Wanglit howl. Crack tilde. Crack tilde. Catch tilde. Fenrir bit through the flight gear with a few bites. After that, it opened its mouth wide and took a giant cannon in the flight gun into its mouth. Gulu tilde. Gulu tilde. A giant cannon was swallowed by the giant wolf Fenrir. Hiss, even metal can be swallowed directly. This ton fruit is too powerful. The next step is to see if Fenrir can transform the metal into a part of the body. Yes, if it is possible, then this fruit is really too powerful. Fenrir seemed to have overheard everyone's conversation. It glanced at the speaker with some disdain. Immediately afterwards, a mass of huge amounts of matter gradually emerged on the surface of its body. A cannon appeared on Fenrir's body. Cannon fires a powerful energy cannon. This shot left everyone dumbfounded. Ton fruit, can you really fit the food you eat into it? Ton fruit, can you really fuse the things you eat into it? Collector looked at the giant wolf at the moment with a look of surprise. He originally thought that what Qin Xiao said about being able to fit other things onto his body was a lie. But now it seems that this thing is really true. Definitely, but the ability of each fruit needs to be developed by oneself. And sometimes the fruit is related to the power of one's own body. The stronger the original, the stronger the fruit ability will be. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he glanced at Collector pointingly. With Collector's body capable of surviving endless years, no one dared to say that he was weak. In this case, if he transforms into a castle, how powerful and terrifying it will become. Moreover, the castle that Collector transforms into is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary castle among pirates. With the urination of Collectors, if it is absolutely advanced, then put it on the castle. Finally, perhaps a super powerful war fortress. Even he alone might be scarier than Thanos' holy place number 2. All of these are developed by Collector itself. I heard Qin Xiao say that the stronger the original strength, the stronger the fruit ability. Some expressed understanding and some did not. It's like cutting the fruit quickly, turning it into an ordinary metal blade at most for ordinary people. But to Wolverine, it can conjure adamantium blade. This alone can substitute Wolverine's fighting power countless times. 790. But Qin Xiao didn't explain too much. Finally, he turned his attention back to the giant wolf griffin. Griffin's performance made everyone have no doubts about the effect that Qin Xiao's Tun fruit can achieve. And the giant wolf Fenrir, at the moment excitedly continued to try the history area of swallowing the fruit. Qin Xiao can say that he can also combine things in his own body. But on this point, giant wolf Griffin tried for a long time but failed. Hela shifted her gaze to Qin Xiao. Very well, I can now guarantee his safety to a certain extent. This is my trade reward for the fruit you gave Fenrir. Hela pointed to the abomination. Now that I got Tun fruit from Qin Xiao, well, she's also a little bit more willing to keep a little hate safe in at the moment. As long as the hatred doesn't kill him, then she won't let him die. Even if she died, she would use the eternal fire to rescue him. HMPH, it's not that simple to kill me. Abomination heard this, he muttered constantly on the side. He didn't believe he was going to die, but neither Qin Xiao nor Hela paid attention to his words. I really didn't expect to be able to see the appearance of a fruit ability person with my own eyes. It appears that the mysterious Ea demon messenger sent the black dwarf back. It is also for the sake of the combat effectiveness of the entire universe. I don't know what I am in the plan of the devil messenger or the eternal god. Just then Thanos finally spoke. He saw a wonderful scene on the other side of the communicator, the whole process of the birth of a devil fruit bearer, and this is what he is most curious about. Otherwise, how could he wait here quietly? You know, Black Dwarf was studied by Thanos after he went back. Black Dwarf's race is not originally weak, otherwise he would not be able to become one of the Obsidian generals. But Black Dwarf's strength is too weak for other generals. The last time I went to Earth with Ebony Maw, I met a mysterious Earthman and ate a strange fruit for Black Dwarf. This fruit turned Black Dwarf into a giant elephant in the end. Perhaps due to the influence of Black Dwarf originally's physique, this transformed giant elephant looks very terrifying. Especially after the transformation, he gained great strength and endurance. Make Black Dwarf's sustained fighting power look amazing. The only bad thing is that Dark Star can't use weapons after turning into a mammoth. His mechanical pickaxe is useless in such a situation. However, the huge tusks and trunks of the same mammoth have become alternative weapons. At least in the internal training battle, relying on ivory and trunk, the fighting power of the mammoth elephant is no worse than that of the Black Dwarf human form. Black Dwarf also brings words to Thanos. Qin Xiao seemed to want Thanos and the others to realize something. The mysterious thing called Devil Fruit can enhance their strength. After Thanos brought back the Dark Star from Titan, I have been trying to investigate things about this mysterious demon messenger on Earth. As a result, his investigation has not yet yielded results, and he unexpectedly ran into the other party on the collector side. Even the other party performed in front of them how an ordinary person can become a fruit ability. Not only that, but Thanos knows more. Standing behind the opponent may be the eternal god, one of the 5 great gods of creation. This means that the background of the other party is really amazing. There will be few people in this Fang universe who will be able to surpass each other's background. The same Thanos also knew the layout from the eternal god. All this is to deal with the planet Devourer, who is also one of the 5 creation gods. In other words, this will be a war of gods. Maybe when I saw the planet Devourer and fought and investigated the other party, the eternal god had already made preparations behind it. He himself can't fight against the planet Devourer, one of the 5 founding gods, but his envoys and believers can. This is also to ensure the balance of the universe. If the world is so completely destroyed, then there is no way for his ambition of Thanos to be implemented. That's why he wanted to know what he was in the plan of the eternal god. Even Black Dwarf can become a follower of the eternal god, so what about his destruction? When Qin Xiao heard Thanos' question, he immediately walked to the communicator. This is the first conversation between Qin Xiao and Thanos. It was also the first time the two met, and they met through endless quantum communication. In the face of the planet Devourer, everyone has only 2 identities. As the main rebel or cannon fodder, how far you can go is up to you. As for whether you are in the eyes of the eternal god, I'll need to meet you in person to confirm this. So will you let us meet next time? Or do you dare to let us find you now? Qin Xiao threw the question back. Now their fighting strength on this side is really too strong. There are still many soldiers on Ronan's Dark Star, and he originally has a powerful army. And Hela with his army of death is also very powerful. The meeting of the 2 legions seemed even bigger. The most important thing is that there are more than a dozen fruit ability users here, and these fruit ability users are also very powerful. And Hela still has 3 infinite gems in her hand, which makes her strength unparalleled. Don't look at Qin Xiao using the power of the fruit to temporarily defeat Hela. But if Hela used the power of infinite gems, Qin Xiao would probably have to kneel too. The reality gem alone is a reality-altering force that few can stop. The only thing you can do is to escape from the other party's range before he changes reality. With such a powerful force, Thanos' legion may not be able to withstand them, so now the question is thrown back at Thanos. Do you dare to meet them? For the peaceful development of the universe, I think we should meet each other. For the peaceful development of the universe, I think we should meet each other. Thanos actually spit out the words, for the peaceful development of the universe. This is really a bit out of character for a person who is constantly killing in the universe. But that's what Thanos really thinks. He is working hard for a balanced universe. Even if others don't understand, he doesn't care at all. Then, let's make an appointment and let's meet. Qin Xiao said casually. Wait for me, I will come to collect Collector Tiwin here. After Thanos finished speaking, he took the initiative to hang up, drop the communication with this side. Now that I have decided to meet Qin Xiao and Hela, then many things do not need to continue to communicate in the communicator. Thanos has always been a straightforward and strong man. It looks like we're going to be here a while longer, Tiwin. Hela looked at the communicator that had hung up and said to Collector, it is my honor that the goddess of death can stay in my place for a while. Collector's mouth is like honey. If it is said that Hela was going to stay here for a while, Collector may still have a little worry and fear in his heart. After all, Hela's temper is really not good. But this time, after the other party fought with the demon messenger Qin Xiao, her temper obviously restrained a little. In addition, behind Qin Xiao is likely to stand the eternal god. And his Collector and Hela's Mount Wolf Fenrir have also become believers of the eternal god. In theory, they belong to the same camp. So Hela's temper should not be vented on him. While waiting for Thanos to arrive, the people here are not idle. In other words, except for Qin Xiao, everyone else was not idle. Hela began to integrate Ronan's army, trying to make Ronan's army cooperate with his undead army. After all, their battle will be carried out in cooperation with each other afterwards. The undead army is under the control of Hela, and they only need Hela's thought, and they know what to do. But Ronan's legion could not have such a tacit understanding, so it is necessary to issue corresponding orders to him. Ronan and Xingyun are constantly trying to accept the command of the leader Hela, and constantly try to accept her character. And the abomination joined Hela's legions. He is now better friends with the giant wolf Fenrir. The main thing is that the two guys can withstand each other's attacks together. Hate that powerful attack, most people can't bear it. And the giant wolf Fenrir originally has great strength and size. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to play with it. But now there is an abomination. Even if he bites the abomination can recover quickly. Collector Tiwin prepared a lot of various spaceships. These spaceships are all for Earthlings. So with these spaceships, Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord began to train the people on Earth. For such training, agents such as Natasha Romanoff and Barton are most interested. This is a great time to master a new driving skill. Even an old antique like Captain Rogers is also seriously learning how to drive the spaceship. Even Tony curiously tried to control the spaceship himself. He used to rely more on the intelligent system of JARVIS to control flight. The cooperation of the whole team can be considered relatively calm. The only big problem is that Guardians of Galaxy are scattered directly into the group locker. There will never be another Guardians of Galaxy led by them. At least in the short term, there will be no such small team of Guardians of Galaxy. Will they continue to become Guardians of Galaxy in the future? No one knows about this. In this atmosphere, a huge fleet appeared outside the void. Thanos' Holy Place 1 ship. There are many warships behind this spaceship, and this is only part of Thanos' army. Thanos also has an upgraded, more powerful Holy Place 2. This time I only brought Holy Place number 1 here. Because there is no way to enter more large warships in the void. Even Holy Place number 1 is enough to form a strong deterrent here. In addition, there are many fleet legions behind, enough to form a siege to the nothingness. In the last New York War, Thanos' Holy Place number 1 was originally to cooperate with Loki to attack the Earth. As a result, that attack was not only unsuccessful. On the contrary, they sent countless technologies to the Earth. In the past few years, the Earth has also created spaceships that can fly in the universe. This is clear progress. Likewise, Tony didn't go into outer space with a nuclear bomb on his shoulders. Naturally, Holy Place no. One will not be destroyed. As soon as the Thanos army appeared, the scouts sent by Ronan had sent back the corresponding news. Ask for flowers. Facing Thanos' army, Ronan led his army to meet Thanos. At the moment, Ronan was still a little apprehensive facing Thanos. After all, he was on Thanos' side in the beginning, and promised Thanos to take the Cosmic Spirit Ball back to him. Originally, Ronan didn't know what was inside the Cosmic Spirit Ball, So at that time, Ronan was still doing his best to help Thanos. After all, the two reached an agreement. But when he knew what the cosmic spiritual ball crowd was, had completely given up on returning the thing to Thanos. Fortunately, he was stopped by Hela before he had time to express his thoughts. Now Thanos just feels that Ronan is threatened by Hela. That's why he chose to submit to the opponent's hands. Thanos also thought that Ronan was not active and willing. He had no idea that Ronan's heart had almost turned to Hela now. The appearance of Hela, in a sense, made Ronan see another possibility. This universe has a more dangerous side. It turns out that the situation I care about is really not worth mentioning compared with these big crises in the universe. Ronan successfully connected to Thanos' communicator. You are welcome, Thanos. Ronan's voice was steady. Outside, the two legions were still confronting each other vaguely. Thanos had seen what was inside with his own eyes. Thanos, finally see you, this young man. Come inside with me, Goddess Hela is already waiting. Thanos' purple face was also calm. Beside her is the envoy of the mysterious eternal god. Ronan didn't talk much to Thanos. They followed the ships of Ronan's legion into the void. Her at the moment hair stood up high like a crown. After all, the final result of this meeting is still unknown. In addition, the emissary of the eternal god is also waiting inside. A group of small spaceships flew out of Holy Place 1. Enter the void. He directly told Thanos, Hela, and Qin Xiao that he was waiting. Entering the Collector's Collection Hall, Thanos easily saw Hela in a green divine power battle suit. This is the management of Collector. There is order in chaos. It seems that you are doing well under the Goddess of Death for the time being. Thanos, I finally see you, young man. The one who can call Thanos an afterlife is naturally Hela, the Goddess of Death. Goddess of Death, when I see you, I know that a supreme reputation will resound in the future universe. Thanos has the least respect for Hela, the Goddess of Death. No way, his idea of controlling the population by war was still influenced by Hela. When Hela was Odin's vanguard across the 9 realms. In the entire 9 realms, there is only boundless fear brought about by killing. And the creatures of the 9 realms fell into stagnant development for a long time after being slaughtered by Hela. War is the fastest and most direct way to reduce population. Influenced by this, Thanos thought of this too. When the population overload appeared on Titan and the resources could not be satisfied, Thanos made that insane suggestion: randomly slaughter ordinary life. Such a frenzied 337 crazy suggestion is definitely impossible to be accepted. Even everyone thinks Thanos is crazy. The final result is that the resources on Titan are exhausted and it is no longer possible to survive. On the entire Titan, it is not known how many people survived. Thanos has long claimed to be a survivor of the Eternals. Qin Xiao has always had his doubts about this. Titan's technology is astonishing. Think about it, just relying on the power of killing one person can create a layer of holy place. There is also the holy place number 2 and the flight device that is like a donut. This situation is only caused by some of the armies of other races that he gathered alone. The initial technological support and spacecraft support should all come from Titan. Without Titan's technical support, it is definitely not easy for Thanos to form such a huge army. There was a big question in Qin Xiao's mind. Now that Thanos can use part of the technology of Titan to form a legion, then the eternal clan of Titan star where Thanos was at the beginning went all out to form a legion. There should be many people on the entire Titan who can be rescued. There should be many survivable planets in this universe, or planets that can be changed. Qin Xiao has always been puzzled by the fact that he was able to live on other planets, but most of them died on his own planet in the end. Even the people of Titan and other cosmic empires died in battle when they competed for the planet. It's also much more reasonable than waiting to die on the planet because resources are exhausted. Could it be just like Krypton's Superman, obviously has the technology to see a Superman sent to Earth? Instead, many people choose to be with the planet. Thanos of the Titan family also made such a choice. Sure enough, the choice of life in the universe has its own characteristics. Definitely, Thanos keeps saying he's a survivor of the Eternals, but no one knows exactly how many survivors there were. At least looking at it now, I still don't know how many Eternal clan there are. It is also possible that many of the Eternals of Titan have gone to other planets to survive. This point can only be gradually understood in the following time. Thanos at the moment says hello to Hela, goddess of death, in all seriousness. Death goddess Hela at the moment is in a pretty good mood. She walked towards Thanos with voluptuous steps. The difference between Thanos' size and Hela's size is simply too great. Hela reached out and stroked Thanos' strong body gently. Recently, I specifically inquired about the situation of your Eternal clan. You have strong individual ability and technology ability. I didn't expect to face genocide. Sure enough, it is difficult for a sober person like you and me to get the approval of others. Hela is the narrator on her own. She recognized Thanos, but she didn't know that Asgard actually possessed such powerful technology and divine power. In the face of real danger, there is only one way to choose to escape. The Protoss of Asgard are also facing the crisis of almost genocide. Fortunately, this point has been temporarily stopped by Qin Xiao. There is no way people like us will eventually be called crazy by others. Thanos seems to have adapted to being teased and questioned. Crazy? What you said makes sense, but there are still too few people who can understand it. Think again about my advice to you, surrender to me, and follow me to conquer the entire universe. In the process of conquest, if you want to destroy half of life, I can completely allow it. Hela tries again to win over Thanos. The more he investigated about Thanos, the more Lee actually appreciated him. The opponent has super command ability and combat effectiveness. It also has a powerful fleet that can move freely across the universe. Isn't such power exactly what Hela needs right now? As for Thanos' killing character, Hela doesn't care at all. Just kill, those souls will be brought into the underworld by her just after killing. He is the goddess of death, not the goddess of life, and he doesn't care about the existence of life at all. What she wants is war and surrender and countless undead. Goddess Hela is joking, conquering such a thing is impossible. Thanos once again refuses Hela's request. Hela wasn't angry either, she turned away from Thanos on her own. Since this is the case, then you can slowly communicate with the mysterious emissary of the eternal great god. Hela directly stepped aside. Then it was time for Thanos to talk to Qin Xiao. The reason why Thanos came here was precisely because he wanted to know whether there were other people around him who could match the devil fruit besides Black Dwarf. Anyway, now a huge amount of misunderstanding has appeared on them. Everyone thinks that behind Qin Xiao is the eternal god. Under such a halo, everyone's attitude towards Qin Xiao became a little cautious. And being able to become a follower of the eternal great god has become the dream of many people. If it is said that the original Qin Xiao promoted devil fruit, he had to find some reason to fool other people. Now it's other people trying to get the devil fruit in exchange. Qin Xiao turned his gaze from the others back to Thanos. Do you still want to snatch the infinite gems from Hela? There was no embarrassment at all because of the last New York battle. This is the change produced by this misunderstanding. Qin Xiao's identity is really scary. Thanos walked to Qin Xiao's side, looking at this figure who was hardly different from ordinary people. Thanos asked the question right out of his mouth. As for Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, they looked at Qin Xiao solemnly. Do you still think about snapping your fingers like making a wish to make half of life in the entire universe disappear? The ugly but elegant Ebony Maw nodded slightly to Qin Xiao. Mysterious messenger, I don't know if there are people beside me who have become believers of the eternal God 3.0. Qin Xiao looked at Thanos' men who had approached him. What is the problem? Doubts filled Thanos' mind, but now I have a bigger question I want to ask you. The mighty Black Dwarf has become a fruit ability. Why would eternal God choose such a person to be his messenger? They do have a lot of opportunities to become fruit ability holders. Snap your fingers and wipe out half of the life in the universe. Hearing Qin Xiao's question, Collector opened his mouth in astonishment. Not only him but everyone else who heard the news was extremely astonished. Even Hela, the goddess of death, is like this. Can infinite gems have such great power? But Hela's attention was no longer on killing half the creatures. Her attention was completely focused on the power of infinite gems. One snap of the fingers can wipe out half of the living beings. This already involves cosmic rule-level power. Hela's eyes focused directly on Thanos. Thanos felt the doubts of everyone around him, but he didn't care at all. As I said before, the resources in the universe are limited, but the creatures in the universe are infinite. Now, many planets are already facing the scenario of resource depletion. Although I am now constantly reducing the number of huge creatures on many planets in the universe. Without such a large number of creatures, the planet can slowly recover. This can allow these creatures to live longer. But this efficiency is too slow. Many 4 planets disappeared before I went there. Many species became extinct directly from such resource consumption. Even the creatures I saved don't know how to be grateful. They will always remember that I slaughtered many of their members. They wanted to seek revenge on me and wanted to destroy me too. This is purely a waste of their hard-earned lives. Then thought of more things. If you collect all 6 infinite gems, you don't need to go to a planet-by-planet massacre at all. All I need is a snap of my fingers and they turn to ashes. They don't feel pain, Everything is done in an instant. There is no distinction between rich and poor. This is the real fairness. What I do is kind to them. Thanos had his own ideas, of course. I will not hide it because of a question from Qin Xiao. Hearing Thanos' words, everyone present was stunned. Collect all 6 infinite gems and snap your fingers. Then randomly wipe out half of the creatures in the universe. In the end, half of the creatures were directly reduced to ashes. Behind this is endless life. Those are not individual data, they are living beings. How dare Thanos do such a thing alone? And at the moment Tony, Captain Rogers, they thought of the last time Loki came to Earth with the scepter. He is for the space gem in Tesseract, if these gems were obtained by Thanos in advance. So Thanos really snapped his fingers as he thought. Half of the lives in this universe would simply disappear. Last time they unintentionally prevented a big event. Now, the 2 infinite gems on Earth will be even more unobtainable. Back on Earth, they must collect the gems in their own hands for safekeeping as soon as possible. Even, this matter will be the most important thing. Now it is originally facing a huge amounts of crisis like the planet Devourer. Thanos can't be made to do more dangerous things. For creatures like Collector that have survived since ancient times, Thanos' thoughts are simply insane. He has been able to survive. This is his own physical and racial issues. But under the snap of Thanos' fingers, he didn't know if he could survive, because it's all about luck. This gives him a 50% chance that the Collector will die directly. For those who have lived endless years and want to continue living, they are told that they have a 50% chance of dying. The anger and fear in him can be imagined. Even Collector at the moment wanted to take out Thanos. It's best to eliminate this guy with dangerous ideas in advance. Even Hela at the moment had a dignified expression. Although she claims that Asgard is immortal, she is immortal. However, under the action of the 6 super gemstones formed in the early stage of the universe explosion, it is also very simple to destroy oneself. Because in such a situation, it is not strength but luck that is fighting. How can you do this? I thought you were bloody killing in the universe. I didn't expect you to think of such a more terrifying way of killing behind your back. Star-Lord Quill spoke in disbelief. Being a predator, he thought they already knew a lot about the universe. But it never occurred to him that there was such a terrifying crisis in the universe. Even such a crisis is not what you want or don't want to be able to solve. Pure luck, this is the most fair and just thing, and everyone is the same. Thanos didn't change color in the slightest because of Star-Lord's accusation. Now that there is a planet Devourer, don't you want to keep snapping your fingers? Is it true that the infinite gems will be snatched from the hands of the goddess of death, as the mysterious messenger said? Rocket Raccoon also asked his question. Thanos glanced at the others. This may be everyone's question. If the answer is not good, he probably will fall here this time. The first thing to deal with now is the planet Devourer. Originally, the resources of living planets in this universe were already very few. Now the planet Devourer is still constantly devouring high-quality planets in the universe. This will strain already stretched resources even further. His philosophy is completely opposite to mine, and what I have to do is to destroy it with you. Thanos also offered his thoughts on the planet Eater. The high-quality planet devoured by the planet Devourer will reduce the resources in the universe. And every time a planet is devoured, it means that all life on that planet disappears. Whether it's dwindling resources or direct genocide all at once, it makes Thanos feel bad. That's why he sent Supergiant to find all the information about the other party after learning that the planet was devouring it. That is to say, you wouldn't think about snatching infinite gems before destroying the devouring planet. Star-Lord continued to ask questions. At least if the goddess of death can control it, I won't snatch it. Thanos asked Ebony Maw and the others behind him to come to Qin Xiao's side. Then let's see what kind of devil fruit the people around you can match. As for what happened after the planet Devourer was eliminated, there will be a big fight between Hela and Thanos by then. At least, he won't fight among himself until he wipes out the planet Devourer. And the goddess of death who can control infinite gems is not something I can easily conquer. At that time, Qin Xiao just think about how to get the separated infinite gems. Qin Xiao got the news he wanted here. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. 3 devil fruits and almost every other day. The system decisively gave Proxima Midnight a suitable devil fruit. So, ladies first, let's start with you. Qin Xiao first walked to the side of Proxima Midnight. Mysterious messenger, I don't know what kind of devil fruit can I match. Thanos boldly admits this. Matchable fruits, target fruit, diamond fruit, invisible fruit. My people, you all come here. Before destroying the planet Devourer, I see. Mysterious messenger, I don't know what kind of devil fruit can I match. Proxima Midnight asked Qin Xiao cautiously. Qin Xiao's identity is really scary. Definitely this is all because they scare themselves. There are three fruits that you can match, namely target fruit, diamond fruit, and transparent fruit. These three fruits have their own functions. The first is the target fruit, which can target others. As long as the opponent is marked, the items thrown by the ability will be automatically tracked to Tanya Cape. Stop tracking unless shot down or blocked by obstacles on the way. The number that can be marked at the same time is the same as the number of palms. If you wash your hands, the target locked by that hand will be eliminated. You must touch the other party again to lock again. If you want to shake someone's hand and don't want to target that person, gloves must be worn as a protective measure. Next is the diamond fruit and the transparent fruit. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the three fruits matched by Proxima Midnight. Hearing the introduction of the three fruits, some people at the scene analyzed in their hearts. Even Qin Xiao himself is analyzing why these three fruits are matched to Proxima Midnight. The first is the target fruit. The limitation of this fruit is more obvious, but Qin Xiao easily understood why the other party would match this fruit. In the comics, Proxima Midnight's weapon is very special. This is a weapon that Thanos forged himself. Whenever she throws this weapon, it will split into three rays that can track the target. In other words, Proxima Midnight's weapon has a tracking effect, but in the movie, this ability is clearly eliminated. Even Captain Rogers grabbed a weapon thrown by Proxima Midnight. Even a wave of cooperation with Black Widow also hurt Corvus Glaive. Now, target fruit complements this point. Anyone marked by Proxima Midnight will be tracked by her weapon. Moreover, the target fruit has a strong threat, because as long as others do not know the power of this fruit, then once touched by Proxima Midnight, you have to worry about whether you will be killed by a sudden weapon. Fortunately, this fruit has a weakness. As long as it blocks the attack path of the weapon, it will be fine. In other words, as long as you are in the room when you rest, you are basically safe. After all, even if the weapon wants to attack, it will first stab the wall, glass, door, etc. of the room. But even with such a weakness, the power of this fruit cannot be ignored. A master who is originally good at close combat like Proxima Midnight, if you have the power of the target fruit again, few people can guard against her attack. As for the diamond fruit, it is obviously to increase the defense. It's kind of like a life-saving skill. Among Thanos' generals, Ebony Maw, Proxima Midnight, and Corvus Glaive, none of them have very strong defensive capabilities. If they had diamond fruit, their defense might be improved a lot. This allows them to use more power to attack. This is also a plan to enhance their strength. And the diamond fruit is a one-sided translation problem. It should be better known as shiny fruit. If it is named after the shiny fruit, it should not only be diamonds. After all, there are just too many shiny things. And the transparent fruit is a super fruit for assassination. If the other party has this fruit, then the task Thanos gave him will become easier. All three fruits can enhance the strength of Proxima Midnight. Now the key is to see how Proxima Midnight chooses itself. All eyes are on the upper body of Proxima Midnight. They all wonder what kind of story Proxima Midnight will choose, because it also involves everyone's defense against her in the future, especially what changes need to be made when fighting. If you choose diamond fruit, this is a change visible to the naked. Okay, next, let's see what fruits you can match Corvus Glaive. Qin Xiao ignored their complaints. He directly named Corvus Glaive to match the devil fruit. Corvus Glaive heard Qin Xiao's words and he came directly to Qin Xiao's side. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruits: gas fruit, shadow fruit, dowdo fruit, diamond fruit, thorn fruit. The sound of the system rang in Qin Xiao's ears. Corvus Glaive actually matched 5 fruits. Qin Xiao began to think about why these 5 fruits were matched to Corvus Glaive. The first is the gas fruit. The ability of this fruit is very powerful and diverse. It allows the ability to release gas from anywhere. The gas can easily kill people. From this point of view, it is a bit like poisonous fruit. However, the gas fruit does not have as many toxins as the poisonous fruit. But the power of the gas fruit is not as monotonous as the poisonous fruit. I am the toxicity of the fruit, even in some respects, only incidentally. The toxicity of the poisonous fruit is his main characteristic. Poison fruit loses everything when it loses its toxicity, and gas fruit loses its toxicity, but there are other ways. Because gas is a gas, this fruit can also burn and explode. The burning 813 of the gas fruit exploded, even carrying a part of the power of burning the fruit. Also, because it is a gas, it can also be mixed into the whole air. Or when this mixed gas appears, the gas fruit controller can pump away the gas. Because the gas mixes with the air, at the moment the entire air is also sucked away, creating the conditions for death by suffocation. And because it is the fruit of nature, basically they all have the ability to use power to become huge. As long as the gas fruit absorbs gas, it can achieve a gigantic effect. This represents the body shape of the fruit ability possessing variability, so the strength of this fruit is actually very powerful. Next is the shadow fruit. This is the first time Qin Xiao found someone matching this fruit. This fruit can manipulate one's own or cut other people's shadows. It can also absorb the shadow of others leaving the body. It is also possible to put shadows into corpses to make zombies. Moonlight Moriah used the shadow fruit to create an army of zombies. He himself can also constantly strengthen himself with the shadow. Every time a shadow is stuffed in, the strength it exerts will become bigger and bigger. As for the upper limit of the shadows that can be stuffed, it depends on the control of one's own mental power. The more shadows you can control, the more shadows you can squeeze in. Theoretically speaking, if the mental power is strong enough, even this stuffed shadow will be endless. Just thinking about how terrifying such an improvement would be. When learning about these two fruits, Qin Xiao frowned slightly. Corvus Glaive is actually quite a brutal man. He chose to join the Thanos Legion just to kill. In the comics, he should originally be Thanos' #1 general. It's just that the current universe is replaced by Ebony Maw. Moreover, because of the length of the movie, it did not show whether General Guangdao was cruel. But seeing these two fruits, Qin Xiao suspected that the other party still had a brutal and bloodthirsty personality. It's as if the target fruit is strengthening the tracking effect of Proxima Midnight's original weapon. The gas fruit and shadow fruit are matched with Corvus Glaive's killing brutality, the ability of the random elementalization of the gas fruit. This directly makes him almost immune to physical damage. The key is that the gas fruit can poison and suffocate to a certain extent. If this thing was given to Corvus Glaive, he would probably use this method directly when fighting. There is also the use of the power of gas explosions, which is also an offensive super strength. And because he is immune to most physical attacks, he can often fight with his arms and legs free. Such a method will make him very terrifying in killing people in the future. As for the shadow fruit, this is simply harvesting the super strength of others. Maybe Corvus Glaive committed countless massacres in order to collect shadows. Moreover, maybe his ambition will create a zombie land. It's usually nothing, but at critical moments, shadows are injected to resurrect these zombies. It seems that Corvus Glaive originally had a lot of ambitions. There's even a betrayal of Thanos in the comics. Giving him such a powerful fruit now, is it fueling his ambition? As for Daudu fruit, it is obviously a fruit that protects itself more than attacking. Diamond fruit has nothing to say. Proxima Midnight also matches this fruit. Finally, the fruit of thorns. This is one that increases melee combat. As it happens, Corvus Glaive is also a melee fighter. But the latter three are not as powerful and terrifying as the first two. I don't know what kind of devil fruit I can match. Corvus Glaive asked. The fruits you can match are gas fruit, shadow fruit, Daudu fruit, diamond fruit, and thorn fruit. Their effects are respectively. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the fruits of Corvus Glaive's match. Here the fruit power of Corvus Glaive. Some people in SHIELD were taken aback. Gas fruit, this fruit Killian has been matched. At that time, because there was no way to control Killian, so they chose hot fruit for Killian. They are very aware of the power of the gas fruit. Now this Corvus Glaive also matches this fruit. Most importantly, gas fruit is basically immune to physical attacks. This alone is enough to make people heartbroken. If such an opponent is an enemy, their battle will become very difficult. Fortunately, the opponent's main activity area is in the universe. In the end, though, some precautions need to be taken against these things. So, which fruit are you going to choose? Qin Xiao asked. Corvus Glaive paused for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand to the gas fruit, this one. With the gas fruit in his hand, Corvus Glaive took a bite. After a while, Corvus Glaive finally swallowed the fruit under the obvious change of color on his face. The unpalatable taste of devil fruit is really beyond imagination. For Hela, the goddess of death, the effect of the other party's fruit ability is not very great. Hill, looking back, I need to strengthen the last plan again. No one here wants to experience for themselves just how poisonous the gas of Corvus Glaive is. In just a moment, Corvus Glaive's entire body will become gaseous. For the strong physique here, the suffocation and toxicity of the Hange gas fruit have little effect on them. Finding that it didn't have much impact on her, Hela didn't pay attention anymore. Moreover, the undead army under her doesn't need to breathe at all, and they are not afraid of toxins at all. An obviously unpleasant smell emanated from her body. As for her physical strength, the ability to recover is much stronger than many other methods. Even burning and explosions don't affect them very much. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the explosion of the gas fruit to hurt a strong man like Thanos. Others were thinking about how to deal with this gas fruit. For example, Thanos once carried the bombs of Star-Lord and Iron Man hard without showing the slightest injury. If it is not for strength, it is for relying on the eternal god. Corvus Glaive played with his own fruit power here for a while. Gas is poisonous, everyone knows that. All the people around him kept moving backwards. He may not be able to insist on eating this fruit. Hill, I need to go back and strengthen the plan from last time. Phil Coulson at the moment looked solemn. When Killian matched the fruit, they had a preliminary plan. But then because they chose hot fruit for Killian, so this plan was temporarily put on hold by them. Next, it may be time to continue with those plans again. According to the last plan, who among us can deal with each other? Captain Rogers frowned and asked. Hill agent slow fruit, her fruit can slow people down, not even someone who can elementalize can escape this. Captain Rogers blob fruit, your air cannon can make the opponent almost impossible to go. Moreover, the hurricane brought about by the powerful impact of the air cannon can also blow away the gas. Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty, her ghost fruit is the most unreasonable. Almost no one is immune to her fruit powers, but if these appear on the alien race, I don't know the effect after all, the effect of the ghost fruit on Thor has been weakened. But so far, only one person has been fully immune, so even if the opponent has resistance, the ghost fruit will still be effective. In addition, the hot fruit Killian, he can easily ignite the gas. In the face of Killian, the gas fruit has only one effect, and that is to burn. And burning, that's the least of Killian's worries. So the two of them probably can't do anything to anyone. Among those who joined SHIELD later, perhaps only Winter Soldier Bucky's Zuzuguo could stand against the opponent. After all, both are natural systems, and no one knows what will happen. Falcon Sam's Phoenix Fruit, I don't know if it can resist the opponent's power. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff briefly said a few words. These materials are all recorded in her mind. Everyone was slightly relieved to hear Natasha Romanoff's words. After all, there are so many people who can deal with each other. Don't get too excited, the matching fruit of Thanos' men is getting more and more difficult. I don't know what kind of devil fruit they can match next. At that time, maybe the opponent's strength improvement will be very terrifying. In that case, there may be new troubles. The trouble that Hill mentioned is exactly what happens after the planet Devourer is wiped out. At that time, Thanos still wanted to wipe out half of the living beings. They are naturally on opposite sides. Definitely at the moment it's too early to think about this, because it's possible that the planet Eater wiped them all out. After all, that is one of the 5 creation gods. The other party still ended in person, but the eternal god just sent an envoy to end. The final result is really hard to say. Dear messenger, I don't know what kind of devil fruit I can match. Just when Corvus Glaive tries his fruit powers, Ebony Maw walked up to Qin Xiao. Even if someone complains that Ebony Maw has an octopus face, but no one can deny his elegance. Even because of his elegance, he has attracted a lot of fans. When Ebony Maw approached Qin Xiao, the system sounded again. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruits, heavy fruit, fluttering fruit, rustling fruit, diamond fruit, flying needle fruit. A series of voices appeared in Qin Xiao's ears. The power of several devil fruits made Qin Xiao's eyes change slightly. The destructive power of these fruits alone is even more astonishing than what Corvus Glaive can match. The first is heavy fruit. This fruit can manipulate the file size and direction of gravity at will, able to pull a meteorite from the sky in an instant. This fruit was matched by Heimdall back then. Heimdall was able to see objects in the universe with his own eyes. If he wants to pull the meteorite, it will become easier and simpler. And heavy fruit is not just gravity. It can also eliminate gravity, making objects float. Not only that, but it even has the effect of repulsion, able to bounce off objects, even certain attacks from the opponent. And Pio Pio fruit is somewhat similar to Chong Chong fruit. In other words, it has the power of some heavy fruits. The function of the fluttering fruit is to make the contacted non-living body float. This kind of floating is also controlled by the opponent. Even he himself was able to fly because of it. Based on this alone, it is very similar to losing gravity in heavy fruits. However, the fluttering fruit is obviously not as powerful as the heavy fruit. At least, it is impossible to pull down the meteorite from the sky at will. In the same way, heavy fruit can press the opponent Teji to the ground. Based on this point alone, the heavy fruit is much stronger than the fluttering fruit. Most importantly, these two fruits may both come to cooperate with Ebony Maw's psychokinesis. Think about it, a bulky meteorite being pulled to the ground, then in a state of weightlessness. At this time, Ebony Maw used his psychokinesis to freely manipulate this huge meteorite. What a terrifying effect this will have. The same goes for fluttering fruit. A huge piece of land is exerted the power of fluttering fruit. How scary it will be to cooperate with psychokinesis after this. And the rustling fruit is another natural fruit. This fruit is very simple and can easily manipulate sand. This power is not only shown in One Piece. Gaara is also featured in Hawkage, who demonstrates the power to manipulate sand. Even Marvel originally had characters like Sandman. The power of this fruit is also very powerful. Qin Xiao thought for a while before he understood why Ebony Maw would match this fruit. His original psychokinesis enables easy manipulation of matter, and these substances will also change the shape-shifting shape. 0. Seeking flowers 0. In case there is no substance for him to manipulate, then he himself can transform into sand. These sands can be easily shaped by him. In this way, it will be able to attack at will. Moreover, the shaping of the sand is relatively short. Ebony Maw matches this for more than that. Sand fruit is even more powerful for sand control. The psychokinesis of Ebony Maw has the function of manipulating, decomposing, and shaping other substances at will. Like the masonry of the earth being manipulated, shapeshifting, and smashing at will, with Ebony Maw's psychokinesis control, the battlefield around Ebony Maw can turn into a desert at any time. In this way, it is simply creating a home field for him. The changes that the rustling fruit gives to Ebony Maw are much stronger than those given to other nature systems. As for the diamond fruit, there is really nothing to say. It is for the sake of their security defense. On the contrary, it was the last flying needle fruit. This is also the first fruit to appear. This fruit appeared in the theatrical version of The Adventure of Clockwork Island. This fruit can release flying needles at will. It's not so much a flying needle, it's more like that kind of long bird feathers. This fruit is matched to Ebony Maw, which is obviously to ensure that Ebony Maw can make its own control objects when there is no material control. And the flying needle will become more flexible and powerful under the control of Ebony Maw's psychokinesis. However, all the fruits in the back are not as powerful as the gravity fruit. The only special thing is the rustling fruit. As a natural system, it can make Ebony Maw's self-protection ability much stronger. Ebony Maw thought for a moment, then he set his eyes on Thanos. Some of the fruits here are indeed quite amazing. Qin Xiao briefly talked about the fruits that Ebony Maw can match. However, the stronger it is, the more it shows that Thanos may have a heavier responsibility when facing the planet Devourer this time. Qin Xiao looked at the expectant Ebony Maw and he finally spoke. If you can combine many fruits. By Thanos' side, the devil fruit matched by these people is getting stronger and stronger. His strength will change more than many people. He originally possessed powerful psychokinesis himself. He himself was lost in thought. Master, what kind of fruit do you think I should choose? This fruit can increase his viability. The devil fruits you can match are heavy fruit, fluttering fruit, rustling fruit, diamond fruit, and flying needle fruit. Their functions are respectively. The first heavy fruit even has a feeling of one of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe. Ebony Maw heard Qin Xiao's introduction. The only one that competes with Changchang fruit is Shasha fruit. With many fruits in front, Pio fruits are excluded. There was a bit of commotion on hearing the Ebony Maw matching devil fruit. Master, what kind of fruit do you think I should choose? Ebony Maw's loyalty to Thanos is truly amazing. Even the choice that would involve his own strength was given to Thanos. Thanos thought for a moment. Choose the rustling fruit, it can increase your chances of survival. Your bodies are still too weak to fight against the planet Devourer. Thanos naturally has his considerations. Ebony Maw, as his #1 general movie universe, he naturally has to think about the other party's survival. Although Thanos himself is interested in the heavy fruit of the Ebony match. If Ebony Maw has the power of this fruit, his strength may become very powerful. But Thanos also knows that Ebony Maw's power is more of his magic or psychokinesis. The power of heavy fruit, although powerful, will affect the use of psychokinesis by Ebony Maw originally. On weekdays, he would control the things around 043 to fight at will. With many fruits but always thinking about pulling meteorites. This is clearly an influence from the psychokinesis of Ebony Maw originally. Instead, trade the rushing fruit for the Ebony Maw's survival boost, which is nearly immune to physical damage. This is clearly the best deal, yes, master. Ebony Maw made his choice directly. He picked up the rustling fruit and bit it down. Ebony Maw does what Thanos says. He didn't think about which one was better for him. He ate the fruit in a few mouthfuls. After a moment, Ebony Maw stretched out his hands. Chinese letter tilde. Chinese letter tilde. The entire hands directly turned into a piece of fine sand. These fine sands are constantly flying in the air, still seems to be part of Ebony Maw's body. In other words, this was originally a part of his body. Immediately afterwards, Ebony Maw turned into a piece of fine sand. This piece of fine sand floats and shuttles continuously in the head of the god. Not only that, but everyone can clearly see that the fine sand is changing its shape. Ebony Maw easily molded the sand of his avatar using his own psychokinesis. The sand that has been altered is also extraordinarily hard. It was like a nail piercing into the skull of a god. Not only that, he seems to be constantly trying to move underground. What the hell is the other party doing? His sand seems to be quite powerful, and it can actually crush a part of the head of a god. It doesn't have to be the skull of the god of heaven, because in the endless time, the head of the god of heaven has also absorbed a lot of dust in the universe. Maybe it is those dust that he crushed. But even that is already very powerful. That's right, even the dust that can exist in the universe for endless years cannot be underestimated. All natural fruit abilities can achieve this kind of elementalization. This originally will make their strength amazing. At least in the face of physical attacks, it will appear very powerful. Thanos' subordinates are indeed very powerful, and they now have two natural-type devil fruit ability users. But what on earth is he going to do? It's okay to dig into the head of some god. Experiment your own ability. Doesn't every fruit ability user realize his own ability? Why did he drill the head of a god when he experimented with ability? The sturdiness of the natural head is beyond imagination. If it can have an impact on this place, it should also have an impact on other things. It makes sense, just like the cubic fruit of Nebula, the small cube that easily cuts the entire head of the god into pieces. Everyone is talking about the operation of Ebony Maw here. For them, this is just a little thought in the heart. Thanos now has two nature abilities under his command, a gas fruit, a rustling fruit. The point is that both fruits still look strong. In this way, the strength of Thanos' army has been significantly improved. It also represents the growing danger of Thanos' legion. A moment later, a large cloud of sand emerged from another part of the god's head. The sand gradually converged into a human form, but everyone found that there is still plenty of sand after gathering into a human form. Those surplus sands gradually turned into all kinds of things. Manipulating other things requires more power for me, but manipulating this kind of sand is almost effortless for me, and there seems to be a special connection with the sand. This connection allows me to have more power. The strength of sand originally is also very strong, although it does not seem to be as hard as stone, steel, and so on. But in fact, the impact force of this kind of fine sand is not small. Even the head of the god will be polished off in this constant erosion. Moreover, the material of the sand is different, and the strength of the final formation and cohesion will also be different. Ebony Maw talked about his understanding of the rustling fruit. After he finished speaking, he also condensed the remaining sand into the shape he wanted. A distinctly tapered spear appeared in his hand. The spear is constantly flying in the sky, and it easily pierced some surrounding objects. Everyone can clearly see that the color of the tip of the spear is obviously different from other sand colors. Do those gravels belong to the skulls of the gods? It is obviously much harder than ordinary gravel. The opponent's power can be shaped at will, and this is the reason why it can easily not loosen sand grains, but become as hard as metal to integrate. This rustling fruit seems to be more suitable for Ebony Maw than other fruits. Personally, I think so too, although I heard from the introduction that heavy fruit and Pio fruit seem to be different. Because these two fruits obviously have a wide range of power. However, the rustling fruit has already made the other party even more terrifying. The cooperation between the two is not just one-sided strengthening. Survival attacks have become stronger, and survival ability has also become stronger. This is really not a little improvement for him. Looking at the ball of sand constantly flying around, people feel more and more sense of belonging. Not only that, everyone immediately discovered that after passing through the ground, these sands will constantly expand when they appear again. What does this represent? In World War I, he could easily shapeshift and shape buildings, masonry, and metal at will. Then reality will teach him to be a man. You're welcome, these things will have to be paid for by destroying the room. However, that's just the power of Ebony Maw eating the swish fruit. The environment of this place is not very conducive to Ebony Maw, but obviously the opponent is not without weaknesses. You know, the magic of Ebony Maw originally has great power. In other words, excluding the power of the rustling fruit, the power of Ebony Maw here is still extremely terrifying. Ebony Maw felt the improvement of his own strength, and then gracefully floated in front of Qin Xiao. All liquids will affect Ebony Maw's handling of sand. Think about it, if this is a desert, what would Ebony Maw be like? The opponent is expanding the power he can control. Thank you for the devil fruit of the messenger. Perhaps he is the invincible 2.1 existence. Those sands that are getting bigger and bigger are the expansion of his power. After all, there are many things that can be manipulated. But Ebony Maw is still constantly expanding his advantage. So if someone thinks that Ebony Maw's fruit ability has shortcomings, he is easy to bully. You're welcome, Thanos will have to pay for these things. Qin Xiao directly exchanged all the price that several people had to pay to Thanos. Very good, several of my generals have good strength. It's a pity that Supergiant at the moment is not here, otherwise let him also see what kind of devil fruit can be matched. I don't know what the messenger needs in exchange. Thanos first sighed and then asked Qin Xiao what kind of exchange he wanted. He obviously felt a little sorry for the disappearance of Supergiant. This is also one of his generals who just disappeared into that unknown universe. As for whether he has other people who can match the devil fruit, Thanos doesn't push too hard. After all, the eternal god is involved behind this matter. If an ordinary person has the possibility of being favored by the eternal god, then he will definitely not be an ordinary person. You can think about the conditions later. Don't you want to know what kind of devil fruit you can match? Qin Xiao directly asked a question that made everyone's hearts tremble. Thanos at the moment was also surprised. He can match 4 devil fruits in 4. This is really unexpected news. I'm interested when you say that. I don't know what kind of devil fruit I can match, Thanos asked casually. Qin Xiao glanced at Thanos matching devil fruit. Ding, devil fruit match detected. It can be matched with devil fruit animal system, phantom beast species, human fruit, Buddha form, combined fruit, heavy fruit, fluttering fruit, lava fruit. The information of 5 consecutive devil fruits appeared in Qin Xiao's mind. The fruits matched by Thanos are obviously very powerful. What Qin Xiao didn't expect the most was that Thanos' first match was actually the human fruit Buddha form of the animal-type phantom beast. This is a very rare fruit. Human fruits are rare. Phantom beasts are also rare. The combination of the two is even rarer. The Buddha form of the fruit of everyone has great power. People with this ability can transform into huge amounts of golden Buddha. The golden Buddha has great strength. His shockwave is not even weaker than the shock caused by the shockwave fruit. In other words, this fruit was obtained by someone with powerful physical skills, will exert unparalleled power. And Thanos, who happens to be a person with powerful physical strength, just because his strength can compete with Hulk, he knows how powerful he is. This Buddha fruit was given to Thanos, which will exert even more powerful power. Think about it, Thanos, who was already very powerful, became even bigger after that. You must know that the state of the great Buddha is almost a strengthening of its original physical fitness. It also has a range of attack power like shockwave. It is hard to imagine how powerful Thanos will be when he transforms into a Buddha. If Thanos' strength is used, a set of combos will come down. I'm afraid it's not just breaking a continent casually. Most importantly, the hidden power of the fruit of everyone. Animals like Chopper can become doctors with super wisdom after eating the fruit. This shows that the most powerful fruit of everyone is the wisdom of attribution, and originally had the result of super wisdom and ate the fruit of the Buddha. He was even called a wise general. I don't know if it's because everyone's fruit has strengthened his wisdom. This is equivalent to raising the potential of the eater's strength, wisdom, spirit, and skills to a certain limit. It is even likely that some kind of limit has been broken. After all, the one who is called a wise general is only one in the Warring States period. And Thanos, originally, is a leader with super wisdom. His intelligence is top-notch in the entire universe. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to come up with the deranged plan of destroying half of the living beings. This means that his wisdom has begun to exceed the limit of life. It can even be said that it is the kind that has begun to abandon the emotions of life. Originally, already amazing Thanos if he ate the Buddha fruit. What will happen to his wisdom, what this terrifying promotion will become, no one knows. Wisdom and force are all top-notch. How can this still be done? Just one, the phantom beast species, the human fruit, and the Buddha form have already shocked Qin Xiao. It turned out that Thanos also matched more powerful fruits. Superman combined fruit, the ability to arrange and combine all objects to make them fit, able to integrate the touchable inorganic matter with one's own body. And not only can it integrate with the body, it can also combine inorganic substances and rearrange them to create new weapons. For example, you can create submarines or weapons from scrap metal and rubble. Barrett, who grew up on the battlefield, used this ability to create inexhaustible weapons. The point is, this fruit can also awakening. Barrett can use the combined fruits ability in a fairly large range, involving all surrounding areas. You know, in the animation, Barrett directly influences and controls an island. The scope of influence of this kind of terror is really too astonishing. The point is, when other people affect a certain range, the most damage is done. Such as rustling fruit, frozen fruit. they can both affect a huge range, but all they can do is destroy those landforms. But the combined fruit does not just affect the landscape. He can directly transform all the parts he touches into a huge size. As for the upper limit that the fruit can control, it is related to the user. The stronger the strength, the bigger the body that can be transformed. How powerful is Thanos if he comes to use the combined fruit? The end result is simply unimaginable. Not to mention anything else if Thanos directly integrated the holy place number 1. No matter where this huge titan falls, it will be a disaster. If the more bulky holy place number 2 is combined, so how many people can beat him, and that's just the spaceship. If you make him anxious, he directly finds a planet to fit together, so what 160 will do. This is the scariest part of the combined fruit. The only thing that limits her performance is how much material he can control to fit together. The power of the heavy fruit has been known, giving Thanos a great power too. Counting it down, Pyo Gyo seems to be the weakest. The most important thing is that the Mishi is also matched with a natural fruit, lava fruit. Lava fruit can turn any part of the body into boiling lava. Just imagine the power of lava to know the power of this fruit. The Red Dog's big fire-breathing move can instantly evaporate ice cubes that are dozens of times larger than the Titans. It can even easily melt the formation. It can also create volcanic bombs to attack the enemy. Developed to an extremely high level, it can even create active volcanoes. Permanently change the geology and climate of an island. In other words, this fruit can turn a certain range into a lava place out of thin air. If there are still people who can survive during the process of the shockwave of the Buddha fruit and the fusion of the fusion fruit, then under the high temperature of the lava fruit, most of the life will die. After all, there are not many races that can withstand the high temperature of magma. Perhaps Cert will like the lava fruit ability very much. 2 high-temperature contestants might have ideas for communication. Qin Xiao glanced at the devil fruit matched by Thanos. The devil fruits you can match are animals, phantom beasts, human fruits, Buddha forms, combined fruits, heavy fruits, fluttering fruits, lava fruits. Qin Xiao wanted Thanos to introduce some devil fruits that the other party could match. Animals, phantasmal beasts, human fruit, great Buddha form, composite fruit, heavy fruit, fluttering fruit, lava fruit. Hearing Qin Xiao's introduction, everyone at the scene was shocked. Sure enough, Thanos matching devil fruit is getting stronger and stronger. There is now a nature fruit among Thanos matching devil fruits. This is a fruit that can save him from most physical damage. The most important thing is that this fruit also has a strong offensive. Compared with several other natural fruits, it is much more aggressive. The destruction of the environment by lava is violent, and it is more violent than the rustling fruit. The power of the rustling fruit needs to wait until the desert reaches a certain level before it can be displayed. But where lava can flow out, his threat is extremely terrifying. This fruit that just appeared is already so powerful. The key is there are 2 very powerful fruits that they already know, heavy fruit and fluttering fruit. In terms of destructive power alone, the destructive power of these 2 fruits is not small. Even heavy fruits, which can trigger meteorites, are more powerful than lava fruits. But in Qin Xiao's introduction, there are still 2 fruits that are ranked in front of these fruits. From the introduction of the combined fruit, everyone already has a full understanding. Just say that it fits with holy place no. 1 or holy place number 2. The horror of this power has surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. You know, holy place number 1 and holy place number 2 originally possessed powerful firepower. Their firepower is even capable of striking a planet. How horrific would the star's personal battles be if he were fused with Thanos? And compared with lava fruit and fluttering fruit, the power depends entirely on its own fruit. Combined fruits can also use technology. The improvement of technology is obviously the fastest. Just like Ronan used his fleet to attack the Earth, bombard the Earth directly from the sky. Had it not been for the existence of Carol, the Earth would have been destroyed by Ronan at that time. Thanos' Legion can even take down Xandar. The Xandar Star signed a peace agreement with the Carey Empire. The basis of all this is because of Xandar Star's scientific and technological strength. In this universe, the improvement of technology is always much stronger than the development of individual ability. Unless the individual power of some people can override technology, it's as if Carol's individual strength can hit the opponent's battleship with his face. Encountering such a character, it can only be regarded as bad luck. This is the power brought by the combined fruit. In front of the combined fruit, there is also a devil fruit in the form of a giant Buddha, a human fruit of the animal species. Others don't quite understand why this fruit is ranked first. After all, there is no special introduction in the introduction of this fruit. Become a Buddha. What exactly is the Buddha? The only thing everyone knows is that this fruit can become huge. an almost all-round improvement of their physical fitness. The powerful shockwave can even cause huge amounts of shock. The power of the nearby shock can be compared with the shock fruit. Thinking of the Zhenjin fruit, everyone's eyes focused on the loathing. Everyone has a full understanding of his strength. Here, few people can beat him. So this fruit is theoretically very powerful. The only one who had any guesses in his mind was Rocket Raccoon, because he also ate a human fruit. However, what Rocket Raccoon eats is the most common human form. And Thanos eats the Buddha form. After eating this fruit, Rocket Raccoon obviously felt that his intelligence had been improved. This is a very obvious improvement. Let Rocket Raccoon understand a lot of things that he didn't understand before. During the days waiting for Thanos to arrive, Rocket Raccoon also tries to learn new things. He found that his learning ability became more terrifying. That is to say, the fruit of everyone will increase a person's intelligence naturally. Thanos also matched a human fruit. Everyone's eyes are still guessing what the attack power of the Buddha form is. Rocket Raccoon focused his attention on the improvement of intelligence of this fruit. If Thanos ate this fruit, how terrifying would his intellect become? You know, Thanos is already amazing in the entire universe now. With his strength and wisdom, he spread a great reputation in the universe. If it makes his personal strength and wisdom even more terrifying, then no one knows what will happen. Subconsciously, Rocket Raccoon wants to prevent the opponent from obtaining this fruit. But then, he stopped. Now Thanos has no choice. If he stops, will he remind the other party? Perhaps the other party hadn't thought of this. As soon as I stopped it, the other party realized the abnormality of this fruit. Moreover, the strength of the other party is so strong if you stop the other party yourself. Maybe I will be targeted by the other party. Besides, now is the time to deal with the planet Devourer. If I prevent the opponent from causing the destruction of the planet Devourer, then you are the sinner of the entire universe. The more Rocket Raccoon thought about it, the more he couldn't make a sound. For your own safety, but also for the entire universe. I don't know, have you decided which fruit to choose now? Letter 3005. Qin Xiao looked at Thanos and asked, I've chosen. Thanos reaches for one of them. Animals, phantasmal beasts, human fruit, Buddha form. In the end, Thanos chose the fruit. Tilde click tilde. Gulu tilde. Thanos ate the fruit with a purple face. Why did you choose this fruit? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Although the other fruits are also very powerful, they can even cause huge amounts of disasters, but this is not important to me. Because my fleet is able to do many of the same things. In this case, I don't have much sense of urgency to improve my own strength. But this human fruit is very interesting. The transformed Buddha was originally to strengthen his physical fitness again. That's enough for me. I investigated what happened here before I came here. That little monkey ate a human fruit. At that time, in your introduction, it was able to improve intelligence. Even animals can possess intelligence that surpasses that of humans. This shows that the fruit of everyone has the function of strengthening intelligence. Although I think my intelligence is top-notch in the entire universe. But I still want to see if the devil fruit produced by the eternal God can also improve my intelligence. Of Zhao Wang. According to my calculations, there is a possibility of more than 80% that it will increase again. Therefore, I will choose this fruit. Thanos talked to himself about the reason why he chose the Buddha form of the fruit of everyone. He is very confident in his personal strength. Even if someone surpassed him, he didn't really care. What he cares more about is improving his intelligence again. He had a more pressing question on his mind. How the entire universe can better maintain balance. There were so many questions that even he felt he couldn't get the answers. He wants to continue to improve his intelligence to see if he can figure out those things. Originally, he himself did not expect that he would match a human fruit tail. He felt that such fruits should be very rare. In the end, he himself really matched such a one, and it's obviously a much rarer species. Hearing Thanos' words, Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, it was the same as what I thought. Power, wisdom, Thanos wants it all. Well, I'm not a little monkey tilde. Well, I'm not a little monkey tilde. Rocket Raccoon opened his mouth with a constipated face. It was really unbearable to be treated as a little monkey by Thanos just now, although he has been transformed. Even sometimes he himself is not sure what he belongs to, but being called a monkey still upsets him. Thanos glanced at Rocket Raccoon, and there seemed to be a special message in this glance. Rocket Raccoon was caught by this glance and directly chose to shut up. He just understood the meaning of this glance. This is a kind of lofty, even compassionate eyes. However, there is also the determination to kill endlessly behind it. Just like a real Buddha, Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. King Kong glared. Thanos has a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva, worrying about the future of the universe and countless lives. There are also diamond means, and everything that obstructs him will be killed by himself. Rocket Raccoon feels that he is just an ordinary person, so he should not participate in these things. Thanos turned his gaze to Qin Xiao again. He became more powerful under the stimulation of the fruit of everyone. His intelligence has broken through a certain limit. At the moment, he looked at Xiang Luo and felt more and more unfathomable. Use his amazing intelligence to observe Qin Xiao's every move. He found that Qin Xiao was full of flaws. However, those flaws are more like countless traps. Moreover, Thanos found that he couldn't see through Qin Xiao. 520 even his intellect that breaks some kind of boundary cannot see through. It really deserves to be the messenger of the great god. The terror of Qin Xiao at the moment is only known to him. The two human fruits created Rocket Raccoon and Thanos with even more terrifying intelligence. However, the power contained in the fruit of everyone was also absorbed by Qin Xiao. The human fruit of Rocket Raccoon has already raised Qin Xiao's intelligence to the limit of human beings. And this human fruit of Thanos also raised his intelligence to a level beyond the limits of human beings. This allows him to enter another level in terms of learning, understanding, thinking, and so on. Even against Thanos, who also pushed some kind of boundaries, he didn't fall behind at all. As for other powers enhanced by the fruit ability, there is no need to carefully calculate it now. Not Raccoon just crossed out a sentence, which made the atmosphere of the scene a little looser. The promotion that Thanos and the others got this time is really amazing. This has made everyone prepared. It's just that I didn't expect that even you can match the devil fruit. You are so murderous, and you can get the attention of the eternal god. Hela watched what Thanos said casually. Because Thanos did not manifest the power of the Buddha fruit, so even High Eve doesn't know how strong Thanos is. On the contrary, she is more concerned about why a person like Thanos can also get the attention of the eternal god. Eternity, one of the 5 creation gods, is the incarnation of time. Did the other party see that Thanos and his group played a role in the long river of time, or does eternal god feel that Thanos is indeed the super strength against the devourer of the planet? As one of the 5 great gods of creation, the eternal god, how can their thoughts be guessed by us creatures? Even if I am being watched by the eternal god now, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe I'm just a cannon fodder in his eyes, a stronger cannon fodder. Instead of talking about these things now, why not think about what to do next? The planet devourer is also constantly devouring various living planets in the universe. If we continue to delay, more creatures will disappear. Similarly, more available planetary resources will disappear. This is definitely not in line with the plan of the eternal great god, and I don't know if you guys figured it out. Why is eternal god stopping the planet eater? Why was he the only one who sent an envoy to stop the other party? Thanos talked about these things to himself, and finally asked another question. Among the 5 creation gods, the planet devourer as a physical god is now devouring the planet. Among the other 4 abstract gods, death, annihilation, and infinity did not make a move, but the eternal god made a move. What is this? When Thanos asked this question, everyone on the scene was taken aback. The strengthening rocket seems to have thought of something. A general outline of things appeared in his mind, but one person seemed to think of more: Tony Stark. According to Duwan's introduction, among the 4 abstract gods among the 5 creation gods, death and annihilation are not hands-on. At least within a certain range, death and annihilation will not be done. Because what the planet devourer is doing is actually strengthening the 2 of them. But infinity is not the same as eternity. The devourer of planets devouring those planets is equivalent to weakening the power of infinity. He is the embodiment of space, and without the space of these planets, collapse or destruction is likely to occur. This is obviously to constantly weaken the power of the infinite God. Eternity belongs to the incarnation of time, and those planets originally had a long evolution process. And this process represents eternal time. But now being swallowed by the planet devourer, these eternal times are equivalent to being stolen by others. Logically speaking, infinity and eternity, both of them will intervene. Tony told what he guessed. The point is that this guess is quite reasonable. She even guessed from her thoughts that the 5 creation gods might not be of one mind. In the actions of the planet devourer, death and oblivion can obviously benefit. Dead creatures will enter the control of the death god. This has strengthened his strength within a certain range. And all the disappearing things are in the power system of the annihilation great god. Only infinity and eternity would be weakened in such a thing. But there was still one thing Tony didn't understand. Since the 2 great gods were affected, both infinity and eternity should take action against the planet devourer. But now it is only the eternal God who has done it, which is a little bit wrong. Thanos gave Tony a deep look. As expected of a person cursed by knowledge, he can easily deduce such things even now. Indeed, the two great gods of death and annihilation were less affected. Even within a certain range, the planet Devourer is helping them improve their strength. They want to make a move, perhaps when the planet Devourer reaches a certain level. But now, the two great gods of infinity and eternity have been affected. It was the eternal God who made the first move, which may have something to do with his strength. The eternal God saw more information in the long river of time. This is something other great gods cannot do, so this can explain why he was the first to do it. Other great gods may still be on the sidelines for the time being. They may also be waiting for an opportunity. In other words, we will face a huge amounts of crisis. Thanos paused for a moment at that. His gaze shifted to Qin Xiao's body. He wanted to see something from Qin Xiao. It's a pity that Qin Xiao didn't make any use of it. Are we going to face a huge amounts of crisis? Why is there talk of that? Are we going to face a huge amounts of crisis? Why is there talk of that? Star-Lord is like a shit stirrer. As soon as he heard that it was dangerous, he immediately raised his doubts. Although he also knows that the planet Devourer is devouring the planet, which is originally very dangerous. But he had an idea of his own. That is, since the people here already have so many to deal with each other, he will definitely find a chance to escape. Because he knew, since even Thanos' generals were folded in that. He's a looter and he's not interested in those things. His adoptive father had always taught him the same thing, stealing and running away. Fight an opponent you know you're invincible, that's not what their predators do. Originally, he was already ready to escape. As a result, Thanos said that a very dangerous thing would happen, a huge amounts of crisis. You have to ask yourself, Thanos glanced at Star-Lord. This guy abducted his daughter Gamora. I still want to settle accounts with him. But let's talk about it later. When the time comes, I will pull him into my team and train him well. The eternal great god made a move because of several circumstances. First, as the only physical creator god, the planet Devourer is weak. Weak enough to be eliminated without the need for others to do it. But now the constantly disappearing stars in the universe tell us. Planet Devourer is obviously not weak. Then the rest is the eternal god waiting for the opportunity. Or what opportunity is he waiting for? We don't know the difference between abstract Mephisto and entity Mephisto. So we don't know why eternal God let the messenger come forward. I don't know if he looks down on each other or if they really can't make a move. But now, since we have all become pawns of the eternal God, then we have to face the planet Devourer. Facing the planet Devourer is nothing more than three endings. Win, lose, draw. Even if it is a victory, we may also win miserably. At that time, we may not know how many people here will be alive, not to mention defeats and draws. Our shot, no matter what the result is a result for the eternal God. An example he used to convince the other three great gods. Victory and a tie, then the planet Devourer is nothing more than that. If it fails, it is likely to pull several other gods into the water. We are pawns. Do you think we are facing a crisis? Thanos briefly recounted his speculation. Peace, this is his positioning for all fruit ability users. No matter what others think, they are all pawns of these great gods. As chess pieces or the first wave of chess pieces, they are likely to be used to exchange pieces. It's good to say duozy, but it's not good to say that they are used as death squads. This is what Thanos calls a crisis. Now it seems that their strength has indeed improved a lot. But it also means that they are extremely dangerous now. Really, if we don't ask you to find out about such a thing this time, what are you going to do? As a commander, Hela has experience in leading an army. She naturally knew that she was in the identity of Thanos. His thinking will definitely be different. Thanos originally wanted to hide these situations while he was quietly collecting infinite gems. Obviously, the opponent wants to use infinite gems to deal with the planet Devourer. Likewise, Maba wants to use infinite gems to fulfill his wish. But now all this is known to all. No way, Thanos also needs to make other changes to meet the next challenge. Originally, I was going to use infinite gems against each other, but now it seems that it is not easy to collect infinite gems. Then there is only news to all the empires in the universe. Bring them together to help take down the planet Eater. In other words, now we need to divide our troops into two groups or even more. Naturally, Goddess Hela will be the main focus along the way, and we will continue to investigate the situation there. For the time being, only the power of infinite gems may be able to fight against the planet Devourer. And using the power of gems can also test the opponent's strength. The other way is to inform all the empires in the universe. Prepare them for a crisis from the Eater of Planets. Even let them send a team to support the investigation of the goddess Hela. In this way, they can also know the crisis facing the universe. Maybe Tiwin can do this. The Tiwin group has its own channels throughout the universe. Are you all right, Tiwins? Thanos paused for a moment. At the moment, he thinks about this problem with intelligence beyond the limit, so I can't help but stand in the leader's position. Even Tiwin at the moment was suppressed by Thanos' momentum. No problem, I will use my influence to send this message to all empires, but for one thing these empires may not listen to me. Collector Tiwin looked embarrassed. He survived long enough. The power established is also considered huge. But after all, it's about making money, so it is likely that people from other empires will not listen to him. Thanos didn't worry at all when he heard Tiwin's words. That's what I'm going to say next. I will find a few cosmic civilizations and force them to send troops. To choose between being eliminated by me and sending troops to fight, I think most people know how to choose. After Thanos finished speaking, he gave a wicked smile. He has thought of an alternative way to eliminate the population. Send all these people to the battlefield with the planet Devourer. As for saying that the other party is unwilling to go, unless the other party gives up the survival of the entire race, or the opponent has the ability to take him down on Thanos' Legion. The empire that can resist his Thanos' Legion is not a simple interstellar empire. In other words, most of the empire will surrender to Thanos' legions. When everyone heard Thanos' words, they knew that he was being ruthless. Send the warrior to an unknown area to meet Hela. There, nature can wipe out a large population. Even Thanos had even scarier ideas. If the battle with the planet Devourer can achieve a certain balance, then he will continue the entire battle. The endless creatures in the entire universe are constantly engaged in a war of attrition with the planet Devourers. In this way, all creatures in the universe will be controlled, and he is the scythe who urges other creatures in the backyard. Whoever is disobedient will suffer tougher sanctions. The only problem with this is that the war will consume more resources. But Thanos has her own ideas about that too, as long as the battlefield is always within a controllable range. Then what they need is to continuously send weapons, materials, and personnel to the front line. In this case, many materials that have been abandoned will become useful again, like his home planet Titan. Morag, the abandoned planet where the cosmic spirit orb is located. Although the resources above are exhausted, making it no longer suitable for survival. But there are many metals and other resources that can be recycled. But there are as many such planets as a feather in the entire universe. These resources are really useless in peacetime, but used in warfare they will all play an endless role. That's what Thanos thinks horribly. Even in the face of the planet Devourer, he did not forget to destroy more creatures in the universe. So where are we 5? So what about us? At this moment, Captain Rogers, who was on the Earth side, asked this question. Cosmic crisis, it's as if the Earth couldn't be more helpful in this matter, because the Earth's technology is too backward. So far, it has only barely left the Earth and flew into the universe. So Captain Rogers asked the question. In fact, he didn't ask Thanos this question, but Qin Xiao. We, the abomination, followed Hela to the front. Who among you would like to go to Thanos' Legion? Who else would want to stay here with Tiwin? Together with them, we can learn more about the information in the universe. This time, Qin Xiao was directly going to place people next to T1 and Thanos. Moreover, they have almost no way to refuse. Everyone in SHIELD glanced at each other. I'll stay with Thanos. The first one to speak was actually Winter Soldier Bucky. You stay here. Captain Rogers looked shocked. How could he, 143, never think that Winter Soldier Bucky would choose to stay here? Because Bucky is still the opposite of SHIELD's custody. It's just that Rogers was placed and brought to the New York branch under Rogers' face and plan. You don't need to persuade me, you know my current situation. If you stay on Earth, you will be imprisoned and guarded instead. Even for this, you will be implicated. Fighting with them can save a lot of trouble. Winter Soldier gave his reasons. In fact, he is really very low-key now. You know, he's the Winter Soldier. It's a guy who kills without batting an eyelid. But this time he entered the universe with everyone. He hardly ever does. Compared with the belligerence of the Abomination, the anger of the Hulk, and the flamboyance of the Human Torch, he, who killed countless people, showed incomparable restraint. Because he knows that his performance may be in the observation of SHIELD if he is bloodthirsty, angry, and unable to restrain himself. In the end, his personality and psychology will be profiled. So in order to avoid these, he has been very low-key. Even his fruit ability is rarely used. He only uses his powers when he really needs to fight. Even Collector Hela, Thanos, they quietly collected intelligence. Winter Soldier Bucky is not considered a very strong fighter. Captain Rogers' heart sank when he heard Bucky's words. He knew that Bucky was right. Back on Earth, Bucky might still be watched and imprisoned. But entering Thanos' side, he represents the Earth and even represents Qin Xiao. This will set him free. Captain Rogers glanced at Agent Hill. Agent Hill nodded slightly. Let Bucky go to the universe. Even if something happens, it will not affect the Earth. This is the best case scenario. It is also the most free situation. For SHIELD, for Bucky, a lot of things are directly omitted. Then Bucky and I follow Thanos. Phil Coulson said this with a smile on his face. As the old agent of SHIELD, it is naturally impossible for Bucky to be alone. He played against Bucky once, so it's not like he didn't know each other. At the moment, it makes sense for him to follow Bucky. Hill agent also nodded slightly upon hearing this. A SHIELD agent follows, which is the second layer of protection. In that case, then I will stay here in the south. Crossbones Rumlow at the moment suddenly spoke. Because of the altered memory, Rumlow of at the moment is still a super agent of the SHIELD Special Operations Group, not the people of Hydra. As an agent, he naturally knows what to do. Hearing Rumlow's words, Hill agent did not immediately agree. Instead, she glanced at the others. At this glance, only a small number of people know the meaning. She needs someone to keep an eye on Rumlow. Leave all the intelligence matters to me, and I will send all the information collected here back to Earth. At this time, Hawkeye Barton spoke. Here, Thanos and Collector left 2 SHIELD agents respectively. They knew what this meant, but they didn't stop it. No problem, I heard you want to train a flight soldier. I can arrange for the couple Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive to bring someone to assist you. And can assist some of your advanced spacecraft. Thanos is not easy to provoke either. You arrange people in his hands and he immediately arranges them back. And this reason is still very good, no one can refute it. No problem, someone will notify you when there is a new problem at that time. Qin Xiao directly agreed to Thanos' request. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight just came to be a thug. By the way, it can also spread the horror of the Earth back. Let Thanos know that Earth is not to be messed with. As for why you are not worried that the other party will listen to the tune and not listen to the announcement. For the initial cooperation, the other party must work hard to cooperate with Qin Xiao. It's like Phil Coulson and Bucky are going to try to get along with Thanos as much as possible. This is the basis for matching the two sides. On the contrary, Collector Tiwin, he doesn't want to be too high profile. He will use his influence to issue warnings to civilizations in the universe that he can contact. As for whether to believe it or not, he doesn't care. So Rumlow and Barton stay here, he really doesn't care. Moreover, for those who don't believe, there is Thanos waiting to clean up the opponent. Also, since everyone doesn't have much of an opinion on the plan Thanos proposed, then implemented according to the plan, even if our alliance is established, I hope everyone will not attack each other during this alliance. Qin Xiao added something pointed. His twice strengthening intelligence clearly guessed what Thanos was thinking. Consume the population with war. Even given the chance, Thanos would definitely find a way to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet and Infinite Gems from Hela. Just because you don't have a chance now doesn't mean you won't have a chance in the future. Everyone accepted their respective tasks and then began to prepare for their own affairs. Days later, Hela, the goddess of death, heads for the unknown with her army of the dead and Ronan's dark star. Thanos drove his holy place one and began to roam the universe. During the few days of delay, it was the Collector who sent his message to the Empire that could send signals in the universe. Inside, the power and terror of the planet Devourer are introduced in detail, and asked the Empires to start preparing to stop the attack of the planet Devourer. And the blocked place is exactly where Hela explored along the way. After receiving the information from the Collector, many empires finally understood that they had accepted the information some time ago. Help run away, they at the moment finally understood what this signal was all about. It turned out that those were the last sounds when civilizations were extinct. After receiving the signal from the Collector, most of them indicated that they would confirm. In other words, they will send some vanguard troops to explore. There are also some empires who want to wait for others to send troops to set off so that they can take advantage of it. And such a guy is exactly what Thanos has to deal with. This time 1.7, Thanos directly focused on one of the cosmic empires. Hela and Thanos' team leave. The Earth team at the moment represented by Qin Xiao is also on his way back. When it came, it was just a Quinjet spacecraft. And it was Qin Xiao who sent a portal to the void. But when they went back, a team of at least dozens of spaceships began to crisscross the universe. These are the spaceship teams collectively given by Collector, Hela, and Thanos. In this alliance, each other is placing people. It took several days and passed through an unknown number of jump points. The team of dozens of spacecraft finally came to the Earth. In a no-man's land, Nick Fury and the SHIELD people waited with serious faces. Boom tilde tilde. Dozens of spacecraft of all stripes heard the wasteland. When everyone stepped off the spaceship, Nick Fury's eyes became more serious. You guys really brought a lot of trouble when you came back this time. You guys really brought a lot of trouble when you came back this time. Nick Fury saw a lot of information just now with the goggle fruit. Those who came back with Hill and the others really had their own agendas. People of Thanos, people of Collector, there are also predators like Star-Lord. And bounty hunters like Rocket Raccoon and Groot. None of them are simple anyway. And the information about the universe that was sent back a long time ago made Nick Fury dizzy. Originally, he thought that the Zeta Swiss soldiers' attack was dangerous enough. As a result, someone told him that the entire universe is now facing huge amounts of crisis. Even powerful technologists like the Earth sometimes can't even play any role in the universe. The only thing that is better is that there are many individuals with strong individual strength on the Earth. Especially because of the existence of the Devil Messenger, the strength of some people on the whole Earth has become even more astonishing. And Qin Xiao's identity was also exposed. Nick Fury and the others had been constantly guessing who Qin Xiao was. What kind of demon is behind him? Guess what exactly he wants to do. As a result, during this trip into the universe, Qin Xiao's identity was directly exposed. The supposed demon behind him is not at all the hellish demon Nick Fury had in mind. The 4 demon behind Qin Xiao is actually one of the 5 creation gods, the eternal god, who is in charge of time. Even based on the speculations of Thor's sister Death, as well as the speculations of Thanos. This is because the eternal god used his ability to see the future, so he sent some of his envoys to the Earth to look for the apostles in advance. Moreover, Nick Fury has only just figured out why the eternal god arranged to come to Earth in the first place. Because of the infinite gems of Earth. They don't know about other infinite gems yet, but Tesseract represents the space gem that everyone knows now. And Tesseract was in the hands of SHIELD from the beginning. There is even an infinite gems on the Earth, which means that the eternal god placed his messenger on the Earth with 2 infinite gems. As for why there are 2 infinite gems on the Earth, this may also be some kind of plan of those great gods. Hill heard Nick Fury's words. She didn't have any other expression. These things have become unimportant. What matters is whether the Loki scepter has any results. The Hill agent directs the question to this matter. After all, the main problem when I come back this time is to take the mind gem in Loki's scepter into my own hands. There are 6 gems in total, and Asgard Lahela already owns 3, and she also has the Infinity Gauntlet that can control this gem. Even from Thanos' mouth, he learned that when 6 infinite gems are collected, even a snap of his fingers can achieve the power to satisfy a certain wish of his own. This represents the 6 gems and their powers that have reached the rule. In order to ensure the safety of the universe, this infinite gems SHIELD must be in your own hands. Even if this gem is needed in the end, they will be involved, at least allowing them to judge whether it is so urgent. And if it is said that the previous SHIELD did not have the ability to participate in these big events. So now SHIELD, which has countless ability users, definitely has the power to participate. Loki's scepter has no concrete results yet, but several Hydra hiding places have been found. It's just in time for you to come back, and then it's time to take down those wine holders' hiding places. Nick Fury didn't get concrete results, but he's got a couple of Hydra hideouts. The next thing to do is to attack these places. If the agents of their SHIELD want to attack these places, they need to consume too many people. But if they were all replaced by ability players, their offense would be much easier. So during this time, while Nick Fury was checking the information, he was waiting for the return of these abilities. When she learned that there are still many aliens assisting, she also wanted to see the strength of these aliens. I see, send all the information to Captain Rogers and Tony, and then let them clean up these places. The second agent has obviously discussed with everyone what to do next. At this moment, a Bifrost directly appeared in this desert. In the blink of an eye, Thor's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Heimdall said, "You're looking for Loki's scepter, and I'm here to help," Thor made it clear when he came. Beyond the 9 realms, there is indeed much that Heimdall's eyes cannot see, but there is very little that can shield Heimdall within the 9 realms, and Heimdall has been watching things with SHIELD. Because there is a Qin Xiao involved. Although Qin Xiao is not from SHIELD, he has the title of SHIELD consultant. So by the way, SHIELD is also the object that Heimdall has been concerned about. When he saw the SHIELD people return to the Earth again and also brought many alien warships, he notified Thor directly. They didn't think there was any problem with Loki's scepter. In the end, I never thought that there would be a mind gem in the middle of Loki's scepter, so this time Thor also came to Earth. No problems, you come and we add another general, Hill agent said politely. Why didn't I see Qin? Thor looked around and he saw many SHIELD people and fruit ability people. I even saw the couple of General Wang Ren and Proxima Midnight. The only thing he didn't see was Qin Xiao and a few people around him, Wolverine the Death Girl and the cursed Battle King. The envoy was called away by Charles, and we received a message from Charles before we returned to Earth. It seems that Charles and the others encountered some very troublesome things, so the messenger directly opened the portal and left the spaceship. Hill simply explained. After hearing Hill's explanation, Thor finally knew why Qin Xiao didn't exist here. If that's the case, let's get started. Thor is in full swing this time. His younger brother Loki is still imprisoned in the dungeon. Imprisoned with his brother was Malekith, king of the Dark Elves. Finding this Infinity 250 gem, no matter where it is placed, is better than disappearing like it is now. And it doesn't matter if it's placed in SHIELD or Asgard. At least it is not so easy for ordinary people to take it away. Give it to the people of Hydra, who knows what they will do with the power of this gem. Now, is this the only one? Even the Fantastic Four were involved in the attack. In today's SHIELD, except for Phil Coulson, Tubing Bucky, Hawkeye Barton, and Crossbones Rumlow, several people are in the universe. This made Rocket Raccoon and others who were supposed to teach them boring. As many as 17 super masters shot. Nick Fury simply arranged for the alien who came here to settle down. As for Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, they were originally here to monitor SHIELD. Not only that, because they all go in search of the Mind Gem. In desperation, this group of people also joined in. Afterwards, a huge procession started heading towards Hydra's base. So Star-Lord Quill, Rocket Raccoon, Gamora, Delex, and Groot also participated. Hydra's bases were destroyed one after another. Most of the others were involved in the attack, so they also shot puppets. It just so happens that they also want to see how strong the people on Earth are. Human Torch, Stone Ben, Mr. Fantastic Reed, Invisible Susan. Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Green Titan Hulk, Falcon Sam, Thor. Now is this the only one? A group of people arrived at the base of the last Hydra in 2 spaceships. SOKOVIA, this is where the Loki scepter resides. It is also because of the Loki scepter that there will be a special energy barrier here to block everyone's attacks. As for the Hydra troops here, Tian Chi's fruit superpowers beat them like children. And because of the existence of Hulk, Dr. Banner is now in charge of driving the spaceship and waiting on the sidelines. That said, in fact, they only have 18 people here. Tony's battle armor was constantly flying in the air, and countless shells attacked towards the bottom. The Hydra soldiers below constantly fought back though the pressure. But this has no effect on Tony's iron armor at all. Captain Rogers has blobs on both palms. The constantly air shockwave hits the Hydra. Under the attack of that powerful air cannon, there was nothing in front of him that could stop him. Thor swung the hammer all over his body and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. Because of his strength, the entire Sakwi cloud tops. The other big Hulk was flailing his limbs, constantly shuttle in the crowd. Those bullets hit him not only could not hurt him, and it made him even angrier. And anger is the source of Hulk's strength. This is an infinite endless loop. Don't play Hulk, then Hulk has to hammer them. Hammered by Hulk, they will fight back. As soon as he resists, the angrier Hulk will become, and the angrier he is, the more astonishing Hulk's strength will be. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff constantly asked people to throw Hydra over. These people have their souls drawn out of fear. Those souls were injected into their weapons by Natasha Romanoff. As a result, an increasingly large weapon troop headed towards Hydra. As for Falcon Sam, he turned into a phoenix directly. The blue-yellow flames all over his body make him not afraid of any harm. Where he flew, all the people were directly killed by him. The same flames flying in the sky are Johnny the Human Torch. He was originally a restless person. The people following SHIELD have not only entered the universe, but also fought countless battles. This made the restless Human Torch very satisfying. His body originally carried a very high temperature, and the power of burning fruit makes him not afraid of physical attacks. This directly allows him to roam freely in the middle of Hydra. No one can withstand his high temperature. Stone Man Ben at the moment transforms into a 10-meter-high stone titan. If he hadn't been allowed to restrain his strength, he would have brought disaster to this place by himself. A 10-meter-high stone titan made Hydra feel hopeless. How to spell. Knock out a little bit of stone, and there will be another stone to replenish it when you turn back. Mr. Fantastic Reed's body changes constantly. The rubber-like body allows him to stretch and shorten at will. Hydra on the opposite side looked confused. Why did one hand grab his weapon all of a sudden? What's more, it was directly bounced away by the rubber. On the contrary, the invisible female Susan's battle was silent. All the people in Hydra died with a dazed look on their faces. To the end of their lives, they don't know who killed them. Rocket Raccoon and Groot have been working together, and his battles seem to be quite satisfactory. A cosmic energy gun constantly fires at Hydra, but Groot's battle is not easy. This place happened to be in a forest. Groot directly communicated with the trees of the entire mountain forest. These trees stick their roots out of the ground every now and then. Hydra soldiers near them are pulled directly into the ground by the rhizomes. Gamora's hands waved like afterimages. Countless invisible air blades flew towards the distance. By the time Hydra reacted, those air blades had already hurt the body, and Delax brandished 2 knives and rushed towards Hydra. Wherever he walked, even the plants gradually withered. The power of the poisonous fruit is really terrifying, not to mention the members of Hydra, even his teammates stayed away from him. No one really wants to be poisoned by him. The Spear of Proxima Midnight is constantly waving, and there will be energy beams constantly attacking it. This is just the simplest attack she can come up with. As for Corvus Glaive, his whole body directly turned into a cloud of gas. Under such gas, countless people on the opposite side were poisoned and suffocated to death. The most coquettish thing, such a tense battlefield has music accompaniment. This is the power of Star-Lord Quill's musical instrument fruit. Those mellow music are all life-threatening sounds. The 17 fruit ability users just cleaned up the place so casually. Boom tilde. That's when they actually got close to Hydra's base. Suddenly, Zhenjej's base exudes a powerful energy shield. This energy shield kept blocking Tony's small missile attacks. It also blocked the power of Thor's thunder. Hey, this is definitely where the Loki scepter is placed. Only that thing has such energy. When Thor saw this energy shield, he was not only not angry but excited. This at least proves that they are in the right place. If there is no Loki scepter here, then things will be troublesome. The address of Hydra that Nick Fury took a lot of work to get. If none of these places exist, then the problem of representation is serious. Either prove that Hydra also has a more powerful intelligence system, able to evade Nick Fury's investigation. This also means that Hydra still has a powerful secret base. These bases have not been exposed to the surveillance of SHIELD. If it is not for this, then it is likely to be even more difficult. Loki's scepter lost. This is the most troublesome because there is no clue about this situation. JARVIS collects information here to see where might be the energy core. Tony immediately gave JARVIS his orders. JARVIS activates his scanning system. Moments later, the base's power source was scanned by JARVIS. I really didn't expect that this place was managed so strongly by Hydra. Captain Rogers sighed casually. A group of people looked at Captain Rogers with strange eyes. Then they glanced back at the remains of the bunker behind them. Hydra has suffered so much, and you still say that their business is so strong. Are you sure this isn't sarcasm? Get ready, I'm going to break through this protective shield. Tony ignored Captain Rogers' words. He started to prepare to break the energy shield on his own. Don't be in a hurry to break open the protective cover. Everyone first surrounds all directions. Thunderbolt, Li Jiaozhou is on fire. You can fly Go and block the due north. You can fly to Sam and block the west. Corvus Glaive, you fly to the east and make sure no one escapes there. Thor, you are in charge of patrolling and you will go wherever the need arises. Everyone else, all go in and clean out the Hydra inside. Captain Rogers made his arrangements. All the people who could fly were blocked in all directions by his arrangement, and Thor patrols everywhere. The few people who received the order quickly dispersed. After everyone got to their positions, Tony finally opened the energy shield. Boom tilde robbery. After the powerful energy impact, the entire energy shield covering the Hydra base was instantly shattered. Everyone, you can continue to perform, Tony said confidently. A group of people separated directly and rushed into the base. Just when everyone separated, a phantom flashed by. Natasha Romanoff, who was commanding the weapon, was directly knocked into the air. No, I was attacked by an unknown object. No, I was attacked by an unknown object. Black Widow's voice rang through the communicator. Is there an unknown object? Are you okay? Captain Rogers was the first to ask. The artificial living clothes on me protected me, and I'm fine for now. But the speed of the other party is astonishing, and I can't see the other party with the naked eye. You have to be careful, especially. It seems that few of you need to be too careful. Originally, Natasha Romanoff wanted everyone to be careful, but then I thought no one here is simple. Speaking of body, she might be the one with the weaker body. The one who is weaker than her is just an invisible female Susan, because Natasha Romanoff has gone through extremis strengthening, and Susan has not been strengthened. Others, no one is easy to get along with. Just when Natasha Romanoff was reporting the situation to everyone, Quicksilver on the other side returned to Wanda with a look of astonishment on his face. Pietro, what's wrong with you? Your complexion looks very bad. Is it because you have used too much super ability? Wanda asked Pietro with a concerned face. Wanda, do you think we've been reformed here for too long? Pietro asked an inexplicable question. Pietro, what do you mean? Wanda became more and more confused. I think we seem to be behind the times. Do you know that I saw a group of superpowers outside? A group of super ability people. That's right, a group of super ability users. Who are the super abilities? In the Avengers, aren't there many super abilities originally? Could it be that this time it's not the Avengers but the mutant? Wanda suddenly thought of something. There are only two of them with super abilities in this base. And Wanda happens to have the ability to read and confuse other people's memories. Originally, they may not know much about this world, but by reading the memories of those people, she knew more things. The Avengers are simply the ones they remember best, because they became like this because of the Stark Industries bomb. In addition, there is news about Mutant, and those who are inexplicably Hydra. At the moment Pietro said that there are super ability people out there, Wanda subconsciously thought of Mutant. It's possible, let me tell you what people I saw outside just now. Rogers, known as the captain of Country M, can emit an air cannon like an animal claw in his hand. This air cannon has a lot of power. It explodes wherever it is hit as if the blob were a balloon. It's still the kind of balloon with powerful compressed air. Not to mention the Green Titan Hulk, I think his huge body can hit him at most. And the other party has 4 arms like a monster. Everything he smashed was not bad. And a guy covered in rocks. He was originally 10 meters high, and the stones on his body fell off after the protective cover here was damaged. In the end, it turned into a stone man close to 2 meters. I thought the other party was manipulating the stone, but I didn't expect that the other party was actually a stone. Stones on the outside, stones on the inside. There is also a rubber man whose body can be changed at will like a rubber. I quietly tried to tear the opponent with my speed. As a result, the opponent's body became even bigger during the tearing. There is also a person whose body can become a musical instrument. You know, musical instruments. The kind of musical instruments that push and play and sing. The point is, the music from her instrument has this aggression. Many Hydra soldiers were attacked by his sound waves. There is also a woman covered in green, her hand dances like an invisible blade of air. There's even a raccoon and a tree attacking with weapons. There is also a burning man constantly flight in the sky. Another one turned into a big blue bird and was able to fly too. There were several others, it was beyond belief. Among a group of people, I saw a woman who could attack, then I tried to attack the opponent. As a result, my attacking opponent basically resisted hard. Even if I knocked the opponent into the air, the opponent didn't look injured at all. They are so powerful that it seems difficult for us to seek revenge. Quicksilver Pietro described what he saw outside with a look of astonishment. The whole thing really made him too unbelievable. They've been trying to get the Avengers out. That's why they accept the transformation of Hydra. However, wait for them to transform into superpowers. It turned out that things were even worse outside. The original Avengers now seems to have more and more personnel. Not only that, but the power of these members is even more terrifying. Under such circumstances, they still go to revenge like this. Even Wanda at the moment was ashamed after listening to Pietro's words. Under such circumstances, how could they seek revenge on Stark? At this moment, the people surrounding here began to gradually surround the base. Originally, they were planning to advance aggressively, but now it seems that they must be careful. A guy so fast that even a strengthener like Natasha Romanoff can't do anything about it. Enough to bring crisis to a lot of people here, so it's best to be careful. Especially a few people with slightly weaker bodies at the moment took the initiative to come together with others. Attention everyone, it seems that Scott has done some great things. They used Loki's scepter to create super ability. This situation may be very similar to Reed, who mutated after being irradiated by the sun. Tony's voice rang through the communicator. If I catch the other party, I would like to apply for research. Mr. Fantastic Reed directly asked to study the opponent. Although I'm curious too, it's obviously immoral for you to do this. Dr. Banner, the only one who did not participate in the battle, also spoke on the plane. He is also a scientist with deep research on biological science. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mutated into a Hulk himself. Moreover, after becoming a Hulk, he has studied a lot of knowledge in this area in depth. Now he is a super master in this field. Although he also wants to study the person who was changed by Loki's scepter and has super ability, but he still felt that this was obviously inhumane. When Reed heard this, he had no choice but to shut up. After all, he could only be regarded as a newcomer in this team. SHH tilde tilde. Just then, a gust of wind blew past Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff realized in an instant what had happened. No, that mysterious thing escaped from me. Ran away. That's right, I ran away. A gust of wind blew past me just now for no reason. It should be the other party if there is no accident. If you escape, then there is nothing you can do but first catch Scott and the others and you can interrogate him for the rest. Captain Rogers gave the order directly. Since the power user has escaped, then catch the person in charge. Next, everyone found Scott here. Similarly, the Loki scepter was also found. All the Aspers returned to SHIELD with the scepter. Next, it was directly garrisoned by SHIELD. Because there are many other materials and materials here. Tony copied a research file which will let them know what Scott has researched on the scepter. When one of the documents was passed to everyone, Ping was shocked. Scott researched superpowers. There are actually two. There are actually two superpowers that Scott researched. Tony looked at the information in it with a look of surprise. What are the abilities of these two power users? Captain Rogers was the first to ask his question. One of them has the ability to move quickly, which is somewhat similar to Barton's Momo fruit. But judging from the current situation, Barton's speed is faster than the opponent. It's a pity that Barton is not here now, or let him capture the other party directly. Hill agent told about Quicksilver Pietro's ability based on the information he got. Pietro's power is strong, but for the time being, his speed will not be stronger than Barton's Momo fruit. Barton's development of Momo fruit can be increased to 7 or 8 times faster. This means that if Barton normally takes 100 meters in 10 seconds, on average it will be 10 meters per second. After 70 times the increase, he can reach 700 meters per second. That's more than twice the speed of sound. For the time being, at the moment's Quicksilver also reaches supersonic speed. As for whether the opponent's speed will be faster, this is not yet known. They were disappointed that Barton at the moment, who was able to catch up with Quicksilver, was not there. However, Captain Rogers can also catch up with the opponent under the power of the blob fruit. It's a pity that Rogers' movement of the chapter is not as convenient as the opponent's. After all, the fast movement of Captain Rogers needs to be wrapped in blob's bubbles to move at the same time. Hill Agent is already considering whether to call Hawkeye back. This one is obviously the one who attacked us, so what about the other one? The other party didn't make a move. What's Scott saying here? Another has the ability to manipulate and read other people's consciousness. It also has the ability to use mental power to control objects. Psychic power controls the consciousness of others. This Pierce's memory fruit seems to be somewhat similar. Captain Rogers was taken aback when he heard this ability. Such an ability is too dangerous. Just one Pierce came close to posing a devastating threat. If Nick Fury hadn't gotten the staring fruit at that time, he had seen through the opponent's plan in advance. Then the entire SHIELD will be replaced by Hydra. No, his power is more like a mutant to be precise. Hill Agent clearly put forward a different opinion. Like who's? Phoenix Jean Grey. Agent Hill spat out a name, and the name comes as a surprise. Now Qin Xiao's name is also registered in SHIELD, and her danger level has now been raised to SSS level. In other words, Jean Grey's degree of danger has reached the same level of danger as Magneto and Charles. The strength shown by Qin Xiao is the control of objects and the control of the mind. This Wanda who suddenly appeared now seems to have exactly the same power as the other party. It's just that from the temporary situation, Wanda's power is not as powerful as Jean Grey's. Qin Xiao was in danger of losing control, but Qin Shi, the demon messenger, used the evil window to control her. Its method of control is to let Charles eat the fruit of encouragement. The power to inspire fruit originally is very strange. It may not have much effect in terms of combat effectiveness, but it's a perfect match with Charles. Charles originally was educating all kinds of mutants to have their own beliefs. And his mental power is also very powerful, and he can control other people's thinking and read other people's memories at close range. Under the action of the brain-strengthening device, he can even directly contact humans all over the world. When his mental power controls others, coupled with the power of bulging, he can directly communicate the courage and strength in the deepest part of a person's heart. Those who have courage and strength can naturally deal with the evil in their hearts. This is what Phoenix Lickin Grey needs the most. To some extent, he did directly prevent Jean Grey from continuing Blacken. To a certain extent, this saved a huge amounts of crisis, which came from Jean Grey Blacken's crisis. But again, this is equivalent to liberating a level 5 mutant. The current human government and even SHIELD think that Jean Grey is only a 4th level mutant. But in fact, Jean Grey is already a level 5 mutant. Her Phoenix Force is the power of the level universe. Jean Grey with Phoenix Force can easily defeat Odin and the others. And it's not even the Phoenix Force in its full state. So from a certain point of view, whether it is the future of mankind, the future of mutant, or even the future of the entire universe, it is all controlled by Qin Xiao. This time, Qin Xiao went to see Charles as soon as he received the invitation to confirm Qin Xiao's situation at the moment. As long as Jean Grey remains stable, she can add a general when dealing with the planet Devourer. Zero ask for flowers. It can even be said to a certain extent that the planet Devourer is a younger brother after Qin Grey's power is liberated. Agent Hill specifically mentioned just now that Wanda's power is very similar to that of Jean Grey. Although the essence of the two people's strength is not the same, their manifestations do have some similarities. Mind control of psychic powers, similar to the manipulation of objects by psychokinesis. If the strength of the other party is somewhat similar to that of Charles being Jean Grey, maybe we can ask Charles to help find these two superpowers. Captain Rogers immediately thought of a solution to this matter. Compared to their aimless search, it is indeed better to let Charles directly use his brain wave strengthening device to search around the world. Otherwise, Nico Fury needs to make a move. His glaring fruit can see a range of 4,000 kilometers, and maybe he can find the other party. Charles, long time no see. There is a mind gem in this thing, which really makes them feel that it is worth researching. Long time no see, Hill Agent, aren't you very busy recently? Why come to my place when you have time? At the same time, she also made up her mind to go and see what happened to Charles. It is definitely not a trivial matter that can make Charles feel difficult. With the preparations, everyone began to divide the work. Zier's agent immediately understood the cause and effect of the whole incident. Some went on to train on spaceships from Alien. After that, they can also provide very powerful power for the entire universe. After all, their mutant individual strengths are very powerful. Recently, he has been constantly attacking the remnants of Hydra. How could at the moment have time to come to him? Tony's and Dr. Rise and Dr. Banner's eyes were fixed directly on Loki's scepter. When Charles saw the two coming, he was really curious. Contact Charles? Yep, maybe we can actually contact Charles just to find out what trouble they're having. At this time, ask them for help, and by the way, you can communicate more with each other. Now is the crisis of the level universe. If we know about Professor Charles' troubles, we may be able to help. Hill Agent greeted Charles warmly. Hill Agent took Captain Rogers straight to Charles' school. In his induction, SHIELD should have its own thing to do. Charles asked the question directly. Actually, we're in a bit of trouble this time, so we'd like to ask Charles to help us find two people. 11. After the Hill Agent finished speaking, he directly handed a document to Charles. Charles looked calm after reading it. Wanda and Pietro, these are two miserable children. What are you going to do when you find them? He wants to get this answer from Hill Agent. SHIELD now needs more ability users. As superpowers, if they can correct their evil ways, we want to recruit them into SHIELD. Captain Rogers directly stated what they were going to do. Although the number of super ability users of SHIELD seems to be a lot. But it is still a lot worse than the millions of mutants. Charles nodded slightly upon hearing Captain Rogers' words. I see, I will help you find each other. Charles agreed directly to Rogers' request. This request is not a big deal. Professor Charles 183 brought the two of them to the brainwave strengthening apparatus. Here, I happened to see Qin Xiao who was training here. Beside her is Qin Xiao, who is watching her training to use the brain-wave strengthening device. Jean Grey's strength is now steadily rising, so Charles constantly let Jean Grey adapt to the brain-wave strengthening device. Such power must be fully controlled, and Charles is still trying one thing. It is impossible for him to break through the power of Magneto's helmet by himself. But can Jean Grey, who is more powerful, be able to break through Magneto's power? Why are you here? Qin Xiao was originally feeling Qin Xiao's strength, and at the same time was training his newly acquired strength. He got the spiritual power of a psychic cage from Charles from the beginning. This power was originally set up for Qin Xiao. At the moment, Qin Xiao set up a spiritual cage in reverse beside Qin Xiao. The power of this cage is used to protect Qin Xiao's own spirit from being manipulated. This is what he has gained from being here these days. Moreover, there is also the power of fruit in his spiritual cage. The thunderous power of the thunderous fruit. According to the current research, the conduction of thinking, nerves, etc. is the conduction of bioelectronics. Qin Xiao now added the power of the thunder fruit to the power of this spiritual cage. This power is the stimulation of the power of thunder. Thought control is like a little electronic stimulus. Qin Xiao tried, using her spirit to attack Qin Xiao's thinking. Every time you touch Qin Xiao's spiritual cage, Qin Xiao will immediately discover it. Because every time the power of thunder in Qin Xiao's brain would be touched. Once triggered, all the neurons in the entire brain go into chaos. Moreover, even Qin Xiao tried to control Qin Xiao with the most powerful force. The thunderous fruit power in Qin Xiao's body will be activated immediately. The entire brain wave directly turned into thunder. How can such power be controlled? Qin Xiao didn't expect that he would get such benefits when he came here this time. This can also be regarded as making up for his shortcoming in mental strength. Although it is impossible to remotely control others through mental power like Charles and Jean Grey, but he will not be controlled by others using mental power. This alone is enough for him to be satisfied. So he at the moment has been cooperating with Jean Grey's training. In fact, he is also training himself. When he saw Captain Rogers and Agent Hill coming, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. We're here to ask Charles to help find two people. This time, when looking for Loki's scepter, I encountered two superpowers. We are worried that these two Espers will be influenced by Hydra to do things that will endanger the world. So come and ask Charles to help find their location and bring them back to Shield. Hill Agent explained casually. Wanda and Pietro, one is fast, the other just manipulates matter and mind. Qin Xiao casually mentioned the characteristics of these two people. He knew that if he looked for the Loki scepter, he would meet these two. If it wasn't for something on Charles' side, he would have been waiting for these two people to appear. Because no accident, these two should be able to match the devil fruit. Yes, you know them too. Several people at the scene were a little surprised that Qin Xiao was able to tell the names and characteristics of these two people. It is definitely not a simple character who can attract Qin Xiao's attention. Let's talk to them first, but it's not that simple if you want to take them to Shield. Qin Xiao said something that didn't follow. Captain Rogers and Hill Agent at the moment were full of doubts. Charles stood in front of the EAG strengthening device. He pulled up his helmet and the whole room began to close. In a moment, various figures constantly appeared in the entire spherical space. These are the spiritual powers of everyone who has been strengthened. It is also the principle that Charles can manipulate. The power they have is not the same as our mutant, so the mutant must be eliminated first. In the screen, the figures representing mutant all disappeared. At the moment they have mutated, so they should not belong to ordinary people. Immediately afterwards, another large group of figures disappeared. In the whole picture, only a small part of the figure is left. Among these figures, there are figures very close to Charles. Those few were Qin Xiao, Captain Rogers, and Hill Agent. They represent the fruit ability. There are still some figures that are moving around the world. These are special abilities besides mutants and ordinary people. And the number is not small. Fruit ability, such as Captain Rogers and even Charles. There are also powers irradiated by the sun, such as the Fantastic Four. There are also those who are transformed by gem energy, such as Wanda and Pietro. But there is still a larger part of superpowers in humans. These are things that Charles knows but Magneto doesn't. That's why Charles worked so hard to prevent Mutant from standing on the opposite side of humans. Because once Mutant does something dangerous, maybe the whole world will be pulled into darkness. These forces may all make a move. At that time, Mutant's chances of winning were not great. Others get out of the way, let me look at the two children. Charles' mental power continued to expand, and the two figures were gradually shrouded in a range. I found it, I'll talk to them first. Charles' psychic power seeps into Wanda's and Pietro's minds slightly. Child. Wanda and Pierce, who escaped from Sokovia, are wandering around. Their goal is to go to Country M because their enemies are there. Through Wanda's ability, she manipulated others all the way, and it took a few days to actually set foot on this land. At the moment, they are heading for New York. Avengers in New York. At this moment, an inexplicable voice appeared in the minds of the two of them. Children Tilda. The sound came suddenly and terrifyingly. The two were not prepared at all. Who are you? 0.9 Pietro looked around in a panic. It's a pity that there is no one around. But Wanda at the moment has a serious face. She is constantly using her super ability. In a blink of an eye, Charles' mental power was directly driven out of her mind by Wanda. Charles on the other side looked surprised. This little girl is really capable, and she can actually get rid of my mental power. Although Charles didn't focus too much on the opponent, But the opponent can use her own ability to get rid of the control so quickly, which is originally very powerful. Pietro, don't move, let me drive him out. Wanda at the moment's hands flashed red, and she wanted to drive away the spiritual power that had entered Pietro's mind. Son, don't let your sister get too excited, I have something to tell you. Charles' voice continued to ring in Pietro's head. What's your business? Pietro spoke subconsciously. You are in danger right now, you are in danger now. Charles' voice was serious. This sentence surprised both Wanda and Pietro. Wanda at the moment used his magic to expel the psychic power from Pietro's mind. It also means that she has connected to Charles' spiritual power. So she heard Charles' voice too. She was going to drive Charles' psychic power out of Pietro's mind immediately and at the moment had to stop. We are in danger, why? Wanda asked, I already know your purpose. If you want to deal with Avengers, you too can't do it. If you really have an idea, I will wait for you at this address. Charles directly reported a place name. It is the address of Xavier's school. Who are you? Wanda asked the question directly. I'm Charles, or you can call me Professor X. Charles directly revealed his name. Professor X, you are the leader of the mutant, Professor X. I have long heard that your mutant ability can connect to various places, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to find us. You say we're in danger now, what the hell is going on? Although Pietro was born 12 minutes earlier than Wanda, he is not as calm as a big brother. 4. On the contrary, it is because of Wanda's own ability that she understands people's hearts better. She understood the thoughts of many people and also felt the horror of people's hearts. So at the moments Pietro is like a kid bumping into his idol. He asked excitedly why Charles had come to him and why he said they were in danger. If you believe me, I will send someone to pick you up and in my school I can explain it to you in detail. Charles spoke softly. Wanda and Pietro looked at each other and finally agreed with Charles. Charles has proven his skills over the decades. Mutant can get good training and education from him, so the two of them, as superpowers, may also be able to get training and education. At the very least, they will not be regarded as freaks by others, nor will they be used by others with ill intentions. After a while, Cyclops flew a Thunderbird plane and took the two to school. Only Charles, Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao appeared in at the moment. Hill Agent and Captain Rogers were assigned to other places, because the memory that Charles read in Pietro's mind wasn't very good. Not so good, at least for the members of the Avengers. When Wanda and Pietro approached Qin Xiao's system made a matching sound again. Ding, a fruit ability matcher has been detected. It can be matched with devil fruit. Slippery fruit, diamond fruit, pays fruit, rubber fruit. It can be matched with devil fruit, sparkling fruit, diamond fruit, slippery fruit, rubber fruit. The continuous sound of devil fruit matching sounds, and Wanda and Pietro are indeed devil fruit ability matchers. It was just a few fruits matched by Wanda, which made Qin Xiao feel a little interesting. The first one is smooth fruit. If it is said that the fruit that women most want to have is ability, this fruit can definitely be ranked in the top 3. After eating this fruit, one can directly become a person with smooth skin. Everything that touches the skin is slid away. It is almost immune to physical attacks, and perhaps even has the possibility of zero friction. If it's just like this, it won't make people feel that this is what a woman most wants to have. The point is, the person who eats this fruit will become a peerless beauty. Alrita was originally a big fat man, and she also had freckles all over her face. But just because she ate the slippery fruit, she directly became a super beauty. This ability gave Wanda, and Qin Xiao even looked forward to it slightly. Wanda's age is when she is young and beautiful, and she is originally beautiful and moving. If there is a slippery fruit, this is simply icing on the cake. Moreover, slippery fruit can make Wanda immune to more attacks. She doesn't need the fruit power herself to increase her ability, because her ability is already very powerful and she has full potential. The only problem is that her magic takes a certain amount of time to cast. At this time, people may be targeted, but with slippery fruit, ordinary attacks have no effect on her. This undoubtedly increased her survivability. As for the diamond fruit, peas fruit, and even the rubber fruit, there is no doubt that it does not increase her survivability. And the devil fruit matched by Pietro is very interesting. Shiny fruit. This fruit can turn a person into light. This means that the host speed of this fruit will become very astonishing. Pietro's original speed is already astonishing. If he has the power of the shining fruit, it means that his speed will directly reach the speed of light. Such a speed, very few people in the whole world can reach it. The only thing definitely known to be attainable is Captain Marvel's double star status. Most importantly, Pietro, who possesses the power of the shiny fruit, will never die so casually. A speed ability was directly killed by a bullet. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. As for the diamond fruit, slippery fruit, and rubber fruit, they are undoubtedly increasing Pietro's survival ability. These three fruits will avoid the child's play of being killed by bullets. Moreover, the diamond fruit can obviously increase Pietro's aggressiveness. Think about it, originally a body hit at supersonic speed. Hitting against a hard diamond at supersonic speed, who is more powerful? Obviously, the harder something is, the more destructive at the moment will be. On the contrary, the slippery fruit increased Pietro's survival ability and even his speed. 163. After all, zero friction means that the resistance of the air can also offset a lot, which will make Pietro's speed even more amazing. However, because of the slippery fruit, his attack power will definitely be affected. This undoubtedly affected his ability performance somewhat. But let's wait for Charles to communicate with the other two about this matter first. Think about it, a punch in the past, and the result is slipping away from the opponent. Pietro was the first to ask the question. His words also contained his spiritual power, which was used to calm the uneasy mood of the two of them. Charles first asked one such question. This is simply the speed at which I was born to open the second gear or even exceed the second gear. Qin Xiao looked at the matching devil fruit between the two, and he had a calculation in his heart. Similarly, it also has the power of encouraging fruit, which is used to stimulate the inner emotions of the two. We, in fact, know very little. Professor X, you said we are dangerous. Why? This kind of terrifying improvement is also very astonishing. Imagine Luffy doing something and then Pietro doing it at supersonic speed. Nice to meet you too, then we can have a good chat. How much do you guys know about SHIELD and Avengers? The rubber fruit seems to be able to enhance Pietro's offensive. Charles' tone was mild. If this question is not clear, it is obvious that he has always had a knot in his heart. We actually know very little. Wanda answered this question. The biggest thing Avengers did was New York versus aliens. As for the battle in Washington, it was not overly publicized. Because it originally involved a misjudgment by SHIELD. Once you publicize that matter, it will easily attract the attention of others. The Insight Plan originally represented their distrust of others and the general preemptive action. Because of the Insight Plan's prediction of crimes in advance, others have no chance to repent and turn around. So Wanda and Pietro know the most about the New York War, and some thoughts that Hydra transmits to them. If Pietro still believes in Hydra, then Wanda absolutely does not believe it. Because she read directly the thoughts of those in Hydra. She knew that Hydra had lied to them about something. Even a trained person cannot stop Wanda's memory reading. But in his understanding, most of the members were wiped out after a long time, especially those Hydra who infiltrated SHIELD. So these peripheral members don't know much more about Hydra at all. This also caused her to be unable to learn more information. When Charles heard Wanda's words, he shook his head helplessly. I can tell you about SHIELD and the Avengers. After you know what they are doing now, you will understand that the other party may not be as easy to deal with as you imagined. Next, Charles told Wanda and Pietro about SHIELD and Avengers. The focus is on the fact that SHIELD now has many powerful fruit abilities. This group of people, Wanda Pietro has seen it all. After all, this group of them has attacked Hydra's base, including this base of Kovia. And this has been admitted by Pietro, because he also tried to attack Black Widow Natasha Romanoff for this. Definitely, the final result is not particularly ideal anyway, because it did not cause too much danger to those who attacked. Wanda and Pietro don't have much in mind about this. Because this is already known, but the subsequent information made the two of them look shocked. Charles told him that today's SHIELD is not just a simple department. In SHIELD, there are even aliens now, and the two of them thought it was some mutation. But in fact, they were aliens. Like Rocket Raccoon, like the tree-like Groot, or even the green-skinned Gamora, these are all aliens. The two of them initially thought that Gamora was the product of an experiment like the Green Titan Hulk. That is to say, SHIELD is no longer just an organization on the Earth, it even represents the safety of the universe. Could it be that the races from the universe also came to Earth after the last New York War to provide protection for Earth? Wanda asked this question with a look of astonishment. Because of this little news, he didn't read any relevant news at all in the minds of those in Hydra. In fact, she didn't know, because these aliens came to Earth not long ago. Even the people of Hydra don't know that there are aliens in SHIELD. Actually, it wasn't after the Great War in New York that those outsiders came to help the planet. But not long ago, the SHIELD people on the Earth, or the people in the Avengers, entered the universe. In the universe, they have seen more alien creatures and reached some agreements with them. These aliens are here to complete these agreements. At this time, Qin Xiao took the initiative to speak. Because of other things Charles didn't really know much about. After all, Charles hadn't experienced an inter-universe situation. The agreement of the aliens. What agreement did the aliens reach with the Earth, and who are you? Wanda looked at Qin Xiao, who suddenly interrupted and asked with a puzzled expression. They all call me a demon messenger, and you can learn more about this identity from other people. Now let me answer why these aliens made an agreement with the Earth. But before answering this matter, I must first tell you a piece of news that may not be particularly good. The entire universe is now facing a huge amounts of crisis, which will cause the planet to die. Qin wanted to start talking about the planet Devourer and the various impacts it caused. It also tells about the various preparations and coping methods that the entire universe is currently making under such circumstances. Even this time, why Shield will take the initiative to attack Hydra's base is to get back Loki's scepter. And Loki's scepter is the source of changing Wanda and Pietro and also obtaining super ability. Whether it's Shield or even the mutant represented by Charles, a large part of the attention is focused on the crisis in the universe. It is definitely a matter, of course, to make agreements with other alien life forms in the universe. After all, what Planet Devourer is going to do is destroy the entire universe. So now whether it is Shield or Avengers, they don't particularly care about some simple conflicts on the Earth. Compared with this extinction crisis in the universe, whether it is Hydra or others, it is not too important. On the contrary, people with special abilities like Wanda and Pietro entered the site of Shield. Shield actually wanted to recruit the two of them into Shield as members of the Avengers. Hearing Qin Xiao's narration, Wanda and Pietro couldn't imagine it at all. After being fooled by Qin Xiao, he became a little limping. Those people are already dead, don't we have no revenge to avenge? Wanda and Pietro are just two kids who haven't been beaten by society. Tilda, you mean they're going to let us into Avengers? Do you know what Avengers has done to us? Do you really know who dropped the bomb on your hometowns? What I just want to tell you is that Tony's former arms dealer is indeed guilty. Wanda asked again, it's not a mandatory requirement, I'm just telling you that your target should be Tony alone, not other Avengers members. Now that you know, you think we'll go to the Avengers. Qin Xiao said to himself. Qin Xiao directly said that it should be Tony, not the Avengers OK Alliance, that should have influenced the two of them. All of his here are mutants, possessing all kinds of super abilities, and you also possess super abilities. What the two of them had to do was to seek revenge from Avengers, but in the end the other party wanted to pull the two of them into the team of Avengers. Actually, I do know something about you guys, and shouldn't Tony be the only one who caused your current situation? But the more guilty should not be those who bought his weapons and used them. Wanda spoke to Qin Xiao with an ugly face and a bad tone. Such a thing really made it difficult for the two of them to accept. Even if you don't want to enter the Avengers, you can stay here with Charles. Those people are dead, don't we have no revenge to avenge? Wanda was rarely confused. Dead? No, you're wrong, think about it, who did you experiment with? Think again why they were able to gain control of Sokovia. Who is causing all these battles, and who will pay attention to Sokovia's geographical location? Qin Xiao didn't answer his question directly, but it pointed out a certain direction for these two people who have not received social influence. The geographical conditions of Sokovia are indeed very important, making it the target of many competitions. So far, the biggest gainer is Hydra. They have already occupied here a long time ago. Come to think of it, not only did they get Loki's scepter and send it here. Moreover, the Chitauri's floating behemoth warship of the Battle of New York was also sent here. It is already very obvious what this originally represents, and only fooled people like Wanda and Pietro don't know it at all. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Wanda suddenly thought of something. She has always found that the experimenters of Hydra always look at them with a strange look. At that time, she thought it was these Hydra people who pitied and sympathized with them. But looking at it now, maybe there is sarcasm in their eyes. Obviously, their country and their homeland were destroyed by these people, but they have to voluntarily accept the Hydra experiment. I see, maybe Hydra is behind this incident. These two people are indeed innocent children, and Qin Xiao's few words convinced them. As for what the situation behind it looks like, your ability should be able to easily find out. After all, you can read other people's memories. At that time, you can think about what you want to do slowly. And if you have a situation that needs to be investigated during this period, I believe that the professors will not refuse to help you investigate. But compared to these things, I think you need to increase your survival ability now. Both you and Pietro have the qualifications to become fruit ability users. And becoming a fruit ability person will greatly strengthen your personal strength. Now that the two of them have been fooled to the extent that they will not take revenge for the time being, the next step is to sell the devil fruit to them. When Charles and Qin Xiao heard Qin Xiao's words, they felt a little bit surprised, but then let them go. Two people who can become super EEC ability under the influence of Loki's scepter. It is definitely not a strange thing to have the identity of becoming a fruit ability. Instead, the two were more curious about what kind of devil fruit Wanda and Pietro could adapt to. What is a fruit ability? Wanda asked with a strange face. If mutant is still information they can access. Then the fruit ability users completely exceeded their expectations. During the Battle of New York, all the power displayed was strange and powerful. But what everyone thinks is mutant's ability. Moreover, information about devil fruits is kept relatively secret within SHIELD. Even researchers like Scott don't know much about it. After all, he had never been in contact with a devil fruit ability user at that time. The most important thing is that after the Battle of New York, he has been studying the power of this scepter after he got Loki's scepter. It can even be said that everyone here knows the power of Loki's scepter best. Many people don't know about devil fruit ability, so even if Wanda can read other people's memories, she can't know the existence of devil fruit. Speaking of this, it is another category of ability users. Besides our mutant, there are many other things that allow others to have special abilities. One of them is the devil fruit. Charles spent a certain amount of time introducing Qin Xiao's identity and the news about the devil fruit to Wanda and Pietro. When the two heard that the devil fruit can actually give a person super ability. Even now that many people in SHIELD are fruit ability users, both Wanda and Pietro are very surprised. The most difficult thing for the two of them to accept is that among the aliens they have seen, there are fruit abilities. This simply refreshed their three views. It turned out that the person in front of him, who claimed to be the messenger of the devil, had followers all over the universe. And it's too easy for the other party to let others have super abilities. All you need to do is eat a devil fruit. You must know that they have endured a great risk of experimentation to become ability users. It can even be said to be a test of narrow escapes. All the experimental elephants with him had died, but two of them survived. In the end, they were told another piece of news: as long as they ate the devil fruit, they could become fruit ability holders. Even Charles and Jean Grey in front of him are both fruit ability users. In other words, in addition to their respective mutant abilities, the two also possess the power of devil fruits. If the performance of Charles' devil fruit is not particularly obvious, then the performance of Jean Grey's devil fruit is very obvious. Jean Grey's devil fruit is a healing fruit, and Charles' feet were healed with the healing fruit's ability. Hearing such words, Wanda still looked defensive, but Pietro was full of excitement. What kind of devil fruit can I match? Tell me quickly. Seeing Pietro's excited look, Qin Xiao directly told him several devil fruits that could be matched. The devil fruits you can match are the following: sparkling fruit, diamond fruit, slippery fruit, rubber fruit. Qin Xiao briefly explained the functions of several devil fruits that Pietro could match. Among them, it is obvious that the power of the shining fruit is the most powerful. Pietro was originally an ability user of the speed system, and shining fruit can directly change his speed into the speed of light. This improvement has exceeded Pete's own imagination. An ability that was still at supersonic speed when training now directly becomes an ability at the speed of light. Just thinking about it can tell how powerful this devil fruit is. As for the other devil fruits, although they also look very powerful, but compared with shining fruit they are much inferior. Hearing the news, Pietro barely thought anything. Shining fruit. I want shining fruit, he said to Qin Xiao excitedly. No problem, then I will give you the shiny fruit. Qin Xiao directly handed a devil fruit to Pietro. Pietro excitedly took a bite of the devil fruit. Click. Swallow it or it won't work. Gulu tilde. With a bitter face, Pietro finally swallowed the devil fruit. This thing directly reminds me of the various experiments I have undergone, and the taste is really unpalatable. With a sad face, he narrated the bad memories brought about by eating this fruit. The unpalatable taste is almost the same as the experiment they were subjected to. Pietro, these things are not important. The important thing is, do you feel the power of the fruit ability now? Pietro, these things are not important. The important thing is, do you feel the power of the fruit ability now? Wanda looked at Pietro with concern. She has always been a little defensive about eating devil fruits. But it was strange that here she was not as defensive as she was at other times, so she didn't stop Pietro from eating the devil fruit. Now, what she cares about is whether Pietro has really become a fruit holder. Does it really possess the terrifying power that shining fruit said? When Pietro heard Wanda's words, he closed his eyes slightly and felt the power of the fruit constantly running in his body. For a moment, Pietro's body began to glow with a yellow light. Few tilde. Call out. A ray of light and a straight line disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in a blink of an eye. When the rays of light converged again, Pietro's figure had reached the end of the passage in the room. Few tilde. Another yellow light flashed, and Pietro's figure returned to the crowd again. Ha 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 ha, this speed is really astonishing, and it's not as fast as my own running. Pietro looked at his body excitedly. He really turned into a ray of light just now. This is much more amazing than his original running speed. Similarly, he also discovered a problem. The physical strength of the fruit ability trumpet was actually less than his own running consumption. As a changed ability user, he has much higher physical strength than ordinary people. But his super ability originally consumes a lot of stamina. Originally, he always needed a certain amount of rest time when running. But now turning into light, it seems that the physical energy consumed is not as much as when he was running. This made him feel an unspeakable excitement. Hearing Pietro's explanation, Qin Xiao probably knew what was going on. Pietro's original running speed all came from his own physical strength. But after eating the shiny fruit, his speed comes from the power of the fruit. His own physical strength is only used to maintain the strength of the fruit. This is equivalent to saving a lot of energy-consuming places. Just like the yellow monkey, Zephyr said that he relies too much on the fruit ability, but the opponent's physical skills are still not to be underestimated. Aokiji and Akinu, who are also the three generals, fought for 10 days and 10 nights. Even if the yellow ape is a little weaker, it can still fight for several days. Physical strength plus fruit ability is the reason why the opponent is strong. Now, Quicksilver needs to go down the same path. His body became more and more powerful under the energy transformation of Loki's scepter. At least he has a metabolic ability that surpasses that of ordinary people, and this is the foundation of his strength. Qin Xiao also casually told Pietro about the relationship between fruit ability and physical strength. In other words, how much strength he can exert in the end is entirely up to him. But Qin Xiao didn't say anything, because the fruit ability can also be stimulated by other things besides physical strength, such as Charles and Qin Jelly. Charles wasn't very strong because he had been in a wheelchair for years. His use of fruit abilities comes entirely from his spiritual power. Jean Grey's power, in addition to her own mutant ability, also comes from Phoenix Force. So his strength has exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and the 4th level mutant is not his real strength at all. Even a level 5 mutant can't fully explain her upper limit of strength. When Pietro heard these explanations from Qin Xiao, he was also very pleasantly surprised. The improvement of strength is always the strongest, which will have a great impact on everything after them. Then he thought of another thing, and he looked at Qin Xiao excitedly. What kind of fruit can my sister Wanda match? Hearing Pietro's words, Qin Xiao turned his attention to Wanda. The devil fruits that Wanda can match are slippery fruit, diamond fruit, peas fruit, rubber fruit. Qin Xiao simply explained that Wanda can be a matching devil fruit. When Pietro heard these devil fruits, his eyes changed. The devil fruit that Wanda matches is very similar to his, but there is a pea fruit that he doesn't know. And from the interpretation of these fruits, there is no particularly powerful fruit, at least not particularly powerful compared to the shiny fruit. The devil fruit that Wanda can match does not seem to be particularly powerful, and none of them can improve as much as I do. Pietro raised his doubts. Qin Xiao glanced at Pietro. In fact, your super ability and Wanda's super ability upper limit are very amazing. What both of you need is survival ability. Except for the shiny fruit that directly increases your speed and strength, all other mistakes are for the sake of your survival. And Wanda has the ability to manipulate matter and the minds of others. How terrifying such an ability is, Charles and Jean Grey know it best. Ask for flowers. Instead of wanting the ability of the devil fruit, it is better to develop the power you have. And you didn't realize that your speed super ability is actually more than just speed. If you put all your goals on the devil fruit, then you are equivalent to giving up your own super ability. Compared with your choice, Wanda can concentrate more on studying her super ability, and maybe her super ability will be more amazing than yours in the end. Qin Xiao simply explained a few words. Quicksilver's speed isn't all about speed. According to X-Men's settings, his super ability also has the characteristic of affecting a certain range of time and space around him. This is why his speed is so amazing. Otherwise, what is the effect of listening to music simply by increasing the speed? The music didn't finish playing a single note, and Quicksilver had already done what he was supposed to do. This is not a waste. When Wanda heard this, she was also thoughtful. As for her own ability, in fact, she feels that it is still very superficial. Just like Qin Xiao said, if she can keep exercising her own super ability, then her strength will become amazing. The only problem now is that she needs a certain amount of time to cast her magic. And during this time, it is easy to be targeted by other people. If she can improve her survival ability, it will definitely be an unexpected benefit for her. And there was a fruit in Qin Xiao's introduction just now that made her very excited. It seems that she knows what kind of devil fruit to choose without thinking about it. I want smooth fruit. Wanda chose this fruit directly. Can slide away all attacks but also make yourself beautiful, where is such a god of fruit. Qin Xiao nodded and a fruit appeared in his hand. Wanda took the devil fruit and bit it down. Immediately afterwards, her complexion also changed wildly. She finally knew why Pietro said that. The smell of this devil fruit is really easy to stimulate their bad thoughts. After struggling to eat the devil fruit, Wanda felt the changes in her body. A strange force gradually flowed in her body. It even seems to be changing her body. The next moment, she saw Pietro's mouth barely shut. He looked at himself as if he saw something unbelievable. Pietro, what happened to you? Pietro, what's the matter with you? Wanda asked, frowning. Wanda, find yourself a mirror and look. Pietro really didn't know how to explain it. Qin Xiao said that the slippery fruit will make the eater more beautiful. He thought it was just a joke. Even if it became beautiful, there would only be a slight change. But judging from the current situation, this is no joke, and this is no small change. The power of the slippery fruit makes the already attractive Wanda even more attractive. Standing in front of the mirror, Wanda really saw a different version of herself. Compared with my original self at the moment is indeed different. With this look, even Qin Jelle felt envious at the moment. This kind of change visible to the naked eye, no one is not envious. What's more, she is still a woman. After some emotion, everyone finally shifted the topic from the fruit ability, 163. Afterwards, Wanda and Pietro talk about why they have a problem with SHIELD. The main reason is definitely that the bombs of Stark Industries brought them a great childhood shadow. This also let Captain Rogers and Hill Agent, who had been waiting behind, know why the two brothers and sisters wanted to deal with Avengers. It turned out that all of this was once Tony's fault. The weapons he made before have now received their retribution. After that, the two brothers and sisters were arranged to study in X school. Surrounded by superpowers, the two brothers and sisters didn't feel uncomfortable, but felt that this was where they should stay. At the moment, the two also understand why so many mutants come to this place to study, because they can find a sense of belonging here. After the matter of the two siblings was arranged, Captain Rogers and Hill Agent came together with Charles again. Although Wanda and Pietro didn't enter their SHIELD, they were able to receive good care and training at X school. In particular, the two became fruit ability users, which originally meant that Qin Xiao would be responsible for the two. Whether it's training or other things later, I can rest assured a lot. Having settled the matter of the two coming here, the next step is for the two to ask Charles what kind of difficulties they encountered. Charles, I heard that you have encountered some troubles recently. Is there anything we can do to help? Captain Rogers asked directly. Although now SHIELD is affected by the Hydra incident, the scope of rights of the entire SHIELD has shrunk by at least 3/4. There are also countless SHIELD agents under surveillance by other groups. But after all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As long as Nick Fury, the director, is still there, many of their problems still have the possibility of being resolved. The next thing is a very serious crisis for us mutant. Some of the information may not be clear to you, but Director Nick Fury should be clear. If he didn't tell you, maybe his attitude is questionable. Charles didn't first explain what happened to Mutant. Instead, kick the question back to SHIELD Nick Fury. Hill Agent and Captain Rogers went to the alien universe, so they are not very clear about some things. But Nick Fury has been in charge of the big picture, and he knows all about these things. Under such circumstances, the other party did not tell everyone what kind of crisis Mutant encountered. Instead, Hill Agent and Captain Rogers were asked to question Charles, which was originally a kind of ambiguity in attitude. Hearing what Charles said, Agent Hill and Captain Rogers glanced at each other. They also understood that maybe there was a real danger behind this incident. Even if we look at the current situation, it might cause mutants' dissatisfaction in the end. You must know that Charles has always been a firm advocate of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants. If even he can't accept these things, it means that the situation is really dangerous. Actually, you probably already know this information. Now, a laboratory has researched a drug that can make mutant ability disappear. Now there is a biggest problem. Some people insist on distributing this medicine to the army and then let them use it forcibly. Others insist on voluntary use of the two mutants. Now the two parts are arguing, but there are already some very bad signs appearing in the game. Because these medicines have already appeared in some armies, this means that the final result has been biased toward compulsory use. Qin Xiao didn't have as many ideas as Charles and the others. He directly told the news to Captain Rogers and Hill Agent. Hearing this news, Agent Zier was taken aback. According to the news we received, isn't this drug still under development? Now there is a finished product. She was really shocked at the moment, because even she really doesn't know about this news, which means that the government is very guarded against them. This is obviously a sequela caused by the last incident, and now even the government doesn't trust their identity bureau very much. There are already finished products, and the biggest problem now is not the medicine, but the attitude of the government. Because they quietly equipped the army with these medicines, some people from Mutant have already gathered. What they have to do is to continue to attack humans, thereby preventing the human government from doing this. Although Minister Mutant headed by Beast Hank is still working hard, the result may not be ideal. The why. Chingri briefly talked about what happened now. As for the gathering of some people in Mutant, this is definitely Magneto taking the lead. Once mutants encounter injustice from humans, Magneto will take the initiative to stand up and seek welfare for Mutant. The way to seek welfare is nothing more than overthrowing the human government and establishing a new world headed by Mutant. For decades, his thoughts have not changed. I don't know how we can help with this matter. Now that the entire universe is so dangerous, why are there still fights over these things? Captain Rogers really couldn't understand the current situation. They have already reported the situation in the universe. Knowing that the universe is so dangerous, how can the entire government reduce combat power for no reason? Once fighting Mutant, what benefits can they get? The power of Mutant has always been very strong. Perhaps some people think that to deal with the crisis in the universe, we must first solve all the internal 0.6 problems. If there is no such potion, they may not have such an idea. But now that there is a potion that can eliminate Mutant, some people can't wait to fight. Hill Agent obviously knew what those people were doing. Once given a chance, they will try to make a wave of things. Even if there are more important crises waiting for them, they will not give up. So come down, what are you going to do? Captain Rogers looked at Charles at the moment and asked seriously. Everything should be voluntary. What Charles meant was obvious. What needs to be done this time is voluntary. If it is not voluntary, then some people's plans should be blocked. Just then, Cyclops hastily opened the door. Just got the news that Magneto just left a car. Just got the news that Magneto just hijacked a prison van. As soon as Cyclops came up, he told everyone a surprising thing. Magneto is robbing the prison car. This means that Magneto can no longer bear the pressure on Mutant brought by the human government. Now that once Magneto makes a move, the human government will definitely take countermeasures immediately. The two sides that were originally just simmering undercurrents have now directly become famous swords and bright guns. In this way, the most powerless is naturally against the mutant side. After all, humans have mastered the medicine weapon that can control Mutant. In such battles, as long as the medicine weapons can keep up, humans can keep fighting. Under such circumstances, Mutant will fight less and less. And originally, there are many mutants, but they don't necessarily have the ability to fight. As a result, the number of people Mutant can fight becomes even rarer. Eric, what did he take with him? Charles asked solemnly. He really wants to know, what kind of prison car is worthy of Magneto's carjacking? It is said that Mystique Raven was accidentally captured by humans when he went to investigate the information about the potion that eliminated mutant ability. Therefore, Magneto took Sabretooth 04 to intercept the prison van containing Mystique. And with the prison car, there is Juggernaut and a mutant who can have duplication. Cyclops briefly recounted the news he had received. After Qin Xiao heard the news, his expression changed slightly. Isn't this plot the plot of the third part of X-Men? Humans have the potion to eliminate Mutant. Anyone who is injected with this potion will lose their mutant ability. However, the lost ability is not permanently lost. Because after Magneto was injected with medicine, he finally possessed super ability again. Likewise, even Charles, who was killed by Jean Grey, ended up transferring his consciousness to his unconscious brother. There is a problem here. The drug map to eliminate mutant ability is only effective for a part of the time. Still, this potion doesn't work on level 4 mutants. After all, no shots were given of whether the other mutant ability erasers recovered or not. But logically speaking, this should only be a potion with a short-term sound effect. Because the source of this potion is also a mutant. This mutant's power is what disables the power of other mutants around him. It's funny to say that the one who restrains the power of the mutant is actually the mutant, since the power of this mutant is only to make the power of other mutants disappear when they are close. It also means that his power is actually not effective for a long time. To be effective, you need to stand by his side continuously. This is equivalent to the need for constant injection of potions to take effect. Originally, Qin Xiao thought that these things would never happen. After all, the current situation has been changed a lot by Qin Xiao. First of all, the biggest change is that there is no Blacken in the Phoenix Lichen category. And Cyclops didn't die, and Wolverine didn't have an inexplicable relationship with Jean Grey. Because of these changes, the whole subsequent things will change even more. The first is that Charles won't die because of Jean Grey's Blacken. There's no way Magneto can pull Jean Grey to his side either. Then if a fight really broke out at that time, the members of his Brotherhood led by Magneto might not be able to take advantage of it. As for humans really want to fight against mutant, whether it is Charles or Jean Grey, they can teach them to be human. So the most important thing now is what Charles' attitude is. If Charles continues to move toward humans, then humans will have a powerful force to stop Magneto. But if Charles is not on the side of humans because of this potion, then the next battle between humans and mutant will become very troublesome. Moreover, it is impossible for humans not to react to Magneto's attack. If he really dares not to react, then all ordinary people will no longer believe in this government. So now it means that both sides are being roasted on the fire, and no matter which side retreats, it means failure. Regarding this point, everyone wants to understand, and now the whole thing is very embarrassing. Charles, what are you going to do next? Hill Agent at the moment asked with some concern. The next action of Charles will involve how humans and mutants get along with each other. After I ask Hank about the situation, I can't give a definite answer right now. And how to do this matter is not only up to us mutant. If the human government continues to force the use of this potion, it is impossible for me to stop all the mutants. From what I know of Eric, he never summoned too many mutants before. But this time he actually summoned so many mutants, the final result may be unimaginable. There are so many mutant responses to this matter, which also shows that mutant has produced a great plan for these matters. Many students in our school have not experienced the baptism of battle. Even if I want to stop it, it will be difficult to do so. Charles spoke of the problems he was facing now that this matter has caused countless mutant responses. Even if he is a Professor X with a group of mutants, it is impossible to fight against everyone, because this matter is said to be unreasonable by the human government. And Magneto seized this critical moment to bring together the mutants who were originally unwilling to resist. Under such circumstances, Charles does not take advantage of the righteousness. What is needed now is the concession of the human government. Compulsory use of potions must be replaced by voluntary use to calm down this incident. As for the real fight, at the moment Xavier's school doesn't have an advantage at all. Iceman, Shadowcat, Colossus are still in training, never participated in an actual combat. It is absolutely impossible for such a mutant to achieve the desired effect on the battlefield. In the end, unless Charles made the shot himself, or let Qin Yuan make the shot. I understand. I immediately went to Director Fu Rui to discuss. The power of mutant should not be consumed under such circumstances. Hill Agent made her choice. Immediately go back to Nick Fury to discuss what to do next. As for whether it can be achieved in the end, that is another matter. Agent Hill and Captain Rogers quickly returned to SHIELD, wanting to know how Nick Fury was going to handle the situation. When the two left, Charles shook his head helplessly. In this matter, he was really helpless, because there are 3 factions in his own school about whether to use potions. One faction firmly supports its use. These people are those who don't like their ability very much, or those who have caused a lot of harm because of their ability. On the other side are the determined, unwilling users because they feel they are the ones who are different. Another faction is on the sidelines, and this faction has the most people. If you want people from Xavier's school to fight other mutants, for this reason, not many people will be willing to do it. But no matter what you do next, it is necessary to strengthen your strength. Qin Xiao at the moment said something pointedly. Both Charles and Jean Grey turned their heads. Could it be that there are still people on our side who can become fruit ability users? Charles naturally knew what Qin Xiao's words meant. Can quickly improve the strength for the time being, only use the devil fruit. The improvement of their mutant ability cannot be achieved overnight. But the devil fruit is different. As long as you eat it, you can definitely improve your strength. It's just that the ability to increase the file size is related to the fruit. It is true that some people possess the ability to become fruit ability holders. Qin Xiao agreed with Charles. It seems that the situation of this matter is indeed serious, otherwise you wouldn't let our people increase their strength. Charles easily understood why Qin Xiao did this. It seems that this mutant crisis may be very dangerous. Or even if it wasn't the crisis of the mutants this time, Qin Xiao let them strengthen their strength, maybe it was to deal with the crisis of the universe. The only way to resolve the cosmic crisis this time is to constantly strengthen one's own strength. Thinking of this, Charles turned his attention to Jean Grey. Now, Qin Jelly's strength has not seen the upper limit. I really don't know what kind of effect Qin Jelly will have in dealing with this crisis. But then he turned his attention back. Whether those children are willing to become fruit ability holders is not yet known, but the next thing to do is to find Magneto first. We have to know what Magneto does next. Otherwise, he will be in trouble if he really does something that triggers a big war. Now robbing a car will only use part of the police force. If there are more attacks, it will be troublesome. Qingri, you accompany Qin here to match devil fruit with other mutant students. I did this first. Charles knew exactly what to do now. He asked Qin Jelly to greet Qin Xiao here and let mutant match the devil fruit. And himself to find Magneto. On the other side, Magneto managed to save Mystique and several mutants this time. Immediately afterwards, these people returned to their temporary base. In the temporary base, at least hundreds of mutants are gathering here. These are all believers in mutant supremacy. Here, they held pre-battle mobilization and arrangements. The first is to find the mutant that will make the mutant ability disappear. Because of this, it has now been exposed by interested people. All they have to do is find out where the mutant is in the first place. And ask the human government to hand over the other party, because this is using mutant as an experiment, which is a very inhumane situation. And if they promote it for this reason, even many ordinary people will stand by their side. This will undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on the other party. Just when Magneto was about to do these things, Charles found him using a brain wave strengthening device. Sabretooth, who had been by his side all the time, was suddenly controlled by Charles. Eric, what you are doing now may need to wait. We and human beings still need to live in peace, and fighting cannot solve any problems. In other words, this time is not the best time to fight. Charles' words came out of Sabretooth's mouth. Charles, you found me again, you always find me. Don't say we don't fight, why don't we let them wipe out all our mutants? Since human governments no longer want to negotiate and get along with us properly, so why should we continue to maintain peace? Magneto still kept his thoughts. As for peace, if it weren't for Charles's insistence on living in peace, if it weren't for Charles constantly stopping his attack, how could he maintain the current peaceful situation with mankind? He has long wanted to fight the human government. The radiation machine that was originally prepared in New York is a manifestation of his troubles. What the human side did this time was simply digging the roots of their mutant. As a leader of mutant supremacy, he would definitely not pass up such an opportunity. And this opportunity allowed him to gather countless mutants in the blink of an eye. Because many mutants have serious doubts about the coercive approach of the human government. Under such circumstances, it was also easiest for Magneto to bring together the mutant, easier than he had ever been before. This is a rare opportunity to have a high status in mutant. Eric, there are some things you don't know very well. This time, after you listen to me, you will understand why I said this is not the best time. Charles at the moment also found an opportunity to tell Magneto the information about the current crisis in the universe and things that will affect many creatures. Originally, he was worried that if he told Magneto suddenly, the other party would not believe the news. But now it seems that it is impossible. Then I wonder if there's anything I don't know about, and what could be more serious at this point than mutant might be wiped out. Magneto obviously didn't believe Charles' words. After all, for him, mutant occupying the main position in the world is what he wants to do most. Tilda, since you want to know, I will tell you, in fact, the entire universe is already facing a dangerous thing. And the cause and effect of these things you may not be clear, because I was not very clear at first. During this time, do you know why SHIELD is so low-key? Because almost all of their fruit abilities are dispatched to other places. And do you know where they went? Charles asked Magneto back, is there a special place where SHIELD goes? Magneto expressed some disbelief. But he also knew that Charles would let him go. Maybe the other party could really say an answer that surprised him. People from SHIELD went to the universe this time and saw more aliens. They even brought some aliens back to Earth, Wang-Wangs. And this part of the aliens is now in SHIELD. If you don't believe it, you can go to SHIELD to see. I think there must be someone on your side who can enter SHIELD. Charles directly told something that really caught Magneto by surprise. Aliens in SHIELD? What do aliens come to Earth for? There is no good thing for aliens to come to Earth. Magneto has a natural resistance to aliens. It was Thor who first knew about aliens. Moreover, this seems to be the beginning of aliens entering the Earth. Then Loki came to Earth with the Zeta Swiss soldiers, and that was originally Thor didn't deal with them. Asgard represented by Thor Chitauri of the mysterious forces. These are the crises brought by aliens. Otherwise, where on the whole Earth are there so many things? Now there are still aliens coming, which makes Magneto's heart sink. You're right, the next thing is the most important thing. You're right, the next thing is the most important thing. Sabretooth under Charles' control side. Do you know which mutants came to Earth this time? This even includes the leader of the Zeta Swiss soldiers. All of this is because a major event happened in the universe, a major event that really involves the survival of the entire universe. The matter of mutants and humans, now SHIELD is also constantly trying to solve it. Because our Earth is originally a planet with very underdeveloped technology in the universe. If there's a battle going on inside, maybe we'll be destroyed without anyone else having to do it. Sabretooth's voice was serious. This means that the mood of Charles at the moment is very serious. When Magneto heard Gao's words, he was taken aback for a moment. There are Chitauri leaders who came to Earth this time to attack Earth. Why didn't they take them down? Magneto really didn't understand why. The specific situation, if you want to know, you can come to me and I will have a good chat with you. Moreover, the Devil Messenger is here, and he is the initiator of this trip to the universe. There are more news that are very clear at once. You can ask him yourself. Charles tells Magneto some information, but for more information, he hopes to wait until the other party arrives before telling it slowly. Magneto was silent for a moment. Okay, I'll come and have a look, I just want to know what happened. Magneto at the moment wanted to know what was going on. But he will not give up continuing to investigate the potion that can make mutant ability disappear. So when Charles' mental power receded from Sabretooth's mind, Magneto proceeded to tell the numerous mutants to proceed as planned. It's just that he's now at Xavier's school with Sabretooth, Mystique, Juggernaut, Nightcrawler, and Pyro. When they came here, they happened to see Qin Xiao handing out a devil fruit by himself. The one who takes over the devil fruit is Iceman. The devil fruit that Poppy Iceman matches is exactly the frozen fruit. This fruit is as exclusive as Thor's Thunder Fruit and Magneto's Magnetic Fruit. Iceman Poppy originally has a powerful ability to control ice, and his strength is still at the Omega level. In theory, it is at the same level as Phoenix. It's just that his strength has been weakened too much, and he doesn't even count as a 4th-level mutant in this world. Either he didn't develop the freezing power, or his power originally was weakened to the point where he couldn't reach a level 4 mutant. It can all prove that his strength has been limited. When he learned that he could get the devil fruit, he was actually very surprised. Now in mutant school, only Charles and Jean Grey got the fruit ability. A force that has this inspiring fruit fills the entire mutant school with confidence. At least when Charles uses the double power of spiritual power and inspirational fruit, no one is not full of confidence. And Qin Grey's power is different. Her fruit power is healing, even Charles' feet were healed by Qin Wan. With this great power, the training in the mutant school is now a lot bloodier. Because even if there is a little injury, Qin Jelly can quickly heal everyone. This gave these little mutants even more confidence. As long as they don't die and are not even afraid of disability, then what are they worried about? Even his Iceman practice has become a lot more violent now. Even if someone is frostbitten, Qin Jelly can heal it. Under the encouragement of Charles and the treatment of Jean Grey, the mutant of Xavier's school's mastery of his own ability has improved very quickly. Even the actual combat strength of many people has reached an astonishing level. It's just that Charles habitually treats them as children, so I don't want to let them participate in the battle. But after hearing Qin Xiao's words, they knew that there was no way for Mutant to escape. So when Charles contacted Magneto, Qin Grey began to arrange other mutants to meet Qin Xiao. It turns out that when Iceman matched, Magneto happened to lead someone to the mutant school. Watching Poppy Iceman take the devil fruit, Burning John sneered. Bobby, now you have to rely on other powers, you have fallen. Pyro and Iceman seem to have a natural feud. They didn't get along when they were in mutant school. Even though Pyro left with Magneto, they still didn't get along when they met. When Pyro saw that Iceman was going to eat the devil fruit, he naturally taunted. Poppy Iceman took a look at Pyro. John, actually I told you a long time ago, don't leave the mutant school, tell you, even if I don't eat devil fruit, I will be better than you. Iceman at the moment also looked at Pyro with a mocking face. What he said was not a lie, as under the blessing of the double fruit ability of the fruit of encouragement and the fruit of healing, his improvement is very obvious. Really. Then come and try. Pyro clearly deserved Iceman, who sent out the challenge directly. Instead of stopping Pyro, Magneto watched what Charles would do with anticipation. Normally, all Charles has to do is stop such fights. But this time, Charles didn't make a sound. Iceman put the devil fruit he picked up back into Qin Xiao's hand. Messenger, please take it, I will come back after a fight with him. After Iceman finished speaking, his hands felt cold. Kai tilde. The two of them, one ice and one fire, fought directly here. Iceman's chill is constantly sprayed towards Pyro, and the lighter on Burning Man's cuff directly ignited a cluster of flames. The flames shot towards Iceman under his control. Two opposing forces collide constantly in the air. Gradually, Myren began to gain the upper hand, because his heart was full of killing intent, but Iceman didn't. Bobby, is that all you need? Pyro watched himself gaining the upper hand and taunted Iceman excitedly. HMPH, do you really think you can win? Since you are already so powerful, why do you want to eat some devil fruit? Pyro tremblingly turned on the lighter, a ball of fire warmed his body, and finally recovered a little after a while. Being approached by the other party means that it is over. Even Magneto at the moment looked at Iceman, who was covered in ice, full of fear. In that case, the gods will be hard to save. Because this fruit is called frozen fruit, it can make me stronger. The scene in front of him made Huo Ren tremble in his heart. He looked at Iceman strangely. Even he himself began to shiver. Affected by his emotions, the flames he controlled became a little unstable. Letting Pyro's flames burn, the pile of ice walked towards Pyro on its own. Iceman at the moment didn't want to kill anyone, so he let go of his fingers after the flame was extinguished. After Iceman finished speaking, his body turned into a lump of ice. If he kept holding on, he would definitely freeze Pyro into a popsicle. Under the cold air, the flame controlled by Pyro instantly extinguished. Iceman took the devil fruit from Qin Xiao's hand and bit it down. Iceman walked up to Pyro in 2 steps and grabbed Pyro's hands. Kai tilde tilde. A frozen fruit. Pyro repeated the name of the fruit with a look of astonishment. This fruit is obvious and it matches Iceman very well. Just by hearing the name, everyone knows it. Especially Magneto, when he heard this name, his eyes narrowed slightly. His own strength is very strong, that's why he disdains Qin Xiao's magnetic force fruit. However, the current Iceman is obviously already very powerful. Why does he still want to eat this devil fruit? You must know that when Iceman directly changes his own state from his physical body to ice, originally means that he is powerful. In the entire mutant, there are not many people who can do this. And just when Bingren used his power to defeat Burning Man, the night girl beside him told him an important news. The Iceman just reached the power level of the 4th level mutant. That is to say, Iceman has been able to reach the same mutant energy level as his Magneto in the ice state. Among all the mutants known today, there are only 4 mutants whose energy level can be sensed by the Night Walker girl to reach level 4 mutants. Charles, Magneto, Jean Grey, Iceman. Charles and Magneto were the first tier 4 mutants. And Jean Grey has broken through to the level of the 4th level mutant in the recent period of time. Moreover, the terrifying thing about Jean Grey is that she seems to have broken through to the level of a 4th level mutant. On it, there is a level 5 mutant, a level they've never felt before. And now, when Iceman transforms into Ice State, his mutant ability has also reached level 4 mutant. It is clear to Magneto what kind of destructive power the 4th level mutant can achieve. Magneto can destroy the entire Earth. Under the strengthening of the brain wave strengthening device, Charles can kill most of the human beings in the whole world in an instant. As for Jean Grey, they have been monitoring them recently. Jean Grey's destructive power has exceeded Charles' imagination. If Magneto's manipulation is just something that has magnetism, then Chingle has no restrictions. What Magneto can control, Chingle can control. What Magneto can't control, Chingle can control. This is the scariest part, which means that Jean Grey's strength has no weakness. Now Charles actually has 3 level 4 mutants. Iceman, who was probably even less than human before, has become himself a mutant. What kind of power will the Iceman of the 4th level mutant have? At the moment is just the tip of the iceberg. Iceman in the ice state is directly immune to Pyro's flame attack. This originally represents strength, but the other party has already reached such an astonishing level, yet they still can't forget Qin Xiao's devil fruit. And this clearly tells them that this frozen fruit will obviously strengthen his own strength. As for the extent to which this power will reach, no one will know for the time being. But the shadow of Sabretooth and Mystique next to Magneto showed him the power of the devil fruit. In particular, Sabretooth possesses a powerful power that many people fear. His karmic fruit directly made his own strength instantly rank among the top ones. Magneto, at the moment, stared at Iceman. He wanted to know what would become of Iceman in the end. The reason why he accepted Charles' invitation this time was because Charles originally had an extra super mutant named Qin Xiao, who was likely to break through the 4th level mutant. He knew that if Charles continued to stop him, his plans would suffer greatly. Even though they should now gather hundreds of mutants of varying strengths, but compared with the regular human army, it is still much worse. If there are 2 drivers mutant to stop him at that time, it will be difficult for him to succeed. Especially Qin Xiao, who can easily take away his helmet that shields the control of mental power. It is already very difficult for him to deal with the 2 4th level mutants. Adding an Iceman whose strength will obviously be strengthened, and 3 4th level mutants, Magneto doesn't think he will win. Iceman ate the devil fruit and he closed his eyes slightly. After a while his body directly turned into a piece of ice. Crack tilde. The Iceman who became ice, at the moment suddenly made a crisp sound. Catch tilde. With the last crisp sound, Iceman instantly turned into a pile of crushed ice. This tilde, how could it be like this? Everyone at the scene had such a doubt in their hearts. The Iceman who ate the devil fruit and turned into ice actually shattered. A person is broken, which represents a person's death. What kind of devil fruit is this? Can it kill people? Before the people on Charles' side could speak, Juggernaut on Magneto's side spoke uprightly. But apart from him, the others still had serious expressions on their faces. Especially the Night Walker, who can feel the energy level of mutant, at the moment felt that the energy level of the pile of crushed ice in front of her eyes was higher than before. If the original Iceman ice state was level 4 elementary level, then the energy level of the pile of crushed ice has reached level 4 medium level. Woo tilde. A low-temperature ice flashed across the scene, and then the crushed ice on the ground gradually gathered again. Iceman's body once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Elementalization is this elementalization. Iceman looked at his hands with comprehension. When he accepted Qin Xiao's devil fruit, he already knew that the devil fruit he matched had great power. It can make him have more and more powerful survivability, a powerful force that is virtually immune to physical attacks. Compared with Magneto, who is always on the run, they have a fixed base and no more things. Point 0. The natural devil fruit originally represented a powerful force in Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao has been following such a fruit ability user. Punisher, Custer, he's making a big splash in Hell's Kitchen right now. As a vigilante who kills without mercy, he is much more terrifying than other vigilantes who don't kill. Throughout Hell's Kitchen, many places were destroyed by the Punisher. And the strength of the opponent, the sense of freedom that doesn't care about physical attacks, is what makes people enviable. Now Iceman also has such power. John, you shouldn't have left Xavier's school. Poppy Iceman removes his ice status. He shook his head slightly and glanced at Pyro John. This sentence is what he wants to say most in at the moment. Pyro left Xavier's school not knowing what he was missing. Inspiring fruit, self-healing fruit. These 2 fruits give the people of Xavier's school the strength to let go and fight. And John Pyro, obviously, couldn't be that free. What's more, the emphasis on Xavier's school by the demon emissary has also increased significantly now. If Pyro originally chose Magneto for the so-called freedom, now they are all just fugitives. He burns people and misses out on too many benefits. Pyro clenched his fists when he heard Iceman's words. When Iceman resisted and defeated him head-on, he felt a little bit of regret in his heart. When he really saw the power of the devil fruit eaten by Iceman, he regretted it more and more. The one who can eat the devil fruit, why isn't he himself? The one who can eat the devil fruit, why not me? Pyro's heart was burning with jealous rage. This emotion seems to have directly affected everyone around him. Everyone even saw that the lighter in Burning Man's sleeve had ignited a flame. The opponent seemed to be losing control. John, control your emotions. Sabretooth, stop him. At this critical moment, Magneto directly began to speak out to let Pyro control his emotions. But it was clear that Pyro had no way of controlling himself. Even the flame in his hand at the moment became more terrifying. Magneto has no choice but to let Sabretooth stop Burning Man at the moment. Sabretooth heard Magneto's words, and he walked directly to the living man without saying a word. His hands directly rested on the living man's body, even subconsciously wanting to pinch the back of the Burning Man's neck. As long as Pyro is out of control, he can directly pinch the opponent 793 to death with one paw. Although Pyro's destructive power is astonishing, as long as it is in close combat, the opponent is not his opponent. The strength of Sabretooth originally is very amazing, and his nails can also be extended to become like sharp blades. More importantly, he is not afraid of killing people. Sabretooth now hardly fears any harm. Karma Fruit was originally just absorbing physical attacks and transforming into its own body and strength. But afterward Sabretooth developed this causal fruit even more astonishingly. Even energy attacks can be absorbed and transformed. From that time on, Sabretooth in a sense also achieved an invincible momentum. Invincible for a long time, so Pyro's little firepower couldn't possibly burn him down, and Pyro couldn't withstand one of his attacks. In fact, a few people on Magneto's side were able to bring the out-of-control Pyro under control. Juggernaut's violent onslaught Pyro was also unbearable. Nightcrawler's fast-moving sneak attack also works well. Pyro, as the one who was poached from Charles by Magneto, Magneto naturally didn't want to admit his defeat. Pyro lost to Iceman, which in fact showed that Pyro failed to leave. If at the moment Burning Man is getting out of control, it really loses even a little bit of face. That's why he let Sabretooth do it. If he doesn't do it, then Charles will do it, and at that time he will lose face. The reason why he didn't stop Burning Man's provocation just now was in fact to try to give the people here a blow. At that time, he didn't know that Iceman was a level 4 mutant. So he thinks Pyro as a level 3 mutant should be able to take on the other side. After all, Pyro's combative personality makes him very rich in combat experience. Even among the hundreds of mutants around him, he is the most powerful group. Unexpectedly, Pyro's shot directly led to Iceman's 4th level mutant level. In this case, it is impossible for Pyro to win. What's more, now Iceman has become even scarier. Burning Man at the moment felt a deep malice in his anger. He always felt as if something was about to be squeezed on his neck. Stimulated by this, Burning Man's anger was finally suppressed in the blink of an eye. He gave Iceman an ugly look, then returned to Magneto's side bitterly. Seeing this, Magneto finally breathed a sigh of relief, and if he really continued to develop, it would be difficult to stop. Charles, you told me that there are extremely dangerous things in the universe. I don't know what it is. Magneto at the moment quickly changed the subject. For the specific situation, please ask the Devil Messenger to tell you. Charles at the moment also directly asked Qin Xiao to talk about this topic. After all, Qin Xiao knows best about this matter. This thing is like this. Qin Xiao began to talk about what happened in the universe this time. There are just too many people involved in the whole thing. Asgard's goddess of death led the team in person, and the army of death began to crisscross the universe. Many people here don't know what the goddess of death V represents, let alone the strength of the goddess of death. But there is one thing they know, because Qin Xiao has briefly told about it. Thor was directly defeated by the goddess of death holding Mjolnir. If it weren't for someone's organization, even Thor's Mjolnir would be destroyed by the goddess of death. Just from this point, they can already imagine the horror of the goddess of death. After that, there were more things that proved their guess. The goddess of death directly surrendered Ronan, the accuser who had a great reputation in the universe. For Ronan, they have no impression, but a legion with a giant battleship capable of affecting a planet. This alone is enough for them to know Ronan's horror. At the very least, there is no technology or army on the entire Earth that can reach the terrifying battleship Qin Xiao described. If that's all there is to it, they've got a more important piece of news. The guy who sent Loki to Earth last time was also called by Hela, the goddess of death, and this man named Thanos is also a Fang universe overlord. His class is terrifying, and it exceeds the understanding of many people. What he did made Magneto feel unbelievable. Find that race planet where resources are no longer sufficient and randomly wipe out half of the life. They mutant are still fighting for their own survival. It turns out that there is such a terrifying existence in the universe that kills life at random. Moreover, the other party's eyes have already looked at the Earth. Although the Earth has not yet reached the upper limit, the Earth at the moment is also full of various crises. Maybe Thanos will come to the Earth himself when he is alive. But it is such a strong person, he is still full of fear about the crisis in the universe. He kept collecting some things himself, trying to stop this crisis in his own way. It's just that this time, by chance and coincidence, it has become a mobilization of the whole universe. After all, this crisis is universal. Charles can directly control mental power. Aliens will not be immune to mental power control, right? Sure enough, even if Iceman is at level 4, it won't have much effect for the time being. As for Chin Gray, she can do more things. These mutants are constantly struggling with humans on the Earth for this little control. Thinking of this, Magneto shook his head. After listening to Qin Xiao's narration, Magneto and his group didn't believe it at first. Magneto can manipulate magnetism. Even alien warships must have things controlled by magnetism. Even if their mutants win this world, they are not worth mentioning in the universe. As for Iceman, it doesn't seem to have any effect in this kind of cosmic war. Since the universe is so terrifying, why doesn't the government bother us? Unless they cooperate with these 4-level mutants. Facing this kind of level universe war, their little mutant is really not enough. After all, the temperature in the universe is very low, and aliens must have a strong defense against low temperatures. What's more, mutants use their abilities confidently, and they are nothing in the 5.9 level attack of the universe. But there are still such powerful and terrifying creatures in the entire universe. Magneto turned his eyes to Charles and Cheng Grey, and then to Iceman. Even the original enemy, Thanos, who brought crisis to the Earth, and everyone in SHIELD temporarily chose to cooperate with each other. Since the universe is so terrifying, why does the government still make trouble for us? This is something Magneto can't figure out. Now that the universe is already so terrifying, why does the human government still do such a thing? Maybe others don't know about this matter, but I do know something by then. At this time, Charles took the initiative to speak. He was still shocked when he heard Qin Xiao tell the information about the universe again just now. The whole universe has been so dangerous. Even those overlords, Thanos, who can attack the Earth by sending a random team, can only stay on the defensive in the face of such a crisis. They even had to contact the empires of the whole universe to resist together. At the moment when he heard Magneto, he naturally had something to say. He may not be very clear about things in the universe. But for things on Earth, there are really only a few who can fool him. With a brain wave strengthening device, he peeps some unprotected people from time to time. Unless the other party is when he is not using the brain wave strengthening device. Otherwise, few people could resist his mental power. You know why? Since it's so dangerous, why doesn't the human government take action? Wansai Wang asked again. Actually because of the current situation I have to post it. After all, I learned that the crisis in the universe was after the development of that medicine. That's all Charles said. But his mental power spread directly towards everyone. There are many words and pictures in this spiritual force. Qin Xiao felt the spiritual power and his brows frowned. There was a ripple in the spiritual cage in his mind, and the thunder force in his mind directly drove away Charles' spiritual power. This is the power of his thunder fruit. It is used by him as a power to resist the erosion of mental power. But immediately, he gave up resisting, because there was no malice in Charles' mental power. And these mental powers are actually mainly for people on Magneto's side. It seems that Charles felt that it was too troublesome to explain, and it was not as fast and clear as the direct transmission of spiritual power. Magneto wears a helmet, he can't feel Charles' spiritual force. But the others around him were all immersed in Charles' spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, he saw the seriousness on the faces of these people. In the picture of spiritual power, what came from was really depressing. As Charles said, it was too late for human conquest to get the news of the universe. When Qin Xiao was going to take people to the universe, Charles was actually with him at that time. But because of something developed by the human government, Charles had to stay. Otherwise, when I go to the universe this time, there will be Charles. Human governments actually got that special mutant very early on. The mutant that can make the mutant ability disappear. As for the research on each other, they have already started. In fact, the leader of this experiment, his son, is a mutant. In order for his son to become a normal person, he has been constantly researching mutant all his life. This is very similar to Stryker. You know, Stryker's son—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.